Murid have been hit. That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
The Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in?
It's 6 a.m. on a Thursday. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you. Let's begin with the top headlines you need to know. India has carried out 24 precision cruise missile strikes at 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in response to the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. Rajnath Singh says, "We've struck those who killed innocents." Pakistani troops have resorted to cross-border shelling along the line of control in Kupwara district of Jammu and Kashmir for the second consecutive day. Meanwhile, the centre calls for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. today. The government is expected to brief the opposition on Operation Sindur. And civil defence drills continue in Punjab's Amritsar. Several areas experience a blackout. Residents have been urged to stay indoors. As you can see on their screens, the Golden Temple also experienced a blackout. With the Indian Armed Forces striking 9 sites in Pakistan and POK, commercial flight operations at various Indian airports, particularly those close to the India-Pakistan border, have been suspended. Nearly 20 airports are shut in border states. Russia's 3-day ceasefire in Ukraine has gone into effect just ahead of Moscow's Victory Day celebrations. Sources have informed NDTV that India issues a letter of intent to Starlink for satellite communication services. The approval we're seeking is for SATCOM services. And black smoke billowed from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, signaling an inconclusive first vote by cardinals to elect a new pope to guide the Roman Catholic Church. Well, the latest update we're tracking this morning, Pakistani troops have resorted to cross-border shelling along the line of control in Kupwara district of Jammu and Kashmir for the second consecutive day. This a day after the Indian Armed Forces targeted terror infrastructure in Pakistan as part of Operation Sindur. I can inform you that the Indian Army has retaliated effectively to the ceasefire violation, and fortunately, there are no reports of any casualties. But with that, I must also bring you the latest from Punjab, which is a border state, as you're well aware. Well, shortly after lights went out in Amritsar as part of a nationwide civil defence mock drill, the district administration again carried out a blackout rehearsal in the early hours today. They've urged residents to remain indoors and not panic. The drill actually began around 1:30 a.m. The Golden Temple was also experiencing a blackout, as you can see in the visuals playing out on your screens at the moment. But these precautionary measures, they come just hours after the nationwide mock drills to check security preparedness were held at the orders of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The resumed blackout in Amritsar, as you can see the visuals are coming in, was also part of the same nationwide civil defence drill. So there's a total blackout in several areas. Gurpreet joins us live from Firozpur at the moment with a quick update on what's happening in Punjab. Gurpreet, what is the latest you can disclose this morning to our viewers? We are picking up on reports of total blackout in several areas across Punjab. Right, while we reconnect with my colleague Gurpreet to take in a stock of the situation as far as Punjab is concerned, I must inform our viewers that the district administration has urged residents to stay indoors and not panic. This was shortly after lights went out in Amritsar as part of a nationwide civil defence mock drill. The district administration again carried out a blackout rehearsal in the early hours. The drill actually began around 1:30 a.m. and the precautionary measures, they came just hours after the nationwide mock drills to check security preparedness were held at the orders of the Home Ministry. The resumed blackout in Amritsar was nothing unusual, the district administration says. It was also part of the same nationwide civil defence drill. In fact, as you are well aware, there is also an all-party meeting that has been called by the government. The government is expected to brief the opposition today regarding Operation Sindur. This as India carried out 24 precision cruise missile strikes at 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir in response to the deadly terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam on the 22nd of April that left 26 innocent people dead. Right, I'm told Gurpreet is back with us, joining us live from Firozpur at the moment. Gurpreet, we are picking up on reports of total blackouts in several areas across Punjab. Take our viewers through the latest and what do we need to know going forward for the next 2 hours today?
Well, we have seen multiple mock drills had been conducted and carried out at various locations of Punjab because this is the border area, and specifically in the border area we have seen lot of precautions and lot of precautionary measures have been taken by the local administration. And specifically we have seen late night and early in the wee hours, we have seen panic has already been gripped in Amritsar when there was the blackout rehearsal which was being carried out by the local administration. We have seen a lot of information unverified. They were taking several rounds on the social media saying that multiple explosions had been taken and heard by some people in Amritsar. But what we have learned, a very clear word from the public relation officers of that district. He has already made it very clear that it was a blackout rehearsal which was being carried out in wake of the strike which has been carried out at the hideouts of these terrorists in Amritsar, and that is one of the reasons why these blackout rehearsals were being carried out, because these specific area, district Firozpur, district Gurdaspur, district Amritsar, these are the border areas where multiple level changes had been made by the public administration in touch with the forces, so that they will be able to take all the measures and all the steps to save the people of this country, and specifically the people who are residing in districts. If we can talk about Firozpur, we have seen from 9 to 9:30 p.m. that blackout rehearsal was being carried out, and they were trying to convey a message to people how they are going to heard sirens and immediately how they are going to act. Mock drills are being carried out so that the people of border area, they should be familiar with the system. If they are getting the sound of the sirens, how they are going to act immediately. So as of now, we have seen in Firozpur or other district areas, other changes, other precautions had been taken, whether they have already shut down the schools of all the children so that there should not be panic among the parents also. At the same time, we have seen they have also decided to change and stop the beating retreat ceremony in Amritsar, Tari Wagah border, and here Firozpur at Hossainiwala. So a lot of changes have been taken place with the help of the local administration. Lot of precautionary measures are being taken, and specifically we have seen that panic which was gripped in Amritsar. After that, we have seen all the officers, they had already made it very clear it was blackout rehearsal which was being carried out in Amritsar. Back to studio.
As always, Gurpreet, thank you so much for joining us with the latest information and clarifying this for us as well. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates from Firozpur. I must also inform our viewers that Amit Shah had asked chief ministers and lieutenant governors of states bordering Pakistan and Nepal to ensure smooth operation of essential services. This includes hospitals as well, and the uninterrupted supply of essential goods. Meanwhile, the Indian Armed Forces struck at 9 nerve centers in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as part of Operation Sindur, as we have been extensively covering. Multiple videos have been released showing our armed forces striking terror camps linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba that were targeted and destroyed. This is for the first time that India released visuals of targets decimated under Operation Sindur to avenge the deadly 22nd April attack in Pahalgam. And India has said that its actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible, and focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and also disabling terrorists hiding in Pakistan. In terms of what you should look out for today, the centre has called for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. where it will brief the opposition regarding this operation. In fact, senior cabinet ministers will brief political parties, including key opposition leaders, on the strikes that were carried out by our armed forces. Not waiting for that, in the hours following Operation Sindur, the opposition, cutting across ideological shades, had declared that it was completely in sync with the government. While the opposition had earlier too declared unconditional support to the government in whatever actions it took against the perpetrators of the deadly Pahalgam terror attack and their handlers, the Congress had flagged the issue of security and intelligence lapses in subsequent days. Now, as far as Pakistan is concerned, I must inform our viewers that Pakistan has given hints that it may retaliate, and India has made it very clear that it is ready for any kind of retaliation from Pakistan. India is ready to give a befitting reply to Pakistan.
जैसे कि आप सबको जानकारी है कि कल रात हमारी भारतीय सेनाओं ने अपने अद्भुत शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय देते हुए एक नया इतिहास रच दिया है। तो हम कह सकते हैं एक तरीके की सटीकता, सतर्कता और मानवीयता यह हमारी भारत की सेना के जवानों ने दिखाई है, जिसके लिए मैं हमारे सेना के जवानों और अधिकारियों को पूरे देश की ओर से मैं साधुवाद देता हूं। हमने केवल उन्हीं को मारा जिन्होंने हमारे मासूमों को मारा। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में हमारे भारत की सेना ने हम सभी भारतवासियों का मस्तक ऊंचा किया है।
Meanwhile, India's briefing on Operation Sindur gave a strong and significant message as two women officers, as you can see on your screens, Wing Commander Vyomika Singh and Colonel Sofia Qureshi, took the lead, sharing details of the military's precision strikes on terror targets in Pakistan in response to the 22nd April Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 innocent lives were lost. Listen in to the reactions we've lined up for you, beginning with Vikram Misri's.
Earlier this morning, as you would be aware, India exercised its right to respond and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible. They focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and disabling terrorists likely to be sent across to India. You would also recall that the Security Council on 25th April 2025 had issued a press statement on the Pahalgam terror attack, underlining, and I quote, the need to hold perpetrators, organizers, financiers, and sponsors of this reprehensible act of terrorism accountable and bring them to justice, unquote. India's latest actions should be seen in this context.
Through precision capability, as shown to you, a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations. No military establishments were targeted. India has demonstrated considerable restraint in its response. However, it must be said that the Indian Armed Forces are fully prepared to respond to Pakistani misadventures, if any.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर 22 अप्रैल को पहलगाम में हुए विभत्स आतंकवादी हमले के शिकार मासूम नागरिकों व उनके परिवारों को न्याय देने के लिए लॉन्च किया गया था। इस कार्रवाई में 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स को टारगेट किया गया और पूरी तरह से इसे बर्बाद किया गया। पाकिस्तान में पिछले 3 दशकों से टेरर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का निर्माण हो रहा है। इसमें रिक्रूटमेंट, इंडोक्ट्रिनेशन सेंटर्स, ट्रेनिंग एरियाज व लॉन्च पैड शामिल थे, जो पाकिस्तान और पाक अधिकृत जम्मू कश्मीर POJK दोनों में फैले हैं। इन लक्ष्यों का चयन विश्वसनीय इंटेलिजेंस सूचनाओं के आधार पर हुआ ताकि आतंक गतिविधियों की रीढ़ तोड़ी जा सके, और यह खास ध्यान दिया गया कि निर्दोष नागरिकों और सिविलियन इंस्टॉलेशन को नुकसान ना पहुंचे।
Well, as you're well aware, under Operation Sindur, the Indian Army targeted 9 terror hideouts belonging to the banned organizations Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba and Hizbul Mujahideen in Pakistan and POK. This strategic operation involved striking 4 locations within Pakistan's territory, while 5 targets were situated in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. My colleague Vishnu Shom takes us through the exact details of where India struck in Pakistan during this operation. Listen in.
In the early hours of the morning, shortly after 1 a.m. is when India struck terror targets in Pakistan in the deepest strikes that India has ever carried out on targets in Pakistan since the 1971 war. 9 targets or broad areas were struck. Some of these had multiple points on them. India struck using cruise missiles, India struck using drones and a lot of other technology. This is where it all took place. Now, the areas on the north, some of them are along the line of control on the Pakistani side of the LOC. These are all the specific names of camps over there. So there are more than 20 specific camps over here. And this is in red, the line of control that you see. The line of control stretches down south. It becomes the international boundary. But further south, there is Muridke in Pakistan, and even further south is Bahawalpur. Now, in terms of the strikes themselves, let's focus on Bahawalpur first. Bahawalpur is more than 100 kilometers west of the Punjab border. The fact that India chose to strike this far into Pakistani Punjab meant to send a strong signal. It's also the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters, which has been destroyed. Muridke, further up near Lahore, is another terror training center of the Lashkar-e-Taiba. Again, that has been destroyed. Several of the other areas have seen significant incursions of between 25 to 30 kilometers. So all along the line of control over here, incursions, by which I mean airstrikes of 25 to 30 kilometers across the line of control has taken place. And again, in this entire area, we have seen very intense artillery shelling, which has taken place shortly after the Indian strikes. There have been casualties on the Indian side. Some reports suggest upwards of 10 people, and our defense sources saying that India's counter-action has resulted in significant casualties on the Pakistani side as well. So that's where it's all taken place. This entire border and the line of control remains fairly tense.
Well, amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, the US President Donald Trump has reacted once again, offering to help de-escalate tensions, saying that if he could do anything to help, he'll be there, and wants the growing conflict between the two countries to stop. You must know that he added that the US has good relations with both countries and wants to see the tit for tat stop. Just listen in to the US President's remarks.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
By the way, the launch of Operation Sindur by the Indian Army in the early hours of Wednesday, it's brought a sense of justice for the relatives of the Pahalgam terror attack victims. As India avenged the Pahalgam attack, listen in to how families of Pahalgam victims reacted to India's strikes in Pakistan.
मेरे हस्बैंड ने ही वॉज इन द डिफेंस फोर्सेज एंड यू नो व्हेन ही हैड जॉइंड द डिफेंस फोर्सेज वो यही चाहता था दैट ही वांटेड टू प्रोटेक्ट द पीस इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट इनोसेंट लाइव्स आर नॉट गॉन इन दिस कंट्री ही वांटेड टू मेक श्योर दैट देयर इज नो हेट्रेड एंड टेरर इन दिस कंट्री एंड दिस ऑपरेशन signifies his spirit that there will terrorism hatred will not be tolerated by the Indian government. ये नाम बहुत सही है क्योंकि इस इंसिडेंट की वजह से बहुत औरतों ने, बहुत बहनों ने, बहुत माँओं ने अपनी जान खोई है, अपना एक हिस्सा खो दिया है.
हम सब इस पल की प्रतीक्षा कर रहे थे और जो भी सरकार ने निर्णय लिया है वो योग्य लिया है और हमारी बस यही इच्छा है कि अभी जो भी ये संगठन है या ये जो ग्रुप्स है जो आतंकवादी हमले कर रहे हैं इनको पूरी तरीके से निकाल के मतलब ढूंढ के मार देना चाहिए और ख़त्म कर देना चाहिए.
उसे बहुत थैंक यू कहती हूँ कि उन्होंने मेरे पति की मौत का बदला लिया है. मैं बहुत छोटी हूँ, उन्हें कुछ भी कहने या नहीं कहने वाली, लेकिन हाँ जिस तरीके से हमारे पूरे परिवार को उन पे विश्वास था उन्होंने उसी तरीके से जवाब देके हमारे विश्वास को कायम रखा है एंड आई एम रियली थैंकफुल.
हमें ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में न्यूज़ चैनल से मतलब हमारे परिवार वालों के कॉल आए हमें और तब पता चला कि भारत ने जो पहलगाम में हमला हुआ था उसके ऊपर आज उन्होंने रिएक्शन मतलब उनको उत्तर दिया है इसके बदले में एयर स्ट्राइक करके. पहले तो मिशन का नाम सुन के हम लोगों को बहुत मतलब मैं तो बहुत रो रही थी सुन के.
थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ उसको, ये जो पाकिस्तान ये आपका टेररिस्ट ये अड्डा को मुँह तोड़ ये जवाब दिया है, काफ़ी डैमेज किया है. और अभी इंडियन ये फौजी वालों से भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा सतर्क है क्योंकि पाकिस्तान वालों के भरोसा नहीं है कब वो फिर ये अंदर से फिर कब ये हमें नुकसान पहुंचाने के लिए उन लोग जो स्टेप लेंगे तो सतर्क रहने के लिए उन लोग को भी मैं दरख्वास्त करूँगा. मोदी जी अभी ये जो स्टेप लिया है हमारा ये फौजी लोगों को ये मुँह तोड़ जितना भी आतंकवादी है उनको मुँह तोड़ जवाब देने के लिए जो स्टेप लिया मोदी को मैं थैंक्सफुल देना चाहता हूँ.
As always, news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very quick break for now.
Hello, Moto.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years. I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters.
Welcome back. In the village of Salamabad, located barely 10 kilometers from the line of control in the Uri sector of Jammu and Kashmir, the aftermath of recent artillery fire from across the border, it paints a grim picture. 2 civilian homes have been obliterated by Pakistani shelling, with 4 people injured in the incident, including 2 children, and all 4 have been evacuated to the district hospital in Baramulla, that's approximately 40 kilometers away. What exactly is happening here? Take a look at NDTV's ground report with my colleague Shiv Arur.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control. There are 2 houses here that were struck last night in Pakistan Army shelling here in the Uri sector. These 2 houses have been completely totaled, completely destroyed. There's still a fire burning, if you can see over there, smoke smoldering across this entire pair of houses. Miraculously, no deaths, but 4 people have been severely injured. 2 of them children. One of them has apparently lost a limb as well. They've been evacuated to the Baramulla hospital, which is about 40 kilometers to our rear from here. We're about 10 kilometers from the line of control. I'm surprised that anything is left everywhere else, because it looks like a shell, a stray shell may have come and landed here. It appears to suggest that the Pakistan Army, which has been aiming and firing directly targeting civilian areas, has caused damage deeper inside, and one shell or a couple of shells has come and actually landed here. This has all the telltale signs of artillery damage. You can see shrapnel completely ripping through these metal sheets. These are very clear signs of artillery shrapnel that has ripped open these roof sheets. The walls completely broken, and everything is still burning in these houses. This is a place called Salamabad where there have been some casualties. The 4 people from just this small little settlement over here. We are taking due care, but we are told by villagers that there is further damage closer to the line of control. So that's where we will actually be headed next. But the images you're seeing here on NDTV are the first manifestations of what we've been reporting since the morning, that the Pakistan Army has directly targeted civilian areas. This has nothing to do with the military. There's no army over here. The army brigade is way many kilometers behind where we are. This is a civilian settlement. A rural folk live in this area, and this is what a couple of Pakistani shells has done in this place. These are live images, first on NDTV, that we're bringing to you of what targeting a civilian establishment, a civilian area really looks like. I want to get a word in from one of these people. Sir, idhar aaiye. कौन रहते हैं यहाँ पे, कितने लोग जख्मी हो गए इसमें?
इसमें 4 लोग, एक 13 साल की बच्ची, एक 4 साल का बच्चा, तो 2 घर के मालिक।
हाँ। और क्या ये पाकिस्तान के शेल?
हाँ, ये पाकिस्तान का है, रात के 2 बजे का मसला है, तो उससे ये घायल हो गए। तो यहाँ मकानों की बात ही नहीं, मकान
कितने बजे गिरे थे ये शेल?
2 बजे 2 बजे सोए होते हैं।
आप कहाँ थे उस टाइम? हमने सुना ये?
हाँ, हमने ये भरोसी है यहाँ। हम तो रात को बाहर आ रहे, 2 बजे के बाद हमारे बच्चे भी बाहर आ गए। उधर इधर लगे भागने, क्या करते भाग।
सर आप यहाँ रहते हैं, नजदीक में रहते?
इस्लामाबाद का।
कहाँ थे आप जब ये हुआ था?
हम तो घर में रात को 2 बजे।
आपने सुना ये जब
वो बहुत आवाज सुना।
क्या आवाज था?
वो आवाज था ये
शेल
की थी जी।
अच्छा,
पूरे शेल लग रहे थे, एक तो नहीं था ना, बहुत आ रहे थे।
कितने शेल?
इसको मेरे ख्याल 1-2 लगे हैं मेरे ख्याल में इसमें। दो लगे।
जख्मी लोग बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में हैं।
पहले उड़ी लिए, उसके बाद उन्होंने उड़ी वालों ने बारामूला भेज दिए। बारामूला हॉस्पिटल में भेज।
बुरा है जख्म?
वो जख्म तो सर में भी लगी, हमने उसको देखा नहीं है। सुबह हम खुद डरे थे, हम जंगलों में भाग रहे थे। इधर तो हमारे पास कोई है ही नहीं, सेफ्टी है ही नहीं। क्यों?
तो इस गांव में डर नहीं है अभी?
वो डर तो बहुत है मालकम।
आप यहीं पे
क्या करेंगे? अपना कहाँ छोड़कर जाएंगे, किसके घर जाएंगे? गरीब शख्स कहाँ जाएगा? हमारे पास कोई बैंकर नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, तो कहाँ जाएंगे? अगर बैंकर होता फिर अपनी कुछ सेफ्टी होती, बैंकर ही नहीं है।
I want all of our viewers to hear what this gentleman has just said. For all of those people who say, why don't you get out of the village? Why are you still standing there? This gentleman and this elderly gentleman here have basically told a truth that needs to sink in. People don't have a choice to leave. They have their livelihoods here. This is their home. They've got their children. They've got their agriculture. They've got their jobs here. And this is what Pakistan has done. And I want our viewers to see this. This is a poor family's grain store ablaze right now. It was struck at 2 in the morning. You know, nearly 12 hours ago. 12 hours ago it was struck and the fire is still burning. It's a huge heap of wheat, which was the food, of a poor family that lived in these 2 houses. And it is smoldering right now. This is an image that I want to go out to the entire world. Not a military target, not an armed forces target, not a vital establishment, not a vulnerable point. This is a poor family living in Islamabad, Kashmir, close to the line of control, that has been deliberately targeted by a Pakistan shell. And there you have it, their livelihood, probably the rest of their year's supply of wheat, simply burning in a pile over there. There's nothing left of this house. There's nothing more to really say. Rebuilding it will be, a distant dream for this family once they pick up the pieces of their injuries, and their injured children as well. I mean, just look at these images. Where do you actually start? Where do you start picking up the pieces really once you come to terms that you've completely lost your home, your livelihood? Some of the fields behind here have also been completely destroyed. The elderly gentleman here tells me that this place will not be fixed. And remember, once attention moves on, who's going to come and repair these houses? These are families that do not even have the wherewithal to rebuild their houses. You've got flames there as well. Just a testament to what ammunition can really do. Artillery ammunition of the 155mm or 130mm kind has landed in this house. There's a gas cylinder there, very dangerously, lying there on the floor, which could be a hazard. No forensic teams have been able to reach here just yet. The police apparently came for a quick sweep to get the people out, but nothing else has been done. But it's still aflame. The house is still aflame, and it's very likely that it'll probably burn down because much of the superstructure of the houses in this area are made of wood. Take a look at this piece of roofing. Shrapnel, white-hot artillery shrapnel flying in every direction. Just look at the gaping holes they've cut, like neat oval holes, telltale signs of shrapnel simply ripping through metal. This is really, really thick, hard metal used for roofing. It's resistant to, it's all-weather resistant because, it snows and rains a lot over here. Just look at what artillery shrapnel can do to a strong piece of metal. It has completely mangled it. It has perforated it. It is peppered with gaping holes. And this is basically the story of every piece of roofing that we can see here across three structures of one big house, 2 houses actually. How much more damage we're going to find as we move on ahead, I cannot say, but this is definitely, a morbid appetizer, I would say, to what we're probably going to find as we get a little closer to the line of control now. This is the real view now of the damage. Here it is. Completely collapsed roof, completely collapsed wall of this entire house. Now you get a proper vantage view of the damage that's taken place. The entire roof has blown off. I was trying to look for remnants of the actual shell. Those are very, very difficult to find because they burst into thousands of little pieces and usually get buried, in walls, in the ground, etc. So not easy to find it anywhere here, but clearly an artillery hit right here at Salamabad village. The villagers here, as you just heard, some of them say, they don't have the luxury of leaving. Many of them have actually fled. We saw a small tempo traveler full of people from Salamabad getting, out of here as quickly as possible. We bumped into them in Baramulla, fearing for their lives. They've left, but many still here because they've just got that helpless look on their faces, saying, where can we possibly go? We can't leave our houses. It's not safe. All our livelihood, all our farms and animals and all those things are here. Everything moving costs money. There's no help from anyone to actually get out of here. So it remains to be seen, whether there will be more damage in Salamabad or elsewhere. Another house that's had its, all of its glasswork completely blown in. The window panes have blown in. The wooden support pillars and support structure completely damaged here. So it's not just one or two houses, at least 4 houses either destroyed or damaged very, very badly. This is a house which still has its carpeting because obviously the fire didn't spread to this particular house. But if you can see here, all the glass pieces, the glass shards here, showing the kind of damage from the shockwave of that artillery landing here that has destroyed this house. The door has completely blown off the hinges. There's another door just lying there on the ground here, and this is right next to this house. Images like this one, like what we're seeing over here, just common household items, a gas stove, a pot, mugs, tumblers, a plate rack, coffee cups, all of them just splattered in this one little room. This must have been the family's kitchen, where food was prepared, etc. Completely burnt to ashes, bricks and pieces of stone all over the place. I have no idea when that family will come back or even if they will want to come back to something like this. But this is what Pakistan is doing.
Well, there is true pain in the firing line, as Shivarur has just taken you through from ground zero. We also spoke to many experts and newsmakers on NDTV. Listen in to what they told us.
Do you think that Pakistani military planners would escalate this situation necessarily, knowing that the world is watching, that the world has put them on notice, that the United Nations Security Council, the top security body of the International Committee of Nations, has squarely blamed Pakistan and castigated them? Do you think they will still go ahead and plan for an escalation? What does your military experience tell you, sir?
Right. You see, Nikunj, besides the military experience, firstly, I brought it out in my initial, my speech, my wording that, look, we are geared up. I'm certain that, when such operations are launched, there is risk management is ensured not only at the tactical level, but at the operational and also at the strategic level. And if you ask me, I can later on clarify to you what I mean by these, what all facets are going to come in these. But yes, with regard to your question, specific question, that will Pakistan do something? Yes, it will. I'll tell you why. The reason is that firstly, the statement that was made by the Pakistani chief, where virtually willy-nilly, indirectly, he threatened India, and he brought it out that how he was viewing India as an enemy, despite the various efforts that have gone in the past 10, 12 years to actually assuage the concerns and to ensure that, the situation is stabilized on the line of control and with Pakistan. But the statement that he gave, now he has to live up to it, number one. Number two, it's a state that lacks the compatible conventional war-fighting might. And therefore, it's going to resort to the sub-conventional, that is the asymmetric capability of terrorists being used against us. So what is going to happen is that he has to get back, do something. If it does not, he will lose his primacy in the environment. The famous term that is used, that is the Pakistani army that owns the nation, the only army of the world that owns the nation. To have its prima donna position in the environment, to pass the message to their allies like Turkey, for example, Bangladesh and others.
General Huda, you didn't have, when the surgical strikes took place, a lot of the technology which is now present, you had to physically go across. Now, that may have been an option on this occasion as well, but India chose not to take it. Instead, we were able to fire missiles from long range from within our shores, from within our territory, as it were. To what extent has that been a real force multiplier?
Vishnu, let me tell you, the manner in which this attack has been carried out is much more comprehensive, sends out a much, much stronger message. And the fact that we have the technical capacity and capability to carry out these very precise attacks from on our side of the international border, on our side of the line of control, really reflects in some ways how even from 2019, the technical capability of the Indian military and how it's grown. This has been a real. I take it as a real game changer for how we're going to deal with Pakistan in the future.
Okay, General Huda, I'd like you to talk a little bit about that last point. That there is a certain red line that Pakistan has crossed as a result of which we've hit them as hard as we have. Does this, in effect, mean that this is a precedent that we've set for ourselves, that if there is an attack like this in the future, then India will strike possibly as hard as we have this time?
So, Vishnu, not only merely as hard as we can, but also the selection of targets. The fact that the LET headquarters, the Jaish headquarters been hit, we are saying that, look, we are now going to go to the roots. Merely killing foot soldiers as we did in 2016 and 2019 by hitting, one odd terror camp or hitting the launch pads is really not providing us the deterrence that we need. And therefore, we are now going to go to this hub of what I could call the military jihad complex and take them out. So the messaging, Vishnu, is, apart from the fact that you hit 9 targets, the messaging, I think, has been very strong this time.
General Huda, the fact that we hit a target 100 kilometers west of the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab, Bahawalpur, again, in Pakistani Punjab, what message does that specifically send?
So look, it sends a message, one, of the capability that the Indian military and the Indian Air Force has in their ability to strike targets with such precision deep into Pakistan territory. And the fact that, Punjab, which sort of the heartland of Pakistan, also in some ways the heartland of the Pakistan army, has been hit, is to me strategic messaging that, look, and standards have been set that this is how we are going to go now. We're not merely going for small time terror camps, but that we will hit at the heart of what this whole military jihadi complex is. And that is where we will take out an attempt to take out the heart and soul of terrorism that's coming from Pakistan.
My question to you is, do we need to understand as viewers and as citizens of this country that given how hard we have hit Pakistan, there has been a reaction from them, and that this is something we must accept? It's not going to be a one-way street for us. It never is in something as large as what we've done.
That makes a lot of military sense. Vishnu, what you have just spoken makes a lot of military sense. Because no self-respecting army, and not an army of 650,000, is going to sit content with this kind of a thing and sit back on its haunches. It will respond to something or the other. Today, Pakistan's capability to wage a conventional war is highly suspect. Maybe not more than 3 to 5 days or something like that. They don't have ammunition with them. The economy is in absolute shambles. But they have got one weapon in their quiver which no one can otherwise neutralize. And that is the doctrine of irrationality. And they have got an army chief at the moment who we saw from his attitude, his body language, his speech given out at that famous function with the Pakistani diaspora, that he is willing to take this to the next level only on an ideological plane. And he's probably seeking his second term in September this year and thinking that this is what is going to ultimately deliver that kind of extension to him. So he is possibly likely to retaliate, respond in some way or the other. It could be anything from just the anger which is being displayed at the line of control at the moment to a dud attack in some part of the Rajasthan desert or somewhere to say, I'm hearing a lot about this, to try and allege that we also have some terrorist camps, Baluch terrorist camps or something like that in our fold within India. No, this kind of a fake news story, they are quite adept at. That kind of a thing can be put out. So at the end of it, something will happen. We cannot describe what exactly will. It's already being played out on the line of control, and sub-conventionally, Pakistan's options are still open. They may wish to take this into the next 2, 3, 4, or 6 months and think about another strike somewhere in Kashmir. That is why I am advising that this is the season of infiltration in Jammu and Kashmir. And Northern Command had better be completely on its toes to prevent a surge of terrorist strength inside the valley.
Ambassador Ashraf, how do you look at the situation? India, of course, briefing US, UK, UAE. But what is it that India should be prepared for in terms of reaction from other countries?
Well, first of all, let me say that, it takes a great deal of political courage, political daring, and a sense of responsibility at the leadership level of the Prime Minister to undertake an operation of this magnitude. And also want to congratulate the Indian Armed Forces, particularly the Air Force, for the precision strikes. Remember, Bahawalpur and Muridke have been the crucible of terrorism for a very, very long time. Since at least the 1980s, we've been bringing them to the world's attention. Now, what happens from now onwards? One, we'll be having to be dominating the battle of the narratives. And this has got to be in the three important respects globally. One, that our attack was justified. Second, that it was measured with no collateral damage and that we took out terrorist camps. There were no civilian or military targets. And third, the outcomes were visible. I mean, because the last time during Balakot, there was, they managed to create a fog of confusion in Pakistan that nothing was achieved. So we have this narrative to present. That's one. The second, internationally, we have to be able to get the world to accept this as a legitimate right to defend on behalf of India. Now, remember, historically, since at least the 90s, what we have seen is that the world's attention shifts from terrorism to preventing the war between the two countries. And there are many countries that start equating the victim and the attacker, in the sense Pakistan and India. And we have to be sure that we do not get back into that trap. So this operation was planned to be swift, to achieve the political and the security objectives with minimal risk, minimum economic fallout, and in a manner that the escalation could be controlled. We also have to watch out for hybrid warfare, which is that cyber attacks, information warfare. All of that will go on simultaneously besides what you see on the military field.
Dr. Tharoor, I appreciate your time. India has woken up to Operation Sindur. The question that arises now is, what can we expect the world? And how do we expect, and in terms of the world reaction? Because the very name of this operation is very, very emotive in nature. It is Sindur, that word vermilion, which is very, ingrained in the Indian culture.
That's right, and it was a reminder of the newlywed girl mourning her husband while they were on honeymoon and he was shot dead in front of her. It's a real emotional reminder of what this is all about. I must say that the action was absolutely the right thing to do. I would say that India has conducted itself with a tremendous amount of thought, calculation, and calibration. The message it has sent is, number one, to the Pakistani terrorists, there will be a price to pay for terror. But number two, it's pointed out really to the world that we have done everything in such a way that we are not putting a foot on the escalatory ladder. We attacked them at night when there were no civilians likely to be about, so there would be no collateral damage. 1:30 in the morning is not when people are wandering around the streets. We hit facilities that have served as terror infrastructure, but we were not there to kill civilians, unlike the terrorists. We also made it a point to very carefully ensure that we did not strike Pakistani military facilities or government facilities, not because we believe the military has nothing to do. On the contrary, we believe the military was very, very much behind training, guiding, equipping, financing, and directing these terrorists. But nonetheless, to show that we are not interested in seeing this or portraying this as the opening salvo in a protracted war, we are just trying to do what is necessary to avenge the death of 26 innocent civilians. Now, this was basically the very pragmatic approach, and I believe that if you survey the international reactions, Maria, that have come so far, that there is some understanding. 3 countries, France, Russia, and Israel, have explicitly expressed some understanding for India's right to defend itself against terrorism. Other countries have been muted in their language. Everyone has called for de-escalation, restraint, and so on, which is fine, because we are not interested in escalation.
Absolutely.
The Chinese, who are Pakistan's quote-unquote all-weather friend, and who might have been expected to back Pakistan more directly, have actually said that both India and Pakistan are our neighbors, and we don't want to see fighting and conflict between them. We want to recommend diplomacy and negotiation and calm and so on, which is, again, constructive language. So if I were to draw a conclusion from all of this, Maria, it would be that I believe the world as a whole does not want to see war and will be counseling restraint to Pakistan. Remember, the ball is in Pakistan's court. If they take an escalatory step, we are ready and we will respond. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time, if these countries counsel Pakistan that, after all, India had a right to respond, India has responded thoughtfully and in a limited manner.
Yes.
Pakistan has shelled across the LOC and killed 10 of our civilians. They claim to have shot down a couple of jets. We have no confirmation of that. If they have, then they could certainly be allowed to say that honor is more than satisfied, and they should then calm down. That is certainly my view, that's what the international community is likely to be saying to them.
But
if hotheads in Pakistan behave differently, well, then they've got a response coming.
But Mr. Sarur, let me ask you this then. This is the expectation. I mean, any sane country would, of course, be advising Pakistan not to step on that escalatory ladder at this moment. But the fact remains that there is a reason why Pahalgam took place. There was a red line that was crossed. At this moment, it is also being seen as the Pakistani army, and specifically the Pakistani army chief, the kind of warmongering that we have seen from their side, only trying to strengthen their position, and hence all these advices may not at this moment work on Pakistan. Do you actually believe, given the way the country is placed at this moment, that Pakistan will back down?
No, look, I had argued already, and I'm sure that there's not much disagreement on this, that one of the motives behind this attack was certainly that the army was in a difficult position. It was increasingly unpopular in Pakistan. They have locked up their most popular leader, Imran Khan. The economy was stagnating. And this would have been a useful diversion from their own domestic woes. Plus, it would give the army an opportunity to once again portray itself as a savior of the nation. I think that was definitely a factor in their thinking. But remember that India has demonstrated a certain level of resolution, a certain amount of courage and resolve, which would have sent a strong message back there. The military cannot act alone. They need international backing, they need equipment, they need weaponry, they need finance. Currently, they need fuel as well, not all of which I believe they have an unlimited quantity. So that if Pakistan were to make the mistake of escalation, and India were to respond in kind, you have to ask yourself which country is more likely to be able to sustain a longer conflict. I don't believe the answer is Pakistan. I think that the Pakistanis ultimately will run out of steam before India does. And that's why I'm not sure that saner minds will counsel the Pakistanis to try the escalation route. But in any case, our armed forces are on alert. Our paramilitary have had their leaves cancelled. We're all going through mock drills. The country is ready and on alert. As far as I'm concerned, the message to Pakistan is, we don't want war. You don't need to go there. But if you do, you're going to get it. And I think that's the right message to send.
You would have studied the Pakistan Army Chief very closely. He was the DG of their ISI as well. He seemed to be entirely unpredictable. Is that the avatar that he seeks to create for himself, or is it genuine unpredictability which needs to be a cause of serious concern for us?
Yes, Vishnu. I think much of what we are seeing in starting from Pahalgam to now is all about Asim Munir. And, this is an army chief who was beleaguered, who was in an internal crisis, and a strong driver for his behavior has been the internal crisis he faces and the attempt to use this crisis to bolster his position within the country. And that is why I would agree with General Hasnain that he is positioning himself to be an irrational actor. His risk appetite is much greater than that perhaps of his predecessor, and certainly more than that of the civilians. So you saw a bizarre situation unfold in Pakistan today, that when India offered in the Foreign Secretary's statement a de-escalation off-ramp, the civilians seemed to think it was a good idea by saying we've already done what we need to, and if India doesn't do anything else, we can get off. And the army comes and overrules them and says, no, we have to retaliate. So this is about a lot of this that we are seeing unfold is about an army chief trying to establish his internal position. And this is not new. We saw this, the early Musharraf attempt, Kargil, he got power through it. He had the parliament attack in 2001 when he felt his position was weak. His successor, Kayani, wanted to distance himself from Musharraf going soft. And so he did the Mumbai attack. So I think this is part of the same sort of syndrome in Pakistan, that a little skirmish with India, which he would hope to control, will re-establish his domestic position.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise.
What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded.
Welcome back. Well, the big international story we're tracking at the moment, Russia's 3-day ceasefire in Ukraine has taken effect ahead of Moscow's Victory Day celebrations. In fact, Putin previously announced a temporary ceasefire during the 80th anniversary commemoration of what Russia celebrates as V-Day, which celebrates the victory of the Soviet Union over Nazi Germany in 1945. Yet, hours before the truce came into effect, Russia and Ukraine exchanged fire, and meanwhile, the Chinese President Xi Jinping has arrived in Moscow ahead of Russia's Victory Day celebrations. Slipping into a quick break for now. News and updates continue in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. We're tracking all the latest developments for you as far as India's strikes are concerned with my colleague Shivaru on Ground Zero. In fact, Pakistan has resorted to cross-border shelling. All the finer details are coming up for you in a moment, right after the headlines. Pakistan resorts to shelling in Jammu and Kashmir's Kupwara. It's the second straight day of cross-border shelling. Meanwhile, Maxar has just released satellite images that show the extent of the destruction in Pakistan. As you can see, these are before and after images that show the trail of devastation. There are civil defense drills in border towns. There was a blackout in Jaisalmer and Amritsar late last night. And the centre has called for an all-party meeting today at 11 a.m. The government is expected to brief the opposition regarding Operation Sindur. With the Indian Armed Forces striking 9 sites in Pakistan and POK, commercial flight operations at various Indian airports, particularly those close to the Indian-Pakistan border or housed at key Indian Air Force bases, have been suspended. Amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, the US President Donald Trump has said if he could do anything to help, he will be there, and he wants the escalating conflict between the two countries to stop. Well, our big focus, the Indian Armed Forces struck at 9 nerve centers in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as part of Operation Sindur, as we've been extensively covering. Multiple videos have been released showing our armed forces striking terror camps that were linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba that were targeted and destroyed. You must note that this is for the first time that India has released visuals of targets decimated under Operation Sindur to avenge the deadly 22nd April attack in Pahalgam. India has said that its actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate and responsible, and focused on dismantling the terrorist infrastructure and also disabling terrorists hiding in Pakistan. But at the same time, you must note that Pakistan has given hints that it may retaliate, and India has made it very clear that it is ready for any kind of retaliation from Pakistan. India is ready to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. This is something our Defence Minister has asserted as well. Now, the centre has called for an all-party meeting today at 11 a.m, where it's expected to brief the opposition regarding the details of Operation Sindur. Meanwhile, in terms of Pakistan, I must also inform our viewers that Pakistani troops have resorted to cross-border shelling along the line of control in Kupwara district. This is for the second consecutive day. My colleague Shiv Arur has been tracking all the finer developments for us. He joins us live from Ground Zero at the moment. Shiv, so Pakistani troops have resorted to cross-border shelling in Kupwara for the second consecutive day?
That is correct. We've just as we began this broadcast this morning, Parmeshwar, we've gotten an update from the Indian Army that ceasefire violations have taken place by the Pakistan Army in Kupwara, Baramulla, Uri and Akhnur sectors. Small arms and artillery guns took place overnight. We were in Uri sector late last night, and while we were leaving, we did hear some small arms fire, which we were told was the beginning of the ceasefire violations early in the night. And late at night is when the big guns start actually booming. Our viewers did see my ground report yesterday of places near the line of control in Uri sector where shells fell on villages. Many people injured, many villages evacuated in that area. So this obviously is continuing even now. Please remember that this is not one-way artillery fire. It's happening in both directions after unprovoked firing from the Pakistan side. It's a very, very tense situation there because unlike small arms fire, shells have range. They can travel tens of kilometers. They can not only hit civilian areas, but they can target establishments as well. Obviously, the Indian Army isn't a sitting duck there. It's giving it back in full measure. And as I've been reporting, one of the untold stories of Operation Sindur and its aftermath is the huge amount of damage on the Pakistan side that I've been hearing from my intelligence contacts in the Rajouri Poonch area. That's the hidden story right now. Hopefully, there will be imagery, there will be satellite imagery, and maybe even an admission from Pakistan about the large-scale damage and a large number of casualties that are being reported, especially in the Rajouri Poonch area, Parmeshwar. And remember that Rajouri Poonch is also a place where India has lost a lot of civilians. There have been horrific images that have been coming in from there of injuries and people being rushed to hospital, including young children. I did see some of that in Uri as well, though the casualty figure is far less. There are no deaths, thankfully. In fact, miraculously, despite multiple shells and mortars landing in at least 6 villages that I visited yesterday. And like the army has just confirmed, that shelling appears to have continued last night. We'll be heading to another sector today to get you more.
Shiv, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. As my colleague Shiv is reporting, the Pakistani side, it targeted civilian areas. This is in the Karna area, firing shells and mortars after midnight. And the Indian side, armed forces have retaliated effectively against the unprovoked firing. Thanks so much, Shiv. Also joining us currently for a quick update on the blackout in several areas, my colleague Harsha Kumari Singh from Jaisalmer. Gurpreet will be joining us from Firozpur at the moment. Harsha, I'd like to take in an update from you first regarding Rajasthan. What is the security grid looking like currently along the Rajasthan border?
Well, you know, Rajasthan does have the longest border with Pakistan. It's over 1,000 kilometers long. And yes, since last evening, in fact, there's a heightened sense of alertness here. All border districts, that is Jaisalmer, Bikaner, Jodhpur, Ganganagar, have all been asked, in fact, to go in for a blackout, which will start at about midnight and last till 4 a.m. in the morning. If people have inverters, they've been asked to put the lights off. Yesterday, we were here in Jaisalmer and we saw that when the blackout was announced, then all cars went to standstill. They switched off their lights and they waited till the next signal came. So people are slowly falling into a sense of what and how they should react when the government gives certain, instructions. Also, hospitals have been asked to prepare. So all district hospitals, even CHCs, PHCs are all preparing that they have an adequate stock of medicines. The larger hospitals that they have enough blood in the blood banks. Also, schools have been strictly closed. So in all border districts, schools have been closed. And even Anganwadi centers where children come have also been asked to remain closed till further notice. So actually on the western border with Pakistan in Rajasthan, there is a heightened sense of alertness. Of course, things are calm otherwise on the western front, but there is a heightened sense of alertness and the latest instructions to have a blackout from midnight till 4 a.m. Came in late last night from district collectors of these border districts.
Harsha, do stay on with us as I get in an update from Punjab as well with Gurpreet. Gurpreet, take our viewers through what the security grid is looking like now along the Punjab border. Are villages near the border being asked to remain alert or shift temporarily as a precautionary measure?
Well, Punjab is a border state, and we have seen that multiple precautions had already been taken by the district administration at the various districts, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, Amritsar or district Firozpur. We have seen that a huge number of precautions had been taken by the security and local administration because they have decided how to save the people of these districts. We have seen multiple mock drills were being carried out by the local administration on these districts so that the people should be aware of the system. And last night we have seen in Firozpur at about 9 p.m. there was a blackout rehearsal which was being carried out with the help of the police and the people of this district, and from 9 to 9:30 there was total blackout. As of now we have seen they have already shut down all the schools so that there should not be any panic among the parents so that the children should be at home. Similarly, we have seen that beating retreat ceremony which was happening at Amritsar, at Atari Wagah border and Hossainiwala in Firozpur, that had already been stopped for time being, because the way we have seen the tension is growing between both the countries, multiple precautions are being taken. Last late night at about 1 midnight, we have seen that there was a panic which was gripped in Amritsar when some people, they were saying they heard reportedly a sound of a blast which was happened in Amritsar, and there was total blackout. We were also trying to inquire about these blasts which had been reported by some of the people in Amritsar, but finally what we have learned from the local administration, they say that it was blackout rehearsal which was being carried out in Amritsar, because a lot of precautions were being taken at district borders and district borders, because they feel there is a need to make the people familiar with the system, the way the tension is growing between both the countries as of now. We have seen multiple decisions had been taken at the administration level, and they are already in touch with the forces. Here, if we can talk about this district Firozpur, we have seen even the SSP says everything is under control and people are also calm, and no advisory has been issued to the villager to shift from any village to other village to save their family. But some of the families, they are shifting from some villages to the nearby area so that they will be able to save their families. So multiple precautions are being taken by the local authorities in touch with the central government. Mock drills are being carried out to make the people familiar with the system. Back to studio.
Gurpreet, thanks so much for joining us with the latest from Punjab. Let's just get in a quick update from Harsha as well. Harsha, you were mentioning there's heightened movement in terms of the security infrastructure being strengthened. Are there heightened troop movements or air surveillance activities being reported from sectors like Bikaner, Jaisalmer or Barmer?
Well, I'm sure that is something that must be happening, though it's not apparent to us here on the ground whether there is heightened surveillance. Of course, the troops are on alert. Even at the border, the BSF, in fact, has stopped people from, going right up further ahead of, it's because the border from here is just about 100 kilometers away. So you're going to be stopped, short of the border, in fact, well short of the border. We've also been told that some people have been asked to move to safer locations who are very close to the border. They've also not been asked to go out, towards the border where some of them have their fields. So this is what we've been given to understand, though, of course, whether there is a military movement or exactly what are the exercises that the army is conducting. We are not in a position and probably not authorized also to give away that information. But on the ground, it's not apparent whether there is, any extra military movement that may be happening.
Harsha, thanks so much for joining us with the latest from Jaisalmer. In fact, I must inform our viewers that Amit Shah had asked chief ministers and lieutenant governors of states that are bordering Pakistan and Nepal to ensure the smooth operations of essential services as well. This includes hospitals and the uninterrupted supply of essential goods. Meanwhile, you must note that senior cabinet ministers will brief political parties, including key opposition leaders today, on the strikes that were carried out by the armed forces on the terror camps inside Pakistan and POK. But not waiting for that, in the hours following Operation Sindur, the opposition, cutting across ideological shades, had declared that it was in sync with the government. While the opposition had earlier too declared unconditional support to the government in whatever actions it took against the perpetrators of the deadly 22nd April Pahalgam terror attack, the Congress had flagged the issue of security and intelligence lapses in subsequent days. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has been tracking the finer developments for us. He joins us over the phone line to take us through what to expect from this all-party meeting. Aishwarya, as you've been reporting, Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah are expected to brief the opposition at 11 a.m. today?
Well, that's right. It will be the government who will be briefing the key leaders at all-party meeting today, which has been convened by the government after Operation Sindur that the Indian Armed Forces have conducted. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju had made that announcement that government has called an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. In the Parliament, and it would be all the key leaders from all the political parties who had invited. Remember, it was Congress General Secretary Jairam Ramesh who stated yesterday that he confirms that Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi and Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge will be attending the party side. It is, of course, the government who will brief the opposition parties that how India is ready to face any retaliation by the Pakistani side, and how Indian armed forces are well prepared for any sort of retaliation. It was, remember, immediately after the Pahalgam attack, the all-party meeting was convened and the entire opposition was briefed about the development. It was the opposition unitedly had assured the government that they are together with the government in response to the terrorist attack on the Indian soil. And at that point of time, of course, the Congress party demanded that Prime Minister was supposed to attend, and he should chair the all-party meeting. Today as well, Jairam Ramesh, the Congress leader, had demanded that it should be Prime Minister who should chair the meeting, but the government sources have revealed that it will be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah who would be chairing the meeting and will be briefing the political parties across the spectrum.
Aishwarya, as always, thanks so much for taking us through what to expect today. Well, that all-party meeting will be taking place at 11 a.m. We'll keep tracking all the finer developments for you right here on NDTV. Slipping into a very quick break for now.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's
Well, as India strikes Pakistan, the big question is, how will Pakistan respond? In fact, top defense experts have spoken to NDTV regarding Pakistan's next move. They are arguing that Pakistan will indeed make a move. In fact, my colleague Vishnu Shom spoke to retired General Atta Hasnain. Listen in to what he had to tell NDTV.
My question to you is, do we need to understand as viewers and as citizens of this country that given how hard we have hit Pakistan, there has been a reaction from them, and that this is something we must accept. It's not going to be a one-way street for us. It never is in something as large as what we've done.
That makes a lot of military sense. Vishnu, what you have just spoken makes a lot of military sense. Because no self-respecting army, and not an army of 650,000, is going to sit content with this kind of a thing and sit back on his haunches. It will respond to something or the other. Today, Pakistan's capability to wage a conventional war is highly suspect. Maybe not more than 3 to 5 days or something like that. They don't have ammunition with them. The economy is in absolute shambles. But they have got one weapon in their quiver which no one can otherwise neutralize. And that is the doctrine of irrationality. And they have got an army chief at the moment who we saw from his attitude, his body language, his speech given out at that famous function with the Pakistani diaspora, that he is willing to take this to the next level only on an ideological plane. And he's probably seeking his second term in September this year and thinking that this is what is going to ultimately deliver that kind of extension to him. So he is possibly likely to retaliate, respond in some way or the other. It could be anything from just the anger which is being displayed at the line of control at the moment to a dud attack in some part of the Rajasthan desert or somewhere to say, I'm hearing a lot about this, to try and allege that we also have some terrorist camps, Baluch terrorist camps or something like that in our fold within India. No, this kind of a fake news story, they are quite adept at. That kind of a thing can be put out. So at the end of it, something will happen. We cannot describe what exactly will. It's already being played out on the line of control. And sub-conventionally, Pakistan's options are still open. They may wish to take this into the next 2, 3, 4, or 6 months and think about another strike somewhere in Kashmir. That is why I am advising that this is the season of infiltration in Jammu and Kashmir. And Northern Command had better be completely on its toes to prevent a surge of terrorist strength inside the valley.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from
Welcome back. Well, under Operation Sindur, the Indian Army targeted 9 terror hideouts belonging to banned organizations Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Toiba and Hizbul Mujahideen in Pakistan and POK. The strategic operation involved striking 4 locations within Pakistan's territory, while 5 targets were situated in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. My colleague Arjun takes you through the timeline of India's retribution.
In the early hours of Wednesday morning, Indian fighter jets undertook a bold operation, codenamed Sindur. They struck deep into Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and here are the details. At 1:04 a.m., the first target, the Abbas terror camp in Kotli. It's a known Lashkar hub for training suicide bombers, always housing 40 to 50 terrorists. Now, minutes later came Muridke, Lashkar's largest training center and headquarters. This is where 2611 attacker Ajmal Kasab was in fact trained. Now, multiple strikes ensured its total destruction. By 1:12 a.m., the jets locked onto Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. It's the very camp that plotted the 2019 Pulwama attack. Moreover, intelligence sources also suggest that Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar and his family were in fact present here and they are housed here. Moving on, at 1:15 a.m., a key logistics hub in Sialkot was also bombed. Now, this camp, very interestingly, viewers, with the help from Pakistan's ISI, funneled terrorists across the border into not only Kashmir, but also Jammu. 2 minutes later, the target was now Muzaffarabad, a sprawling complex used for training, arms storage, and housing Lashkar commanders. Now, next came Bimbar. It's a crucial training and recruitment markaz. It's often home to around 40 to 50 active terrorists, and it also served as a launch pad for cross-border infiltration. And by 1:22 a.m., the tactical launch base at Chakamru was taken out. It was frequently used to push terrorists across the border. By 1:25 a.m., strikes hit Gulpur. It's a combined storage and terror training site. And finally, at 1:28 a.m. Wednesday morning local time, the job was finished at Muridke, targeting Lashkar's secondary facility to in fact eliminate any remaining operational capabilities. Viewers, 9 locations, 1 night. Operation Sindur is a statement. It's a statement that underlines India will not forgive and we will not forget.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Welcome back. Amid escalating tensions between India and Pakistan, the US President Donald Trump has reacted once again, offering to help de-escalate tensions, saying that if he could do anything to help, he'll be there, and wants the growing conflict between the two countries to stop. He has added that the US has good relations with both countries and wants to see the tit-for-tat stop. Just listen in to the US President's remarks.
I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both countries very well, good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
Meanwhile, welcoming the precise coordinated attacks on terror sites in Pakistan after the Pahalgam attack, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has said at least 3 countries have expressed understanding of India's right to defend itself against terrorism, and also pointed out that Islamabad's all-weather friend China has not backed it the way it would have expected. Listen in to Mr. Tharoor's detailed remarks.
Dr. Tharoor, I appreciate your time. India has woken up to Operation Sindur. The question that arises now is, what can we expect the world, and how do we expect, and in terms of the world reaction, because the very name of this operation is very, very emotive in nature. It is Sindur, that word vermilion, which is very, ingrained in the Indian culture.
That's right, and it was a reminder of the newlywed girl mourning her husband while they were on honeymoon and he was shot dead in front of her. It's a real emotional reminder of what this is all about. I must say that the action was absolutely the right thing to do. I would say that India has conducted itself with a tremendous amount of thought, calculation, and calibration. The message it has sent is, number one, to the Pakistani terrorists, there will be a price to pay for terror. But number two, it's pointed out really to the world that we have done everything in such a way that we are not putting a foot on the escalatory ladder. We attacked them at night when there were no civilians likely to be about, so there would be no collateral damage. 1:30 in the morning is not when people are wandering around the streets. We hit facilities that have served as terror infrastructure, but we were not there to kill civilians, unlike the terrorists. We also made it a point to very carefully ensure that we did not strike Pakistani military facilities or government facilities, not because we believe the military has nothing to do. On the contrary, we believe the military was very, very much behind training, guiding, equipping, financing, and directing these terrorists. But nonetheless, to show that we are not interested in seeing this or portraying this as the opening salvo in a protracted war, we are just trying to do what is necessary to avenge the death of 26 innocent civilians. Now, this was basically the very pragmatic approach, and I believe that if you survey the international reactions, Maria, that have come so far, that there is some understanding. 3 countries, France, Russia, and Israel, have explicitly expressed some understanding for India's right to defend itself against terrorism. Other countries have been muted in their language. Everyone has called for de-escalation, restraint, and so on, which is fine because we are not interested in escalation.
Absolutely.
The Chinese, who are Pakistan's quote-unquote all-weather friend, and who might have been expected to back Pakistan more directly, have actually said that both India and Pakistan are our neighbors, and we don't want to see fighting and conflict between them. We want to recommend diplomacy and negotiation and calm and so on, which is, again, constructive language. So if I were to draw a conclusion from all of this, Maria, it would be that I believe the world as a whole does not want to see war and will be counseling restraint to Pakistan. Remember, the ball is in Pakistan's court. If they take an escalatory step, we are ready and we will respond. I have no doubt about that. But at the same time, if these countries counsel Pakistan that after all, India had a right to respond, India has responded thoughtfully and in a limited manner.
Yes.
Pakistan has shelled across the LOC and killed 10 of our civilians. They claim to have shot down a couple of jets. We have no confirmation of that. If they have, then they could certainly be allowed to say that honor is more than satisfied, and they should then calm down. That is certainly my view, that's what the international community is likely to be saying to them.
But
if hotheads in Pakistan behave differently, well, then they've got a response coming.
But Mr. Sarur, let me ask you this then. This is the expectation. I mean, any sane country would, of course, be advising Pakistan not to step on that escalatory ladder at this moment. But the fact remains that there is a reason why Pahalgam took place. There was a red line that was crossed. At this moment, it is also being seen as the Pakistani army, and specifically the Pakistani army chief, the kind of warmongering that we have seen from their side, only trying to strengthen their position, and hence all these advices may not at this moment work on Pakistan. Do you actually believe, given the way the country is placed at this moment, that Pakistan will back down?
No, look, I had argued already, and I'm sure that there's not much disagreement on this, that one of the motives behind this attack was certainly that the army was in a difficult position. It was increasingly unpopular in Pakistan. They have locked up their most popular leader, Imran Khan. The economy was stagnating, and this would have been a useful diversion from their own domestic woes. Plus, it would give the army an opportunity to once again portray itself as a savior of the nation. I think that was definitely a factor in their thinking. But remember that India has demonstrated a certain level of resolution, a certain amount of courage and resolve, which would have sent a strong message back there. The military cannot act alone. They need international backing, they need equipment, they need weaponry, they need finance. Currently, they need fuel as well, not all of which I believe they have an unlimited quantity. So that if Pakistan were to make the mistake of escalation, and India were to respond in kind, you have to ask yourself which country is more likely to be able to sustain a longer conflict. I don't believe the answer is Pakistan. I think that the Pakistanis ultimately will run out of steam before India does. And that's why I'm not sure that saner minds will counsel the Pakistanis to try the escalation route. But in any case, our armed forces are on alert. Our paramilitary have had their leaves cancelled. We're all going through mock drills. The country is ready and on alert. As far as I'm concerned, the message to Pakistan is, we don't want war. You don't need to go there. But if you do, you're going to get it. And I think that's the right message to send.
Meanwhile, I must inform our viewers that India has shored up its defenses across the land, air and sea domains. The multi-layered air defense network is fully activated. Several frontline warships are deployed, and infantry units along the frontier fully stocked and prepared to deal with any contingency. Now, joining us for further clarity, as India is on high alert and all eyes on Pakistan's next move, on the broadcast we have with us Dr. Brahmachalani, Strategic Affairs expert. Also joining us on NDTV, Foreign Affairs expert Robinder Sachdev. Gentlemen, thank you so much for making time for us. Dr. Chalani, to you first. 9 terror hubs, just one 25-minute video. What does Operation Sindur tell us about the evolution of India's cross-border strike capabilities since 2016 Uri and 2019 Balakot?
It shows that India's patience is wearing thin. In 2019, India struck one camp. This time, India struck 9 different places in Pakistan, from the north to the southernmost place in Pakistani Punjab. It really goes to show that India is willing to go further if the Pakistani military establishment refuses to end its proxy war by terrorism. No country can be expected to put up with an adversary's undeclared war. The Pakistani military establishment has been waging this proxy war against India since the 1980s. And today, India clearly is signaling that unless this undeclared war stops, India is going to press further. Therefore, it's up to the Pakistani rulers whether they want to live in peace with India or they want to start a low-intensity conflict, because it cannot be just a one-sided low-intensity conflict. This time, India is willing to repay in the same coin. But let's be clear on one important thing: that striking 9 terrorist camps in Pakistan will not end Pakistan's cross-border terrorism. This is only the first salvo fired by India. Operation Sindoor obviously was not one-off strikes by India. This is only the first phase. India is now waiting for Pakistan's response. In response to Pakistan's response, Operation Sindur will move forward with appropriate and calibrated response.
Right. Mr. Sachdev, France and Germany, meanwhile, have backed us. Japan has urged caution. Bangladesh, we know, is watching very closely, while Pakistan claims that this was an act of war. Take our viewers through how this is being viewed in Washington, in Paris, London, as well as Beijing.
Thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you and with Dr. Chilleri. I think, most revealing is the statement by Trump today morning that you guys are playing out, or is there, wherein he says both sides, have hit each other. It's a tit for tat going on, and I'll be happy to help. This is something, I've been pushing and arguing for the past so many days, that our doctrine now, we should position, and especially with the Americans, position and use this term exactly, tit for tat. That is the language, terminology, kind of which Trump understands easily.
Right.
Right? A score, one-on-one settle kind of a thing. Of course, all world capitals are important, no doubt, France, Germany, etc. But I think in the case of Pakistan right now, 3 capitals for us are probably more important. That is Washington, D.C., Saudi Arabia, and the Arab Emirates. These are the 3 capitals who have maybe the levers and influence to, in a sense, pressurize, arm twist, counsel Pakistan not to respond with a higher level of intensity. Yes, Pakistan will respond in some way. We do understand that. They have to save their own face. And the army and the military have to save their own face, etc. But their response should not be one which kind of, escalates and creates an upward spiral to which India will have to respond very heavily. So back to the world capitals. So the Americans are now understanding that this was a tit for tat. Okay? And I think, diplomacy has been communicating to them, should have been, must have been, would have been communicating before the strikes that, yes, we will conduct a tit for tat. It's up to you now, Mr. America, pressurize Pakistan that it should not escalate more, because if it escalates, we are going to come back with a much heavier response, which will lead to, yes, a much wider war, which in turn will lead to, in a way, the destabilization of Pakistan. Who knows where it could go? It could lead to the breakup of Pakistan aside. It could also lead to nuclear weapons falling into the hands of non-state actors. See, the world capitals sure are with us as friends, fair enough, well-wishers, but they will act with more alacrity if they feel something pinches them.
Right.
The threat of a nuclear, proliferation in this area would worry America, would also worry Saudis, and would also worry the Emirates. So I think these are the three that we are out there playing. One more narrative, I think, which we have developed or must be going on the background, is that this was not merely a terror attack. This was also economic hit on India. At a time, now with respect to America, at a time when the Trump tariffs are forcing American companies to move out of China to other locations, Malaysia, Indonesia, wherever, including India. So some of those American companies who were contemplating to move to India, and remember, they have to do it very quickly because at the pace at which things are moving.
Yes.
The ones who wanted to move to India, maybe they will postpone or not decide if they have to make a quick decision, India or Malaysia. Right now, maybe they'll say, okay, Malaysia. So this was an economic hit on India also.
Right, let's just delve deeper into Beijing's role meanwhile. Dr. Chelani, is there a possibility that Beijing could use this moment to draw closer to Pakistan militarily? Or would it actually prefer to keep Islamabad on a tighter leash to avoid any regional instability?
Let's be clear that behind Pakistan's belligerence is China. China is providing cover to Pakistan for a long time, providing cover for Pakistan's export of terrorism. Without China, Pakistan would not do what it's doing against India. The Chinese government has repeatedly blocked UN sanctions against top Pakistani terrorists. And after the latest attack in Pahalgam, China openly, publicly praised Pakistan's counterterrorism efforts, calling Pakistan an all-weather strategic partner and an ironclad friend. This, this maxim, the enemy's enemy is my friend, is what's creating this axis between China and Pakistan. For China, it's far more cost-effective to prop up Pakistan against India rather than to take on India directly. So they have been using Pakistan for a long, long time. It doesn't matter to China that Chinese nationals are also becoming the target of terrorists in Pakistan. The fact is that Pakistan is bleeding India, which is an adversary of China. And China is doing everything possible to assist Pakistan in continuing to bleed India. In the run-up to the latest, to the Operation Sindur, China transferred new weapon systems to Pakistan, including air-to-air missile systems. It's possible that yesterday morning, during this Operation Sindur, Pakistan used these air-to-air missiles sent by China.
Well, Mr. Sachdev, meanwhile, the Iranian foreign minister has just touched down in India right after wrapping up his trip in Islamabad. His visit to India makes him the first from a foreign dignitary post-Operation Sindur. How do you see this visit playing out, and are you optimistic about the outcomes?
Well, thank you. Definitely. Quickly, one point more on China before I come to Iran.
Please.
See, another thing is that Pakistan will leverage, even if China did not know in advance about this attack, Pakistan will leverage this attack, this economic hit, and tell China, look here, I have done you a favor. See, even if China and Pakistan have mutual strategic interests, still they play games with each other to show that they're exchanging value. So Pakistan, in addition to, as Dr. Brahmacharya is, very well saying all of those aspects which its relationship is, Pakistan can be, and I would think, if I were Pakistan, I would be doing it with respect to China, that look here, China, I've done you a favor by giving the economic hit to India. So give me some more favors, that aside. Now, as to Iran, the Iranian trip is interesting, actually. The Iranian foreign minister went to Islamabad and then went back to Iran and then is coming to India. I mean, this was a visit, of course, I think, pre-scheduled. But in order to hyphenate that, he went to Pakistan and has then come to India. Apparently, that was the routing, or that was the plan made out. He's coming to India. Now, Iran is definitely, Iran is a regional player with us. We have old civilization relations with Iran. We have strategic interests with Iran, the Chabar port, and along with the Chabar port, the North-South trade corridor, which takes us into, the various Central Asian countries and Russia. Without access to Iran, we are locked out from Central Asia, or we are locked out in the West, right? Beyond Pakistan, I mean, there is nothing in the West we can reach out geographically. So the Iranian relationship for us is, I think, definitely very important. At the same time, of course, Iran is Pakistan's neighbor, and there are issues out there. Iran has issues regarding Iran's Balochistan with Pakistan. Now, that's where actually Pakistan is playing a bit, right? Pakistan is offering access to, let's say, forces inimical to Iran, access through its border into South Balochistan of Iran. So, I mean, so Pakistan is playing some games out there with respect to Iran, trying to, cozy up to the Western powers, and again, giving them favors. Pakistan is used to this kind of making deals and pathways, like in Afghanistan. So similarly, partly Pakistan is positioning itself with respect to the West and Iran in that sense. Back to Iran.
Keeping a close eye on all the key developments, sir, but we'll wait and watch how India actually capitalizes on this moral and strategic momentum, diplomatically, bilaterally, and multilaterally. That remains to be seen. But gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for making time for us and joining us on NDTV. Well, as we've mentioned, Iran's Foreign Minister, Saeed Abbas Araghchi, has arrived in India, beginning his maiden visit to New Delhi. The Foreign Minister from Iran is set to meet our Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, today, where they will co-chair the 20th Joint Commission meeting between India and Iran. Now, do note the significance. Mr. Araghchi has touched down in New Delhi after wrapping up his visit in Islamabad. In fact, the Iranian Foreign Minister will call on President Draupadi Murmu at the Rashtrapati Bhavan as well. And he is in India after spending 2 days in Pakistan, where he met the Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, as well as the Pakistan Army Chief. You must note that Iran has expressed concern over the rising military tensions between India and Pakistan, urging both sides to exercise restraint, but also significantly publicly offering to mediate. Meanwhile, the armed forces used a mix of air-launched missiles, self-destructing kamikaze drones, and artillery fire from the ground. Now, Maxar has collected new satellite imagery that you can see on your screens. This is from the 7th of May. These images reveal the before and after images of the destruction of 2 locations in Pakistan that were struck overnight. The locations, including the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Nangal Sadhan Muridke, were reportedly associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed group and the Lashkar-e-Taiba, respectively, in Pakistan. These are the first satellite images of India's strikes in Pakistan, India's biggest strikes on Pakistan indeed. They are before and after images of the devastation, and these images actually show the precise destruction. As far as Bahawalpur is concerned, the headquarters of the Jaish-e-Mohammed have been destroyed, and a key base of the Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke has been destroyed as well. Meanwhile, regarding Operation Sindur and how it avenged Pahalgam's attack, Kanwal Sibal spoke to NDTV and said this was very strong messaging by India. And he also added that India clearly said the attack on terror camps, it landed, and that Pakistan has not changed in its rhetoric at all. The former Foreign Secretary spoke to NDTV regarding the operation, the symbolism. He also spoke about the duality of the West that would not treat Pakistan as a terrorist state. Just listen into the details.
Ambassador Sibal, it's a historic day for India, as Rajnath Singh has put it out. I want to focus on the significance of this press briefing which was carried out. It was Foreign Secretary who held the press brief. He was joined in by 2 women officers. The message on symbolism in terms of how Pakistanis saw Indian women as weak when they carried out that terrorist attack. India sees women as its Nari Shakti and strength.
Well, frankly, if you ask me, it was very well what we did. It was very strong messaging. The nation is united. Men and women are united. We give space to our women to be active in national life and all spheres, including the armed forces, very different from the way that women are treated in Pakistan. And more importantly, we are also sending a message to them that the basis on which Pakistan was created is being rejected by us. When we have Colonel Qureshi and the wing commander from our side who are giving this joint briefing on this operation. So politically, this is a very important message too. But I think beyond the briefing that was given, the issues involved are much more serious, much more, how should I say, pregnant with a lot of possibilities ahead, not entirely welcome in the sense that India has clearly said that they are attacking the terror camps.
Yes, so India is prepared for retaliation from Pakistan, but can Islamabad really afford to do so given the times that they are living in, their economic situation and the entire unrest that Pakistan continues to face?
Oh yes, of course they are. I mean, if they were thinking rationally and logically, they would have given up this using the arm of terrorism against us a long time ago. But they haven't. Look, the world has changed. Relationships that existed between countries after the Second World War have evolved. Look at the manner in which France and Germany have reconciled themselves. For a moment, even the West and Russia found some meeting ground. Now, of course, things have become different. But Pakistan hasn't changed its rhetoric at all. So the short point is that when it comes to India, they are not capable of actually looking at what their longer-term interest is, and they want to continue this hostility because it is on the basis of this hostility, A, Pakistan survives as a country, and B, the Pakistan military actually rules the country effectively because it is the one that actually monopolizes most of the resources of the country, builds up a highly, pretty powerful militarized state. So this is the problem we are facing, and then they are being helped by China now quite openly.
But as Kashmir bleeds, Pakistan thrives on global handouts. Now it's set to receive a 24th IMF bailout worth $1.3 billion. But where does this money go? Well, my colleague Ridhima Keria's report breaks down how Pakistan may be turning financial aid into a war chest and why the world's silence makes it complicit.
Days after the Pahalgam horror, India responded with force. At 1:44 a.m., Operation Sindur was launched, a joint assault by the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force. For the first time since 1971, all three services moved in tandem. 9 terror camps were flattened across Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Kamikaze drones, precision missiles and loitering munitions, ideal for hunt and kill mission, stuck at the roots of global terrorism. Headquarters of international terror outfits like Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba in Muridke were reduced to rubble. This wasn't revenge, this was justice. Justice for 26 Indians executed in cold blood, shot at point blank for their faith, murdered, not for any crime, but for failing to recite the kalma. No civilian infrastructure or military base was attacked by India. The target was only one: Pakistan's terror factory. As Kashmir bled, Pakistan thrived on global handouts. While Islamabad plots terror in Kashmir, it pleads poverty in Washington and is set to get its 24th bailout of $1.3 billion under its climate resilience program as well as Access program under an ongoing $7 billion extended fund facility. These loans are not used to uplift people, build roads or educate children. They're allegedly being used to create a breathing room for Pakistan Army's real priorities, ammunition, terror outfits, and apparatus. Factor this, last year Pakistan spent a whopping 14.5% on budget of defense. This in a country that can't feed its citizens or light their cities. Every bailout Pakistan receives becomes a subsidiary for its war machine. The larger picture, terror attacks like Pahalgam are made possible by the financial oxygen pumped by global lenders who refuse to open their eyes. This is not aid. This is indirect terror funding, rubber stamped by global silence and strategic cowardice. New Delhi is actively opposing IMF's bailout to Pakistan. For the first time, India is set to vote against the 1.3 billion financial lifelines. The global system that rewards Pakistan for failure and terror has gone unchecked for decades. Even after 23 IMF bailouts, Pakistani state has no progress to show. Just more terror, violence and blood stains their hand. Every missile launched in Operation Sindur carried a message. Every delay in IMF scrutiny makes the global community complicit.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Trade deals with the US President amid Donald Trump's escalating tariff threats. He has now hinted that he will be signing what he calls a major trade deal with a big country this evening.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better. Good morning, viewers. Operation Sindur has served justice, and there has been overnight shelling along the line of control. We'll try and get details from Shivarur, who's joining us live, and also from Nazir Masoodi. But first up, the headlines. Pakistani troops resorted to cross-border shelling along the line of control in Kupwara district of Jammu and Kashmir for the second consecutive day. Satellite images show destruction in Pakistan Before and after images show trail of devastation. Civil defense drills in border towns, blackout in Jaisalmer, Amritsar last night. Airports in Srinagar, Jammu, Leh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer. In all, 27 airports shut for commercial flights. Airport closure till Saturday morning for now. The Modi government calls an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. as the opposition stands united and stands with the government and lauds the security forces. Iran's foreign minister's maiden visit to India amidst India-Pakistan tensions. Iran's foreign minister will meet Dr. S. Jaishankar and President Draupadi Murmu. The Indian Armed Forces have struck at 9 nerve centers in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as part of Operation Sindur. Multiple videos have been released showing armed forces striking terror camps that are linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which have been completely decimated. This is for the first time that India has released visual proofs of targets being completely destroyed under Operation Sindur, which was to avenge the deadly April 22nd attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. At the same time, Pakistan has given hints that it may retaliate, and India has made it clear that it is ready to face any kind of retaliation from Pakistan. And if Pakistan dares to do so, India will be giving a befitting reply to Pakistan. Let me bring in our reporters who have been tracking every aspect of this story very, very closely. Nazir Masoodi joins us live from Kupwara. We also have Shivarur, who has been tracking all the stories and traveling deep inside and very close to the line of control. And also on the broadcast is Aishwarya Jain. I'm coming to you, Nazir, first. There has been intense artillery shelling along the line of control. What can you tell us? How was the long night? It has caused a lot of distress to those locals who have fled from their villages and homes.
Well, it is the second night when Pakistani army has used artillery from Kupwara, Baramulla to Poonch and Akhnur. We have seen civilians becoming target, and they lose their homes, their businesses. Many civilians have been killed. The number is officially yet to come, but several civilians have lost. Many have been injured. Injured have been shifted to hospital since yesterday. And during the night, Pakistan again resorted to artillery shelling. And India Army said they have proportionately retaliated. So clearly, when they use artillery, there would be response will be in the equal measure. But what India has said, it has clearly sent a message, new red line, that the terror is unacceptable. The roots of the terror will be hit. That is exactly India did, whether it was in Bahawalpur, whether it was in Murdiki or Sialkot or Muzaffarabad. Pakistan would have never thought India can hit in these places, in these cities of Pakistan. That's why you heard Pakistani Prime Minister yesterday saying he vowed revenge these attacks. But India clearly has said they are ready for any eventuality. Army has been, or Air Force has been. They have shown it yesterday when they carried out these strikes on Pakistan. So that terror is unacceptable. They did not escalate. They just wanted to hit at the roots of the terror, which they did, and they didn't target any military facility or the civilians. But what Pakistan has done, they had targeted civilians. They had targeted military establishment. Army soldier has been killed in Pakistani shelling in Poonch. Army has paid homage to the fallen soldier who was killed in action and while retaliating to Pakistani shelling. So one soldier, besides civilians in Poonch, one soldier is also laid down his life, and army, as I said, has paid homage to it. It is a crucial time, and everybody is saying next 48 hours are very, very crucial. Srinagar airport remains, closed for civilian, flights, and schools in border areas continue to remain closed.
I want to understand from you, there is a constant sound which is there while you are speaking to us. What is that sound? Loud sound behind you.
Well, it's not shelling going on. No, it's not shelling. I'm far away from the line of control. In fact, in Kupwara, since yesterday, police was not allowing people to go because in Tangdhar that has suffered huge damage during the Pakistani shelling. It is the shops, businesses which have suffered a great deal, and today Army has said they will be taking journalists to some areas. We'll have to see will we be allowed to go to some of those areas. But I can tell you, night was very difficult, but firing has stopped along the line of control as Army has given very, very strong and emphatic reply to Pakistani shelling.
Shiv, it is being seen as a defining moment in the new doctrine of India, as the army is putting it. It says that this is the modern security doctrine of India, which is swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. That's what Operation Sindur stands for.
Very correct. Operation Sindur and its after effects, which are coming out in phases right now. First with the 9 targets, the information about the targets. Then we had the footage that was put out, the targeting footage that was recorded from drones and other sensors that were put out at yesterday's press conference by the armed forces. And now you have actual ground footage of the damage that's been caused. You also remember in the intervening period had mobile footage of the explosions as the missiles actually landed in those places. So this is Operation Sindur was a stellar success in terms of its objectives of destroying terrorist infrastructure in all these places, the use of weapons, and I must add here that one of the unspoken and unsung aspects of Operation Sindur is the tri-service coordination, the incredible amount of coordination that it took for the Army, Navy and Air Force to conduct this joint operation against 9 very specific built-up targets in cities without causing any collateral damage of innocent civilians, but killing terrorists using those munitions was a very big deal. The other aspect of it was secrecy. India has always suffered in the past of its war plans, its military objectives, not being airtight, not being watertight, the enemy getting some kind of an inkling of what's coming. This time, Pakistan had absolutely no clue, and that's the reason why, those places were full of terrorists when the missiles actually struck. The third aspect of it is the incredible manner in which lessons have been learned from Uri and Balakot especially, where post-battle damage imagery, was simply not forthcoming in 2019. This time, look at the amount of footage that is available, not only from the air, but also from the ground, open source videos. There's chatter about it everywhere. So that is a huge aspect of this. It's not just about damage being done, but damage being visible. That is a huge aspect of the fog of war, where claims and counterclaims generally tend to take over. So this was phase 1 of Operation Sindur. Remember, there's a lot of misinformation doing the rounds about what may be coming up from either side. But on NDTV, we will, of course, only be reporting authentic information because this is an evolving situation. It is sensitive, and there are a lot of rumors doing the rounds.
Yes, and Shiv, let's see whether it actually acts as a deterrent because there has been indiscriminate shelling which has continued across the LOC in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. Nazir Masoodi and Shiv would really appreciate your time. Remember, a soldier has died in this indiscriminate shelling by Pakistan from across the LOC in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. In a statement, the army said that it salutes the supreme sacrifice of Lance Nayak Dinesh Kumar and that the army stands in solidarity and the entire country stands in solidarity with the victim's family who has been, who has laid his life in the Poonch sector. In fact, there has been indiscriminate firing which has continued across the LOC. The shelling was reported from Balakot, Mendar, Mankot, Sagra, Krishna Ghati, and that's what Army is saying, that this has led to panic among the border residents. India has struck at Pakistan and is preparing its citizens. Civil defense drills are happening in border towns. Blackouts happened in Amritsar and Jaisalmer, and this is what, when it happened, this is how the citizens reacted. Let's see this story.
Punjab is a border state, and we have seen the multiple precautions had already been taken by the district administration at the various districts, whether it's the district Gurdaspur, Amritsar or district Firozpur. We have seen that a huge number of precautions had been taken by the security and local administration, because they have decided how to save the people of these districts. We have seen multiple mock drills were being carried out by the local administration on these districts, so that the people should be aware of the system. And last night we have seen in Firozpur at about 9 p.m. there was a blackout rehearsal which was being carried out with the help of the police and the people of this district, and from 9 to 9:30 there was total blackout. As of now, we have seen they have already shut down all the schools, so that there should not be any panic among the parents, so that the children should be at home. Similarly, we have seen that beating retreat ceremony which was happening at Amritsar, at Atari Wagah border and Hossainiwala in Firozpur, that had already been stopped for time being, because the way we have seen the tension is growing between both the countries, multiple precautions are being taken. Last late night at about 1 midnight, we have seen that there was a panic which was gripped in Amritsar when some people, they were saying they heard reportedly a sound of a blast which was happened in Amritsar, and there was total blackout. We were also trying to inquire about these blasts which had been reported by some of the people in Amritsar, but finally what we have learned from the local administration, they say that it was blackout rehearsal which was being carried out in Amritsar, because a lot of precautions were being taken at district borders and district borders, because they feel there is a need to make the people familiar with the system, the way the tension is growing between both the countries as of now. We have seen multiple decisions had been taken at the administration level, and they are already in touch with the forces. Here, if we can talk about this district Firozpur, we have seen even the SSP says everything is under control and people are also calm, and no advisory has been issued to the villager to shift from any village to other village to save their family. But some of the families, they are shifting from some villages to the nearby area so that they will be able to save their families. So multiple precautions are being taken by the local authorities in touch with the central government. Mock drills are being carried out to make the people familiar with the system. Back to studio.
On the India-Pakistan border in Rajasthan, because Rajasthan has the longest border with Pakistan. It's over 1,000 kilometers, and in fact there are 5 border districts. So Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Sri Ganganagar, Bikaner and Barmer, there is a heightened sense of alertness. The blackout here is actually going to be much longer. It was implemented from last evening, where from midnight until 4 a.m. in the morning, there is going to be a complete blackout in these border districts. Also, schools have been shut till further notice. Anganwadi kendras, where small children come, have also been closed down till further notice. All government employees have been asked not to go on leave, in fact, to be on standby. So hospitals, in fact, hospital administrations have been asked to gear up. They should have enough medicines, medical supplies. The blood banks should have enough blood, and also doctors and medical staff are all on standby and on round-the-clock duty. Apart from that, the railway personnel have also been asked not to go on leave. The police personnel and district officials, revenue officials are going all the way to the last mile village to tell them exactly what should be done. We spoke to several people on our way to Jaisalmer, and they're all aware of exactly how they should behave and how they should react when mock drills are conducted. In fact, yesterday on the road to Jaisalmer, everyone stopped their cars, turned off their lights and remained calm till further notice when they were allowed to move. Jaisalmer, remember, has the beautiful Shonar Killa, which is perched on a hill. It's quite a highlight, a tourist highlight of the city. But there too, the lights were completely shut down. It's beautifully lit at night, but given the circumstances, the lights were shut down. So heightened sense of alertness on the border with Pakistan. Rajasthan has the longest border with Pakistan. As of now, there is a sense of calm here. It's all quiet here. But definitely the district and the civil administration is alert and prepared for any eventuality.
Shifting focus to another story now. In fact, the armed forces have used a mix of air-launched missiles, self-destructing kamikaze drones and artillery fire from the ground. Now, Maxar collected new satellite imagery on May 7th that reveals the before and after images of destruction of 2 locations in Pakistan that were struck overnight. The locations including the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Nangal Sudan Muridke were reportedly associated, remember, with Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. They were seen as headquarters of these 2 terror groups inside Pakistan. Just look at these images, you'll get a clear picture. And remember, India has put out video evidence of the strikes which were carried out by India. It was a strike with great degree of precision, and also it was meant only for these terror hot spots and hotbeds. Vishnu Shom is joining us now.
The high-resolution satellite imagery that you see over here includes the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Nangal Sadhan, which is in Muridke. These were 2 of the major centers of terror which were struck by the Indian armed forces in the precision strikes that went through. The images show that the strikes at these 2 locations have been incredibly successful. The domes of the mosque in Bahawalpur have been destroyed. Adjacent buildings have been destroyed as well. And there is a building which appears to have collapsed in the strikes which went down in Muridke. The images indicate that there has been pinpoint accuracy in the attacks. It's particular compounds and particular buildings which were struck. While it's unclear what the point of entry of the weapons in Bahawalpur were, what does appear, and it is very clear, is that just 3 domes, 2 or 3 domes from the top have been entirely demolished. Whether those were entry points of the weapons is unclear. But from the images that I have seen, and I've seen quite a few of them, some of which we are broadcasting over here, the strikes have been precision strikes, and they have hit exactly what India wanted. The goal, as we've been mentioning since yesterday, is that these should not be escalatory.
And the sense certainly in the government right now is that there has to be a spirit of national unity, which has been significantly boosted in the morale which has been displayed by the citizens of India. Remember, there was a meeting that was chaired by Home Minister Amit Shah, in which directions have been given to the states, which are largely the border states, in which they have to ensure uninterrupted operation of essential services, including hospitals and fire services. There has to be seamless supply of essential commodities. There is a high-level preparedness of SDRF, NDRF, civil defense. Vigilance, stay vigilant is the message which is coming in. Don't give in to all the social media propaganda which is currently playing out, which is part of the fog of war, and Pakistanis are indulging in it more now. Today will be also the day in which the government will be briefing all political parties. Remember, the entire opposition is standing with the government. They are completely supporting the government's move. Aishwarya is joining us live. Home Minister Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, will be briefing the opposition as to what really played out, details of which is already there in the public domain, but perhaps more details will be shared with the opposition. The Indian polity sending a message. Vasudha is also joining us live from outside the Prime Minister's residence. Vasudha, I'm coming to you first. the entire opposition and the entire political class is sending one message, that they are standing with the armed forces, they are standing with India in this, in this time, which is certainly a very, very difficult time for the country.
Absolutely, Maria. India took 2 weeks to calibrate its military action against Pakistan after launching this diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, and that was also to build a genuine political case against Pakistan on the global platform. And it is very important for India, for the government at this time, to ensure that the political class in this country also speaks in one voice. In fact, when 2016 Uri happened and the surgical strikes happened on Pakistani launch pads, the opposition had, given unconditional support for the government. But then over the next few days, they started questioning some security lapses. And this also reflected in the way, even after Pulwama, there were questions that were raised by the opposition. And that really sort of led to politicization of the use of armed forces, which is something that the opposition is very careful about this time, which is why there was an emergency CWC meeting by the Congress party today. And this all-party meeting that has been called by the government will take place in the Parliament Library building today. And it will also have Amit Shah, the Home Minister, talking about preparations going on in this country to prepare the country, the civilians, for threat of any nature. It will also have Rajnath Singh. It will also have other leaders of the party briefing the opposition, clearly the government showing an intent that it wants the political class to speak in one voice and be completely aligned with what is happening, what has happened, and what is to come.
Absolutely. The entire political class sending a message of unity, sending a message of no mixed signals that should come from India's domestic, India's various political parties, that they are standing with the armed forces, with the government, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this juncture. Let me bring in Aishwarya. Aishwarya, Operation Sindoor has happened. Centre's message to the states becomes important, and particularly what Home Minister Amit Shah has told the chief ministers and the chief secretaries of all border states and the union territories, that they have to be prepared, but the citizens have also to be alert. So the onus is also on the citizens that they cannot really participate in some kind of misinformation or get carried away with all the propaganda which is going around, driven by Pakistan.
Well, and that's the reason Prime Minister emphasized on having, more power to civil defense of the country during the Chintan Shivir that concluded of the Ministry of Home Affairs back in 2024 in Haryana. And now, one thing to add as far as what Vasudha also communicated to us, it is the Congress party who had demanded that Prime Minister should chair this all-party meeting. After the first all-party meeting after Pahalgam terror attack, it was the Congress party who stated that it should be Prime Minister that had chaired the all-party meeting and had communicated about the incident at that point of time. So Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who chaired it, and today also the government sources are indicating to us that it will be Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah who will be present from the side of the government. BJP President JP Nadda will also be there. He is also the Union Minister of the country, and all the political parties will be briefed about the development that has taken place along with the line of control and the international borders as well, and how India is well prepared. The Indian Armed Forces are well prepared to combat the retaliation, if any, from the Pakistani side. It is also Home Minister Amit Shah yesterday, as you rightly mentioned, had instructed the chief ministers, the DGPs of different states and the chief secretaries which are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal, that vigilance is must required. The sensitive areas should have more focus by the state governments. There should be more focus on the social media post. If there are any threats that emerges, then there should be direct communication with the center as well. So government on their point, on their side is doing enough to combat with any such operations that within India and externally as well, at a time when the Indian armed forces are ready to face any such retaliation from the Pakistani side.
And interestingly, several Congress leaders, in fact, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who spoke to us yesterday, Aishwarya, had welcomed the precise coordinated attacks on terror sites and had gone on to say that if Pakistan makes the mistake of escalation, then it should be prepared. Let's listen in to what Dr. Shashi Tharoor said, and then I bring in another piece of breaking news which is coming in with regards to the functioning of the airports and the airlines. We have seen the entire political class stand in unison, back the security forces, the armed forces. The messaging is that the Indian polity doesn't want to give mixed signals. It doesn't want to be seen to be divided at this juncture. Do you think it's essential to send that message?
Absolutely. And I think I'm very glad my own party was the first off the block in speaking for the nation and talking about national unity and saying we stand solidly behind the government and the armed forces. I think that's the right message to send. I hope all parties will do exactly that, because right now, this is the need of the hour. There can always be time later for discussions and debates about merits of this and that. Right now, while the nation is still on alert, we have to stand around the flag, and we do, all of us.
Zarur, also there are a couple of, few different things that took place in this operation that possibly did not in the other strikes that India had carried out post, Pulwama attacks as well. And then when we conducted the Balakot strikes, number one, of course, even within the domestic audience at that point of time, there were a lot of people questioning about, how these strikes were conducted, whether there were video evidence, so on and so forth. This time, those video evidences have been released by the armed forces in their briefing. And the other big distinction also is the government, reaching out to the opposition before the attacks and also now calling for an all-party meeting. So how significant is that?
I think that's a very, very good message. Honestly, I'm very much in favor of the government trying to take the entire nation along with it. This is a national issue. It's not about any particular party, whether in power or in the opposition. It affects every one of us. And I must say that the manner in which our signaling today to Pakistan and to the international community took place was very well done. The briefing this morning, for example, conducted by the Foreign Secretary, who was himself a Kashmiri Pandit, flanked by 2 women officers, which was a wonderful gesture, one of whom is a Muslim, to demonstrate this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, as some Pakistanis are trying to portray. General Munir talks about the impossibility of Hindus and Muslims living together. We were demonstrating we're not only united, we are India against terror. We are India against the Pakistanis' evil machinations. We are not divided within ourselves. What a wonderful message to send. I'm proud of that.
27 airports, largely in northern India, have been closed for international flights. In fact, 400 flights have been cancelled today. And these airports, the details of which we are putting out on our television screens, are Amritsar, Dharamshala, Shimla, Jodhpur, Jammu, Pathankot, Ludhiana, Bhatinda, Jamnagar, Rajkot, Kandla, Bhuj, Chandigarh. In fact, what we can tell our viewers is that this is for commercial flights, and this is a precautionary measure which is being taken by the government. The airports were shut shortly after the attack at 1:30 a.m. and officials are saying that this list of notice to airmen, which is NOTAM, has been extended. Earlier it was for 18 airports. Now that has been extended to 27 airports, and these are largely in northern India, which has its long border with Pakistan. Let's bring in Tanushka on this. 400 flights affected. In fact, 400 flights cancelled. What is the advisory which has been issued by the Civil Aviation Ministry here?
Well, the advisories that have been issued at this point are with respect to airspace closures. We do know that air travel across northern and western India have come to a halt yesterday, as over 400 flights altogether have been cancelled. And as you also mentioned, at least 27 airports have been temporarily shut down following India's missile strikes and terror attacks in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir under Operation Sindoor. Now, major carriers including Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, Air India Express and several foreign carriers as well have cancelled services to and from key airports such as Srinagar, Jammu, Leh, Amritsar, Pathankot, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Shimla, Dharamshala and Jamnagar. What we also know from these airlines is that affected customers are eligible for a one-time rescheduling waiver or full refunds. As far as foreign carriers are concerned, Qatar Airways has said that it has temporarily suspended flights to Pakistan due to closure of Pakistani airspace. And what we also know from our own internal airline services such as that of Air India or Indigo. Yesterday they stood at 165 cancelled flights at Air India and I beg your pardon at Indigo, and at Air India it was at 200. What we also know from other foreign carriers such as Virgin Atlantic is that they've said that even they're avoiding Pakistani airspace, resulting in some pre-planned rerouting of their London to Delhi flights. So at this point, airspace disruption and air travel continues to be, disrupted, and because of the closure of these 27 airports. But what we must remember is that this is just for the safety or for the travel of the passengers across the country, especially in the northern region.
Thank you so much for joining us. And now looking at how the world is reacting to Operation Sindoor. Donald Trump, US President, has urged India and Pakistan to exercise restraint. Listen in to what Donald Trump said, and he has also offered to help de-escalate the tensions between the two countries.
My position is I get along with both. I know both very well, and I want to see them work it out. I want to see them stop. And hopefully they can stop now. They've gone tit for tat, so hopefully they can stop now. But I know both. We get along with both the countries very well. Good relationships with both, and I want to see it stop. And if I can do anything to help, I will be there.
And joining us now is Ambassador Rajiv Dogra. We also have Pankaj Singh, former Deputy NSA. Good morning to you, Ambassador Dogra. Thank you for joining us early this morning on NDTV. How do you look at the reaction of the world? Various leaders, and particularly today becomes significant because you have the Iranian foreign minister on Indian soil. He is going to have important meetings with Dr. S. Jaishankar. This is his first visit to India after assuming office in August 2024.
Good morning, Maria. I think the starting point is the Trump's message, which you just read out. You'd recall that during the Balakot crisis, Trump was, I think, in North Korea at that time of meeting the North Korean leader. He had not mediated, but he had approached both sides to scale down. So he's sending out a similar message, and there's nothing wrong with it because it's not India's intention to escalate, and that has come out very clearly. India's intention is purely to ask Pakistan and to convey a message to its people that terror must stop, and the limit has been reached now, or probably crossed. As far as other leaders that you mentioned, the Iranian leader in particular, I think there's no harm in listening to the message that he's carrying from Pakistan, because he was in Pakistan before coming to India. Pakistan has been reaching out to the world in a major way. Its representatives have been on media, Western media in particular, and giving their propaganda version of the events. So let's see whether they are giving a different version and a different message through the Iranian foreign minister. But the principal point is that if the hostilities which happened because of the Pahalgam terror strike, even if they cease, does Pakistan mend its ways and does it stop the acts of terror that it has been perpetrating on India for the last 35 years. What if it goes on another adventure or misadventure and strikes again? So that's the principal issue that we have to ask the world leaders and to ask also the Western media, which seems to be hyperactive.
Ambassador Dogra, another question for you before I bring in Pankaj Singh. You know, India's terror strike were, military strikes were against terror hotbeds. There was no Pakistani military installations which were directly targeted. The message from India is very clear. No civilians targeted. The strikes came in the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, so that the civilians are not out. So it was very, with great degree of precision, it was calibrated, calculated. That was the intent with which it was carried out. India waited for 15 days before avenging the murder, the cold-blooded murder of those 26 innocents. Do you see the world getting that message from the envoys of all the countries being taken on board by External Affairs Ministry soon after the killing which happened on 22nd to now? Has India communicated effectively to the world that we are victims and Pakistan is the aggressor, they are the perpetrators?
Good question, Maria. I'll answer at two levels. First, at the leadership level in India, and second, about the media level abroad. As far as leadership level is concerned, you'd recall Prime Minister Modi had reached out to most of the important leaders of the world well before our strike or counter-strike. Even after the event, Prime Minister Modi, External Affairs Minister and National Security Advisor informed various countries as to why the strikes were necessary. And you'd also recall that over the last 2-3 days, no country has said why these strikes. In fact, almost every country except for Turkey has said that yes, terror must be eliminated and India has the right to strike at the sources of terror, which is exactly what India did. As far as foreign media is concerned, I think a little more needs to be done because Pakistan, as I said, has been hyperactive. And the opinion makers of the world who are sometimes influenced by the media, they also need to be sort of educated on why India had to do the strike that it did and why India has been suffering and may continue to suffer. As you recall, Foreign Secretary hinted at it, that our intelligence sources are telling us that there may be more strikes in the offing. So virtually, India had no options left. So I think, by and large, countries are with us because we had reached out, our leadership had reached out before the event and after the event.
Demonstrable action by Pakistan. There has been only allegations and denials which came in this interim period of 15 days before India chose to carry out this military strike, carrying out with immense precision. You know, that's important to highlight here. Pankaj Singh, in terms of what we saw play out last night, indiscriminate shelling across the LOC, civilians targeted here in India, you know, many of them have left their homes, fled from their homes, which they built with great love. This is the real face of Pakistan. While India is targeting their terror hotbeds, which has operated and caused, caused great degree of pain for our citizens, they are targeting our civilians.
Faria, thank you very much. It is no surprise of the actions that Pakistan is indulging into in a continuous manner. What started with, whether you talk of Mumbai blast, Uri, or Pulwama or the recent Pahalgam, the brutality, the brazenness with which innocent tourists and not involved in any kind of anti-Pakistan or anti kind of maneuver or talking were murdered cold-blooded in front of their ladies and jinka Sindur mita diya gaya. And I think it was a very befitting reply by India to call the operation as Op Sindur to get their honor, get their respect back again. So it comes as no surprise. Pakistan is continuing to do so in absolute contrast to what you also talked about and what our two brave Indian Army and Indian Air Force ladies briefed the press about. We did show the video footage of our photographs, wherein we showed that only very specific buildings, specific targets, and specific hideouts had been targeted by precision munitions. And there was no civilization, there was no habitation nearby at all. And this was so clearly brought out in the video shown. Today, I think even the Maxar pictures by a foreign satellite clearly bear this out, that what damages were done, what the attacks were done, were of such precision, based on intelligence, based on precision munitions, that the civilization or the habitation or the innocent civilians in Pakistan were not affected at all. And it was only very specific launch pads which were targeted and demolished, and the message conveyed to them in a precise manner.
Yes, and Ambassador Dogra, I'm reminded of what Prime Minister Modi had said in my home state of Bihar, in Madhubani to be specific, that India will identify, track and punish every terrorist and their backers. We will pursue them to the ends of the earth. Those were not hollow words. This is the Prime Minister who has displayed that political will, and that is being lauded by even the opposition here.
Well, exactly, because enough is enough. And that is what Prime Minister was conveying, that we cannot be the terror victims of the world for Pakistan to come and attack whenever it chooses, wherever it chooses. So that has to stop. That was a clear message from Prime Minister. And I think the first reaction to that from Indian side was the entire issue of Indus Waters Treaty, which I must tell your viewers, and I've written one full chapter in my book, Where Borders Bleed, on this, that this treaty was imposed on us when we were financially insecure, and after great persistence by America, which at that time was wooing Pakistan for strategic reasons that it imagined would give America great dividends. There is no treaty in the history of the world which is as generous as the one that India was forced to sign at literally financial gunpoint. Secondly, there is no treaty in the world which cannot be revised because of changed conditions like increased population, increased agricultural requirements, glaciers melting, climate change. So India is well within its rights to revise, put in abeyance, suspend, or even abrogate Indus Waters Treaty, because it was an unfair, unequal, and mischievous treaty imposed on India. So Prime Minister has taken absolutely the right step, and I think we should persist with it, because unless the Pakistani public realizes the damage that its army is doing by continuing the terror strikes, those terror strikes are not going to stop, because that is a weapon of choice that army has employed for the last 35 years. Once the Indus Water Treaty waters are diverted or used to the fullest extent by India, there will be consequences for agriculture in Pakistan. And that is when the public in Pakistan would start protesting and also demanding answers from Pakistani army. So I think we are taking the right steps. The only suggestion I have is we must persist with the...
Persist. I think that's a suggestion that's perhaps you know, the entire External Affairs Ministry would be watching very, very closely. Thank you so much for joining us, Ambassador Rajiv Dogra and Pankaj Singh, former Deputy NSA. Remember, the selection of these targets, the 9 targets which were completely decimated, which were high-value terrorist-linked locations, were carried out with satellite surveillance, human intelligence, and intercepted communication that identified specific buildings and compounds associated with groups like Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. Those 25 minutes, how did it play out? It started at 1:05, ended at 1:31. Listen in to this special recap which has been done by Arjun.
When the early hours of Wednesday morning, Indian fighter jets undertook a bold operation codenamed Sindur. They struck deep into Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. And here are the details. At 1:04 a.m., the first target, the Abbas terror camp in Kotli. It's a known Lashkar hub for training suicide bombers, always housing 40 to 50 terrorists. Now, minutes later came Muridke, Lashkar's largest training center and headquarters. This is where 2611 attacker Ajmal Kasab was in fact trained. Now, multiple strikes ensured its total destruction. By 1:12 a.m., the jets locked on to Bahawalpur, Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. It's the very camp that plotted the 2019 Pulwama attack. Moreover, intelligence sources also suggest that Jaish-e-Mohammed chief Maulana Masood Azhar and his family were in fact present here and they are housed here. Moving on, at 1:15 a.m., a key logistics hub in Sialkot was also bombed. Now, this camp, very interestingly, viewers, with the help from Pakistan's ISI, funneled terrorists across the border into not only Kashmir, but also Jammu. 2 minutes later, the target was now Muzaffarabad, a sprawling complex used for training, arms storage, and housing Lashkar commanders. Now, next came Bimbar. It's a crucial training and recruitment markaz. It's often home to around 40 to 50 active terrorists, and it also served as a launch pad for cross-border infiltration. And by 1:22 a.m., the tactical launch base at Chakamru was taken out. It was frequently used to push terrorists across the border. By 1:25 a.m., strikes hit Gulpur. It's a combined storage and terror training site. And finally, at 1:28 a.m. Wednesday morning local time, the job was finished at Muridke, targeting Lashkar's secondary facility to in fact eliminate any remaining operational capabilities. Viewers, 9 locations, 1 night. Operation Sindur is a statement. It's a statement that underlines India will not forgive and we will not forget.
And world leaders have reacted. It has been a mixed response, from restraint to concern and to condemnation. How has it all played out? Here's Ridhima standing by to give us the details.
So yeah, the world leaders have responded with a mix of concern, condemnation and calls for restraint following India's Operation Sindur. US President Donald Trump has offered to mediate between India and Pakistan. He says that since the US knows both the sides very well, he will do anything he can to help. In fact, the UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy has said that the situation was a serious concern, that the UK government has urged India and Pakistan, both the parties, to show restraint and engage in direct dialogues. China's foreign ministry has said that India's military operation was regrettable. The world has reacted after the Operation Sindur. Some have even proposed to mediate, like the US and Iran. Iran's foreign minister is in India and was previously in Pakistan. Moving on, France has urged both the sides to exercise restraint. The United Nations has even said that they can't be affording military confrontations between India and Pakistan. Now, Israel, of course, has said that it supports India's right to self-defense. Ukraine has also called for both parties to exercise restraint. Dhaka has said that it wants peace across South Asian regions. UAE has, in fact, urged both the nations to avoid escalations that could perhaps threaten peace. For the viewers joining in right now, Iran has also urged both the parties to exercise restraint. Iranian foreign minister was in Pakistan to hold talks and has only arrived today in India for an official visit and has offered to mediate. Germany has issued a statement saying that escalations must be prevented and civilians must be protected. The international community remains watchful, emphasizing the importance of diplomatic engagement to prevent further escalations and ensure regional stability. Back at the studio.
Ridhima, thank you for a quick wrap-up of how it is actually playing out around the world. Iran's Foreign Minister Syed Abbas Araghchi has arrived in India, and this is his maiden visit to New Delhi after he assumed office in 2024. Foreign Minister Araghchi is set to meet Foreign Minister Shankar today, where they will co-chair the 20th Joint Commission meeting between India and Iran. This becomes particularly significant because the Iranian Foreign Minister's arrival in Delhi for his two-day visit is after he met Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and the Pakistan Army Chief. What is the message that he is trying to communicate, and is he carrying some message from across the border? That's what I wish to ask Disha Bakchi, who's joining us live. Disha?
In fact, this visit now comes at a crucial timing when the Iran foreign minister was in Pakistan, as you mentioned earlier. It was just a week after the devastating Pahalgam attack, and now his visit to New Delhi is in the shadow of the Operation Sindur by India. And so now, when it comes to, just to give a little context as to what the Iranian foreign minister really did in Pakistan, he in fact met not just Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, but he also met the Pakistan Army Chief. And this is again crucial given the fact that not just in the context of the Pahalgam attack and India's subsequent strike, but also this is the first visit by an Iranian diplomat a year after the tensions, the escalating tensions between Iran and Pakistan. In fact, the Iranian foreign minister was also the first diplomat to really visit Pakistan just a week after that Pahalgam attack. And now, when it comes to what he's expected to do in India, he's scheduled to meet his Indian counterpart, Foreign Minister Shankar, where they're expected to have a bilateral exchange and also chair a joint commission meeting. So this is again crucial in terms of what kind of messaging Iran is really trying to send when it comes to engaging with both sides so early into this escalation between the two countries, really trying to project that Iran could be a possible mediator when it comes to de-escalating tensions. But when it comes to India and its position, India has always remained clear that they do not want any sort of third-party mediator when it comes to anything regarding Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, if you remember, US President Donald Trump has previously signaled wanting to mediate tensions when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. So now this visit comes at a real crucial time, and he's also expected to meet President Murmu today. Back to you.
Disha, thank you so much for that update. We'll keep coming to you through the day as meetings unfold in New Delhi. On that note, viewers, we are taking a short break. This remains our top focus here at NDTV.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. and it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay.
India has carried out Operation Sindur. It is being seen as a defining moment which will charter and send a message to the world of India's new security doctrine, which is swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. The Indian Armed Forces have struck at 9 nerve centers in Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir as part of this operation. Multiple videos have been released showing our armed forces striking terror camps linked to Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, completely targeting and destroying them. This is for the first time that India has released visuals of targets being completely decimated under Operation Sindur to avenge the deadly April 22nd attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam. At the same time, Pakistan has given hints that it may retaliate, and India has made it clear that this was non-aggressive move by India. And if Pakistan decides to indulge in any kind of misadventure, India is ready to give a befitting reply to Pakistan. Hello viewers, I'm Maria Shakil. The headlines this hour. Proof of India's strike against Pakistan, the before and after images show Operation Sindur's impact in terror hotbeds inside Bahawalpur and Muridke. Cornered, Pakistan in panic mode. 13 civilians along the LOC in India killed, 1 soldier. killed in Pakistan's indiscriminate shelling. Firing by Pakistan across LOC continues. 27 airports shut for commercial flights. Over 400 flights impacted. Airports in Srinagar, Jammu, Leh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer impacted. The entire Indian polity sends a message that they stand united and in complete solidarity with the armed forces. Centre calls all-party meeting at 11 a.m. Government will brief opposition on Operation Sindoor. Reactions pour in from across the world, varied reactions coming in. Donald Trump offers to de-escalate tensions between India and Pakistan. Iran's foreign minister's made in India visit. Iran's foreign minister will be meeting Dr. S. Jaishankar and President Draupadi Murmu. The foreign minister, remember, is coming after meeting Pakistan's Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif. There has been indiscriminate shelling along the LOC. Several civilians have fled from their villages and their homes, completely abandoning it. Pakistan is resorting to killing our civilians. In fact, 13 lives have been lost and one soldier has laid his life as well. We are being joined by Nazir Masoodi, who's joining us from Kupwara, from one of the districts where this indiscriminate shelling is continuing. I can see Vasudha joining us from outside the Prime Minister's residence. We also have Aishwarya Jain tracking the story very, very closely, joining us from the South Block. Nazir, coming to you first, in terms of what we are picking up, through the night there has been indiscriminate shelling. Has that stopped or is it still continuing?
Well, what we are hearing that Pakistan firing has stopped. Army has responded in equal measure, and what army says proportionately to the artillery shelling by Pakistan. It was the second night of artillery shelling. 155 mm shells have been fired. It has caused again destruction to the homes, and we don't know if there is any loss of life during this last night's shelling. Already there have been 13 civilian casualties. Over 40 persons have been injured. Condition of some of the injured is critical. It was really a mayhem when Pakistani shells landed in place here in Tangdhar, or the worst affected was Poonch, and also in Uri. More than 10 people were killed in Poonch alone. Among them are children. Religious places, shops, houses have been destroyed. So while army here, India targeted terror sites, the roots of the and origin of terror, like Bahawalpur's Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters and at the ideological base, or Murdiki, Lashkar's ideological base, Pakistan has retaliated with targeting civilians and the military installations. One army soldier has also been killed in action in Poonch, and army has paid homage to the fallen hero. So it is something, fingers crossed what will happen next, because people don't know what is in store, because the way we saw, night was in the rest of the valley, it was relatively calm because there was not much air activity, unlike day before yesterday when we saw massive air activity when India targeted terror sites, 9 terror sites in Pakistan. And Pakistan has now vowed to take revenge of those attacks, what Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif has said. But as we know, India is always ready for any eventuality. And in fact, when these attacks were carried out, and these are the first such attacks since 71 war, when India has hit deep inside Pakistani cities where there have been terror origins and terror ideological base and terror training camps. And what India has clearly said, it was not just Pahalgam attack. It was also those who were behind the attacks, whether it was last year's attack on the Mata Vaishno Devi pilgrims, whether it was attacks on the army, or the killing of recent encounter in Kutwa where 4 policemen were killed. All those behind those attacks had either taken training or were indoctrinated or sent from those launch pads which were targeted by India. So it is a new red line, but next 48 hours are believed to be very, very crucial. What Pakistan will do, what will unfold in next 48 hours will actually define how things will shape in the region, particularly in Jammu and Kashmir.
Evacuation from border villages and the hamlets. In this shelling which happened after the Indian forces, of course, carried out that precision strikes, reports coming in, Nazir, that 4 of our children have lost their lives. This is chilling. Unfortunate. They are targeting our civilians.
Yeah, including 2 siblings. Including 2 siblings in Poonch. Young boy and girl, they were going to school, may have been waiting to go to school next morning. But during the night, there was heavy shelling on homes, and among the civilians are 4 kids as well and women as well. And this is something which is really horrible, and people have been always living under the shadow of this gun from Pakistan. But because of the ceasefire along the line of control, people had heaved some sigh of relief, and they were living in a relative peace. But that peace was completely shattered. Many people have gone back to underground bunkers. Many people, villagers living on the borders, are fleeing from their homes and just whatever they can take with them to survive, and going to some which are perceived to be safer places. Government has also taken people to the shelter houses, community centers also. Yesterday, Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held this emergency meeting with the district deputy commissioners to see what best can be done to evacuate people and give them relief and food and shelter. Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also held meeting with the DCs and SPs to see what best can be done. So it is a very difficult situation for the administration, particularly for the people living near the borders who often bear the brunt of hostilities.
Yes, I can see Ghazali also joining us now. Ghazali, give us the update of what you're seeing in Poonch. Is there some kind of bunkers which have been made? Are the residents being shifted to safer places? What is the evacuation strategy that is playing out there?
So we met local residents here. There is a sense of panic, confusion, because even like us, some of the villages which is not along the border but away from there, they are very confused about the situation, overall situation. The mock drill, the blackout, the sounds of shelling from other villages in the location is frightening for them. We have seen people on this particular street and road, which is going towards the other cities of Jammu from Rajouri. People are going downhill. They are leaving their homes, which are located close to the international border. And that is why a lot of people are hadn't expected that after Kargil war back in '99, this kind of shelling would happen, targeting the civilian areas, targeting the civilian installations here alongside the line of control. So right now, people are expecting that even the inevitable hasn't happened, because they are also following the reports, and they perhaps feel, some of the people we spoke to early morning today, they still expect that Pakistan is going to retaliate. What kind of retaliation it would be, because as of now, the shelling which is happening from Pakistan is certainly targeting the civilian areas, but people are more concerned about aerial strike kind of thing from Pakistan. So a lot of people in this particular area from where I'm reporting right now have moved towards downhill towards other areas. They're leaving the areas close to the border. And there is still very aggrieved, there is still very sort of angry about the fact that Pakistan is now targeting civilians. It all started on 7th and 8th May, and the intervening night of 7th and 8th May, when India sort of struck deep inside Pakistan. Since then, they were anticipating that there would be retaliation, and since then, the cross-border shelling has been happening, but it was not expected that deliberately the civilian homes, the civilian installations will be targeted by Pakistan, and yet they are very firm and resolute. Some of them are not even leaving their houses. They're like, we'll stay put here, we'll support our forces here. We had also seen the troop movement in the area, which we can't show right now. So certainly the situation is tense, it's raining, it's making it tough for people even to relocate from the area right now.
Thank you, Ghazali, for getting us all the details there. I'm going to come to the reporters in just a bit. I can see Aishwarya and Vasudha standing by. A word now on the images which have come in of destruction. The armed forces used a mix of air-launched missiles, self-destructing kamikaze drones and artillery fire from the ground. Now, Maxar has collected new images on May 7th that reveals the before and after images of the destruction of two locations in Pakistan, and they are deep inside Pakistan in Bahawalpur and in Muridke. Remember, these are the two headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba, which has been carrying out terror attacks on Indian soil for several years now. And just look at these images, the before and after image. That's why India is saying that this was with great degree of precision, that when India carried out its strikes, it was not for any kind of military installation, not for any kind of strategic or economic installation, no civilian infrastructure destroyed. It was a strike with immense precision, carried out only on terror, warheads, which were identified by the various agencies of India. Vishnu Shom is now joining us.
The high-resolution satellite imagery that you see over here includes the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Nangal Sadhan, which is in Muridke. These were two of the major centers of terror which were struck by the Indian Armed Forces in the precision strikes that went through. The images show that the strikes at these two locations have been incredibly successful. The domes of the mosque in Bahawalpur have been destroyed. Adjacent buildings have been destroyed as well. And there is a building which appears to have collapsed in the strikes which went down in Muridke. The images indicate that there has been pinpoint accuracy in the attacks. It's particular compounds and particular buildings which were struck. While it's unclear what the point of entry of the weapons in Bahawalpur were, what does appear, and it is very clear, is that just two or three domes from the top have been entirely demolished. Whether those were entry points of the weapons is unclear. But from the images that I have seen, and I've seen quite a few of them, some of which we are broadcasting over here, the strikes have been precision strikes, and they have hit exactly what India wanted. The goal, as we've been mentioning since yesterday, is that these should not be escalatory.
Valued. In fact, these were 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations which were destroyed by India. These were identified by the Indian intelligence as those harboring terrorists. These were functioning operational bases, and these were the centers which were facilitating the movement of terrorists. That's the reason why India carried out these strikes with immense precision. I mean, the satellite surveillance, the human intelligence identified each and every compound associated with Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed, and then carried out these strikes from the Indian soil. Today will be the day in which the entire political class will be taken on board by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's team. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, Home Minister Amit Shah, and other leaders will be briefing the opposition. This becomes extremely crucial because the Indian polity cannot afford to send mixed signals. In fact, several leaders in opposition, senior leaders of the Congress party like Dr. Shashi Tharoor and others have been saying that this is the moment of national unity. India wants to send that message of national unity. Vasudha is joining us live. Vasudha, the entire, the cabinet lauding Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it is that display of strong political will that certainly is evident in this decision that has been taken. Of course, the sanction comes directly from him for carrying out this Operation Sindur. The code name was also chosen by Prime Minister himself. What should we expect in the all-party meeting today?
Well, Maria, yesterday Shashi Tharoor, Congress MP, very clearly in an interview to you said that there will be a time for questions, but this clearly is not the time for questions, which is what I think will be something that the Congress party will be very mindful of this time. Remember that in 2016, when the Uri attack happened, when India, went out and attacked Pakistani launch pads, the opposition had completely, unconditionally shown support to the Indian government, but later had started asking questions. In fact, that was the time when Sushma Swaraj, as the Minister for External Affairs, went personally to Sonia Gandhi. Sonia Gandhi also gave out a statement saying that she stands with the government, but then later on, questions started coming in, asking for proof. There were leaders like Digvijay Singh who have also often asked for proof. Rahul Gandhi himself has often spoken about the politicization or the alleged politicization of armed forces. And this, of course, has led to a lot of back and forth between the government and the opposition parties, with the government alleging that it's the opposition party that's not patriotic enough, that does not trust the armed forces and wants to ask questions all the time. But remember that this time the opposition has had a very different way of approach. Yesterday there was an emergency CWC meeting by the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi has come forward and said that, best wishes to the armed forces, all love to them. And this time they are being very careful, although there have been exceptional voices such as these Jignesh Bhivani, Rashid Alvi, and we also saw those social media posts, including the post which had the Prime Minister showing with no head. Those were really in bad taste, but the Congress party has cracked down on them. There have been 2 reminders by K.C. Venugopal saying that Congress workers, Congress leaders should not be indulging in such commentary. And of course, there have been other comments by other opposition parties as well, including DMK and TMC. Mamata Banerjee ending her post with Jai Hind and Jai India. And DMK also saying that Tamil Nadu stands with armed forces on this, very clearly showing that opposition parties are showing a distinction between what the government is doing and what the armed forces are doing. But you and I know that, political will is very important here, and you cannot really separate the two here, because this action would not have taken if the government was not in place. So clearly that is what is going to reflect in the all-party meeting today. It's going to happen at 3 levels. What I've been told by sources is that senior ministers Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh and others will be briefing the government on 3 counts. 1, as to why this action was taken. 2nd, what is to happen next and how is the country prepared for this. And 3rd, how are the civilians, prepared for the domestic, challenges that can erupt, also for all the threats that are to come. So clearly, it's going to be an extensive, comprehensive briefing, reflective of the fact that while there's a diplomatic outreach that's been going on in the past few hours after these precision strikes, getting the political class completely aligned with the government's way of thinking and getting it to support India at this time is very crucial, and that is what will be reflected in today's meeting, is what I expect.
That's right, Vasudha. India's response has been punitive in nature, and these were preemptive strikes, because as the Foreign Secretary said, that the way Pakistan has been responding in the last 15 days, it was denials and allegations which were coming in from Islamabad. There was no, action that was demonstrable either by Pakistan which was taken. And that's the reason why the careful selection of these warheads by India. Come in now, Aishwarya, and give us details of what Home Minister Amit Shah has communicated to the chief ministers of all border states, particularly in terms of ensuring all the essential supplies to the residents of these districts.
Well, yesterday Home Minister held almost a 1.5-hour long meeting with the chief ministers, the DGPs, the chief secretaries of the states that are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal. And Home Minister gave strict instructions to the state officials that there should be strict vigilance on the anti-India propaganda, both on social media or on other media platforms as well. And if any sort of threat arrives, then they should directly communicate with the center, and effective action needs to be taken. Home Minister Amit Shah also stated to the chief ministers that all the SDRF units, the Home Guards units, the state police units, all should be activated, and there should be strict vigilance in and across the sensitive zones of the border areas as well. Essential commodities should be flowing towards these states in a time of an emergency, and there should be strict, there should be assurance of strict vigilance as far as the civil defense is concerned. The people should be participating in large numbers. If you remember, it was Home Secretary Govind Mohan who took that meeting with the chief secretaries in which he instructed about the mock drills that concluded yesterday across the country, and how it was the successful mock drills that were seen across the countries as well. So all of those guidelines had been given by the Home Minister. But the government of India is ticking its all boxes so that no one can question every step that the government of India is taking. Since the Pahalgam terror attack, we have seen all-party meeting being chaired by the government. They have briefed the opposition regarding the terror attack on the Indian soil. After that, we have seen Prime Minister being briefed, on a regular intervals. And today it is all-party meeting that how the operations had been conducted. Yesterday it was the Ministry of External Affairs who had called in all the permanent and non-permanent members of the United Nations. The government briefed them about India's strike on the terror hub spots in Pakistan and in POK as well. So certainly government is not letting any option. Of course, they wanted to take all the parties on board as far as India's development is concerned, although the Congress party specifically had supported and has said that they are in full cooperation with the government in strike against terror. But only demand that the Congress party had sought from the government is that Prime Minister should chair this all-party meeting and should brief all the political parties, which did not happen on the first all-party meeting after the Pahalgam terror attack. And this time also sources indicating that it will be Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, who will be chairing this meeting.
That's right, and India's defense is clear. India did not target any Pakistani military installation. India did not target any civilian infrastructure. If there is any collateral, it was ensured that it is minimum in nature. Thank you so much for joining us, Aishwarya. We'll continue to keep coming to you through the day. In fact, this is how the entire opposition is standing with the security forces. They have lauded Operation Sindur. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor spoke with us. We also have we have been covering this story extensively, and top newsmakers have all spoken to NDTV. Let's listen in. We have seen the entire political class stand in unison, back the security forces, the armed forces. The messaging is that the Indian polity doesn't want to give mixed signals. It doesn't want to be seen to be divided at this juncture. Do you think it's essential to send that message?
Absolutely, and I think I'm very glad my own party was the first off the block in speaking for the nation and talking about national unity and saying we stand solidly behind the government and the armed forces. I think that's the right message to send. I hope all parties will do exactly that, because right now, this is the need of the hour. There can always be time later for discussions and debates about merits of this and that. Right now, while the nation is still on alert, we have to stand around the flag, and we do, all of us.
Also there are a couple of, few different things that took place in this operation that possibly did not in the other strikes that India had carried out post, Pulwama attacks as well. And then when we conducted the Balakot strikes, number one, of course, even within the domestic audience at that point of time, there were a lot of people questioning about, how these strikes were conducted, whether there were video evidence, so on and so forth. This time, those video evidences have been released by the armed forces in their briefing. And the other big distinction also is the government, reaching out to the opposition before the attacks and also now calling for an all-party meeting. Sir, how significant is that?
I think that's a very, very good message. Honestly, I'm very much in favor of the government trying to take the entire nation along with it. This is a national issue. It's not about any particular party, whether in power or in the opposition. It affects every one of us. And I thought, I must say, that the manner in which our signaling today to Pakistan and to the international community took place was very well done. The briefing this morning, for example, conducted by the Foreign Secretary, who was himself a Kashmiri Pandit, flanked by 2 women officers, which was a wonderful gesture, one of whom was a Muslim, to demonstrate this is not a Hindu-Muslim issue, as some Pakistanis are trying to portray. General Munir talks about the impossibility of Hindus and Muslims living together. We were demonstrating we're not only united, we are India against terror. We are India against the Pakistanis' evil machinations. We are not divided within ourselves. What a wonderful message to send. I'm proud of that.
Do you think that Pakistani military planners would escalate this situation necessarily, knowing that the world is watching, that the world has put them on notice, that the United Nations Security Council, the top security body of the International Committee of Nations, has squarely blamed Pakistan and castigated them? Do you think they will still go ahead and plan for an escalation? What does your military experience tell you, sir?
Right. You see, Nikunj, besides the military experience, firstly, I brought it out in my initial, my speech, my wording that, look, we are geared up. I'm certain that, when such operations are launched, there is risk management is ensured not only at the tactical level, but at the operational and also at the strategic level. And if you ask me, I can later on clarify to you what I mean by these, what all facets are going to come in these. But yes, with regard to your question, specific question, that will Pakistan do something? Yes, it will. I'll tell you why. The reason is that firstly, the statement that was made by the Pakistani chief, where virtually willy-nilly, indirectly, he threatened India, and he brought it out that how he was viewing India as an enemy, despite the various efforts that have gone in the past 10, 12 years to actually assuage the concerns and to ensure that, the situation is stabilized on the line of control and with Pakistan. But the statement that he gave, now he has to live up to it, number one. Number two, it's a state that lacks the compatible conventional war-fighting might. And therefore, it's going to resort to the sub-conventional, that is the asymmetric capability of terrorists being used against us. So what is going to happen is that he has to get back, do something. If it does not, he will lose his primacy in the environment. The famous term that is used, that is the Pakistani army that owns the nation, the only army of the world that owns the nation. To have its prima donna position in the environment, to pass the message to their allies like Turkey, for example, Bangladesh and others.
General Huda, you didn't have, when the surgical strikes took place, a lot of the technology which is now present. You had to physically go across. Now, that may have been an option on this occasion as well, but India chose not to take it. Instead, we were able to fire missiles from long range, from within our shores, from within our territory, as it were. To what extent has that been a real force multiplier?
Vishnu, let me tell you, the manner in which this attack has been carried out is much more comprehensive, sends out a much, much stronger message. And the fact that we have the technical capacity and capability to carry out these very precise attacks from on our side of the international border, on our side of the line of control, really reflects in some ways how, even from 2019, the technical capability of the Indian military and how it's grown. This has been a real. I take it as a real game changer for how we're going to deal with Pakistan in the future.
Okay, General Huda, I'd like you to talk a little bit about that last point. That there is a certain red line that Pakistan has crossed as a result of which we've hit them as hard as we have. Does this, in effect, mean that this is a precedent that we've set for ourselves, that if there is an attack like this in the future, then India will strike possibly as hard as we have this time?
So, Vishnu, not only merely as hard as we can, but also the selection of targets. The fact that the LET headquarters, the Jaish headquarters been hit, we are saying that, look, we are now going to go to the roots. Merely killing foot soldiers as we did in 2016 and 2019 by hitting, one odd terror camp or hitting the launch pads is really not providing us the deterrence that we need. And therefore, we are now going to go to this hub of what I could call the military jihad complex and take them out. So the messaging, Vishnu, is, apart from the fact that you hit 9 targets, the messaging, I think, has been very strong this time.
General Huda, the fact that we hit a target 100 kilometers west of the international border between Rajasthan and Punjab, Bahawalpur, again, in Pakistani Punjab, what message does that specifically send?
So look, it sends a message, one, of the capability that the Indian military and the Indian Air Force has in their ability to strike targets with such precision deep into Pakistan territory. And the fact that, Punjab, which sort of the heartland of Pakistan, also in some ways the heartland of the Pakistan army, has been hit, is to me strategic messaging that, look, and standards have been set that this is how we are going to go now. We're not merely going for small time terror camps, but that we will hit at the heart of what this whole military jihadi complex is, and that is where we will take out an attempt to take out the heart and soul of terrorism that's coming from Pakistan.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, Makkar has just released satellite images and proof of India's strike against Pakistan. These are before and after images that show Operation Sindur's impact. Operation Sindur has cornered Pakistan in panic mode. 13 civilians and 1 soldier was killed in the Pakistan shelling. There's indiscriminate shelling and firing by Pakistan across the LOC. The centre has called for an all-party meeting at 11 a.m. The government is expected to brief the opposition regarding this operation. And the US President Donald Trump has offered to de-escalate the tensions brewing between India and Pakistan, offering his help.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam.
India has displayed its resolve to combat terrorism. What is the world's reaction? You have seen and heard already. There is an indiscriminate shelling which is happening along the LOC. a great degree of evacuation measures have been undertaken as well. What now? What should we be prepared for in the next 24 to 48 hours? We have Dr. Tara Karta, former Director of National Security Council Secretariat, is joining me this morning. And we also have Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma joining us. I'm going to come to you, Dr. Karta, first in terms of the meticulously planned military operation which was carried out. Would you say that India has sent a message of a new security doctrine?
Yeah, I think the operation was definitely, it was precise and very well planned. But what I particularly liked was the aftermath of that, the way the Foreign Secretary put this whole thing across. It was not chest thumping. It was not, oh yeah, we've done this. It was very measured, calm, and saying, look, this is what we've done. Now it's up to you. You want to, we are done. It was virtually saying that we've done what we had to do. Now it's your move now. So it's like a chessboard. What has Pakistan done? They've made all kinds of claims. So let them make it. If it satisfies their, your national pride and whatnot, well, let them. If that means an end to this, all the way. The only trouble is we are not sure because they've not exactly the most rational state going around. So for example, they've said that the Neelam Jhelum power project has been hit. There's news from Pakistan. Will they decide on a counter-strike? Because they've already threatened that we will hit any projects on the Indus River. You can't really do much to a dam, right? There's not really much. But then if they feel that is what they need to do, they will try to do it. So they are not, their whole nuclear doctrine, their conventional doctrine rests on this. I am not a rational person. And that's what you have to live with.
So if you're living with a neighbor of this nature, you can't choose your neighbor. We have learned to live with Pakistan, and we have learned to deal with Pakistan the way it happened post-Uri, the way it happened post-Pulwama, and now the way it has happened post-Pahalgam. Coming to you, sir, now, Lieutenant General Sharma, let's talk about India's preparations and, of course, the nature in which the border states have been alerted. There is that measure of blackout which is being carried out so that the citizens are prepared for any kind of misadventure if it were to be carried out by Pakistan. But can Pakistan really afford an escalation at this juncture? It has been isolated.
Thank you, Maria, for inviting me. I'll add on one issue to what Dr. Tara Karta said, and that is that what heartens one is that you have broken the Rubicon and the glass ceiling of hitting Punjab, which we have never hit since 1971, and hitting the fountainhead of terror, these two places, Bahawalpur and Muridke. So that makes a tremendous amount of change. The second point I wish to make here is that there is a ceasefire nearly gone, which has caused a great amount of upheaval from Titwar down to opposite Kathua. And there is casualties being caused across to a civilian population that stays in townships very close to the LOC, and also across the fence in where they do tilling and agriculture. So we have to now work hard to protect the large civilian population that exists over 600 odd kilometers of belt. That becomes a very major issue. And third is the issue which you rightly raised, is about the escalation. Now, does Pakistan have viable targets to hit in India? That itself becomes a very major issue. If it tries to take some kind of messaging from what Dr. Karta had said about Neelam Jhelum project has been hit or something like that. Well, infrastructure is an issue which Pakistan itself is in a very deep trouble. They have dams, they have infrastructure very close to our borders, along the IB, along the LAC, along the LOC, and which can be targeted easily. Mangala Dam is not too far away. The Marala headworks on Chenab, where the water Chenab enters into Pakistan, is nearly on the artillery range, and there are a whole lot of other bridges. So, the quid pro quo that comes from hitting an infrastructure project will be cause grave amount of pain to Pakistan. And I doubt if they will get into this kind of infrastructure hitting. They can make noise about it. But then they would like to respond. Unfortunately, it's the character of that country. It's the character of the army to respond back to the nationalism that permeates across in Pakistani society. And to fan that nationalism and to respond to that nationalism, it's essential for them to show something. Either they say and they make noise and saying they have already achieved much. For example, we downed 5 aircraft without proving it and without not a single one having gone down. But they make a noise. Okay, we downed 5 aircraft, we downed 2 drones, and we have also hit some brigade headquarters. Somebody on one of these shows yesterday was saying we hit a brigade headquarters when none was hit at all. And then, the character of their firing across the LOC, and that itself becomes a measure of response that they tell to their public. Look, we have a face saving here. If that is not sufficient and kinetic is required, then we should be waiting for. And then I'll end here by saying that the window available to Pakistan to do this targeting is not 15 days. It's not a large window. 1 day, 2 days. Beyond that, the international pressure.
It is immediate. And the long-term impact, will it actually be a deterrent is the question. I mean, will Operation Sindoor, Dr. Karta, serve as a deterrent? And I am in complete agreement with the manner in which it was communicated to the world by Foreign Secretary, where he said, very matter-of-factly, it was focused, measured, and non-escalatory in nature, with 2 women officers along with him, explaining the import of Operation Sindoor. Dr. Karta, as a woman myself, I think it was high on symbolism. The manner in which Pakistan backed terrorists, separated newlyweds from their spouses, and carried out that terror attack on 22nd, to now women officers telling the world that it has been avenged. There is a very, very powerful catharsis moment, I would say, and the name of Sindoor, vermilion, I mean, it is symbolic of married women. And I think there was something very, heartwarming, and at the same time, that message of strength and Nari Shakti, I would say. Women stand for what they do in India.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, when I saw those 2 women officers standing there so straight and tall, I really got a bit emotional on the whole thing. And I believe it was the Prime Minister himself who thought of the word Sindoor. That's what I've been told. That is brilliant. The fact so the messaging is outstanding. But see, let's also, to answer your question of whether this actually will, sort out, send a deterrent message, no. They are not going to, because see, you did Balakot, now, which was short. Now you've done this attack, which is larger. He'll strike again. 1 year down the lane, again he'll do something. So we have to think of some way. That has to be a strategy of shutting down these terrorist camps for good. So which means, I think I've heard rumors that there is some back channel which has been opened. Not back channel, well, some channel. And if that is true, you have to be able to take this the maturity that you've shown to understand that we have to take Pakistan's cooperation to end terrorism. They have to be convinced that if they have to end terrorism, it is for their good. It is for their country's good. They will make money on it. Trade, etc. Everything will start. If they can convinced on that, then you end. Otherwise, this is not ending anywhere.
Lieutenant General Sharma, I'm coming to you again, and let me give you the last word on the show. As you said, that India went right inside Pakistan, 100 kilometers, 30 kilometers, Murid ke, going inside Bahawalpur. These are, headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba. Hafiz Saeed, the mastermind of Lashkar-e-Taiba, who was behind the 2008 Mumbai attacks. Masood Azhar, the founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed, who was behind numerous attacks, which also included 2019 Pulwama bombings and 1999 IC-814 hijacking as well. So India, as you said, may have crossed the Rubicon, but India did it after ensuring that there is no civilian casualty. India calculated it, calibrated it, and carried out in the dead of the night. I mean, the fact that it was at night meant that those targets were chosen carefully, and to ensure that these were not military, economic, or strategic centers. These were known. Public knows about it. The entire world knows about the fact that these are factories or almost like places from where terrorists plan and move.
So we selected those targets, but the fact of the matter is that can we have a change of mindset in Pakistan? Would they, the nation is founded on the belief of anti-Indianism, which binds, it's the glue that binds the country together. Otherwise they got so much of fractured issues here. For example, the Baluch problem, even Sindh problem, the problems in Fata and also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. So, the only thing that binds them is a nationalism brought around by the Pakistan army, which is anti-Indianism. If that one glue is lost out to them, they will have a major problem controlling the country and keeping it into one entity. So the fact is that if we say that, they have left across Zulfikar Bhutto's 1,000-year war or 1,000 cuts, well, even if they say they get chastened by what has been happened in last 48 hours, and they mend their ways and, they start developing themselves, who will believe it here? We nowadays say that Prime Minister Bajpayee's visit in the month of February to Lahore and also to the Minar, he went to the Minar, and that is the same time when Musharraf was actually occupying places in Kargil. Who would like to believe that there has a change of heart? So I think if it is to happen, it will happen over a very long time. It's, we will be, wrong to accept any face value, all diplomatic niceties and all people-to-people contact and allowing the people to come across for treatment across. Where has it taken us? It has brought us back to Pahalgam. And, between Pahalgam and between the previous one, which was Pulwama, while we'll say that there was a deterrence and nothing major happened, but minor happened. There were 130 to 150 casualties every year because of terrorism. Only thing that didn't happen in 26s. They happened in 2s and 3s, but we counted together. Pakistan has not relented in this interim period because of the deterrent carried out in Pulwama. So they will continue. Even now when these things are happening, there are operations infiltration attempts being carried out in Uri or something happening in Tangdhar. So there minor things are already happening across here and they're firing across the line of control. I think, we need to be cautious. If we have a neighbor who's not likely to be friendly, so be it. Let's accept it that we just cannot sort out one neighbor and we live with it and work to that end to make sure the neighbor is not irritant to us.
But then one would say that we have learned to live with this neighbor. And that's why India decided that it has to carry out these strikes.
So, but we are already permitting people to come across here. There are hundreds and thousands of people who come for treatment. There is also some kind of a trade being carried out. So while we say that we are not allowing anything, we do allow many things. That's why orders were passed that everybody with a visa to go back, and then there will be no more trade, even through conduit countries like Dubai or Singapore or Colombo somewhere. So, all these things were happening behind the scenes, and we were aware of it was happening. Now we say, okay, enough. That's a neighbor. Till the time we get confirmed opinion that there is a change of mindset and there is Pakistan army has taken a serious backseat, the polity has come up and the political entity has got a better standing, and we get convinced that there is a change, and such change will not come without attendant revolution, where Pakistan army is not going to leave its command and control on the country just because India wants the political establishment to become stronger. It won't happen. They have too much to lose by giving away the power that they have. So I think for some times, at least in our lifetimes, we'll have to live with this.
Okay, we have to learn to live with this. Dr. Tara Karta and Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, Appreciate your time. Thank you so much. A piece of breaking news coming in now in terms of the aftermath of Operation Sindur. Punjab Police has gone ahead and cancelled the leaves of all its officers, and large-scale public gatherings have also been banned till further notice. Remember, Punjab has one of, multiple districts of Punjab have border with Pakistan, and similar measures being taken also in Rajasthan in terms of its preparations. So schools are being shut in multiple districts in Punjab and also in Rajasthan. Let me bring in Gurpreet now. Gurpreet, what we can tell our viewers in terms of preparations, why has Punjab government gone ahead and cancelled leaves of its officers? The message is that it has to be all hands on deck.
Well, we have seen yesterday, Home Minister has already taken meeting of all the Chief Minister who belong to border state, and Punjab is also one of the border state. We have seen the multiple discussions and multiple decisions have already been taken at the administrative level in the border areas. We have seen the multiple mock drills are being carried out at various locations of Punjab, so that the people should be aware of the system. If there is any emergency, they will be able to understand the ground situation. What we have learned, the government has all taken a lot of initiative, and now they have already decided to not to hold any public program during this critical time, which is already underway at this point of time. And they have also decided the forces should be on the toes, and we have seen the high alert has already been issued in all the so that there should not be a single class to go for any untoward incident. So as of now, we have seen the government has already taken initiative. Earlier, we have seen they have also cancelled the public gathering program, and now they have decided.
When we say that there is a ban on public gatherings, is it a ban on all public gatherings or only the gatherings which are being hosted or conducted by the government?
Well, but they have decided because this is a very, very vulnerable time at this point of time. So most of the times they are decided that the way the programs which are being held by the government, we have seen huge gathering is there. So they are trying to avoid all these gatherings. But at the same time, we have seen at the local level, they had already passed these instructions to the people of various districts of border area that they should not hold such type of big program, so that this is a very, very crucial and critical time. So as of now, in wake of the present situation, such type of measures have been taken by the state government.
Okay, so no government gatherings is what Gurpreet is telling our viewers. There is another piece of breaking news that is coming in now, and this is coming in from Rajasthan. One of the states which has the longest border along with Pakistan. So it is a long border, perhaps the longest international border with Pakistan. The schools in Bikaner and Jaisalmer have been shut. Schools have been shut also in Kishangarh and Jodhpur. High alert in all the border districts of Rajasthan. Harsha is joining us on the phone line. So we are looking at 4 districts here, Harsha, correct me, which is Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bikaner and Kishangarh, where schools are shut.
Also Barmer and Sri Ganganagar. These are the border districts where schools have been closed. And the airport, of course, Jodhpur Airport, Kishangarh Airport is, there will be no flights. Bikaner also, there are no flights. In fact, it's not operational in the summer. Jaisalmer Airport also not operational for tourists. But Jodhpur, which was operational, has been shut till the 10th of May. We are also just, in Jaisalmer, very close to the border, about 25 kilometers from the Indo-Pak border. And here also there are restrictions on people's movements, because we were also stopped at a BSF checkpost and said that, people from outside this area are not allowed to enter. So there is a restriction, close to the border, about 20-30 kilometers from the Indo-Pak border. There are restrictions for the people who are coming in even from Rajasthan, but from outside the district. So the heightened sense of alertness. Also, the blackouts have been extended from 12 midnight to 4 a.m. in the morning. It was operational last evening in Jaisalmer and will be operational from now on.
All right, little more details here, Harsha. So we are telling our viewers that the Jaipur airport is shut till 10th of May. And as far as the districts along the international border with Pakistan is concerned, there are 6 districts, which includes Jaisalmer, Barmer, Sri Ganganagar, Jodhpur, Kishangarh, and Bikaner, where all the schools and educational institutions have been closed.
But the Jaipur airport is operational. It's the Jodhpur airport, which is an air base, which is closed, and the Jaipur airport is definitely operational.
All right. So Jodhpur airport has been shut till 10th of May, is what we can tell our viewers. Thank you so much for joining us with that piece of breaking news. So Punjab and Rajasthan, both these states have several, has a long border with Pakistan, international border, and now precautionary measures being taken as part of the preparations of a potential backlash or retaliation that can come in from Pakistan. Airports being shut, schools, officers' leaves have been cancelled. It's a message that all hands have to be on deck in this extreme hour of tensions, as tensions simmer between India and Pakistan. A piece of breaking news now coming in from Uttarakhand. There has been a chopper crash in Uttarakhand, chopper crash in Uttarkashi. 4 people have been killed and 2 injured. Kishore is joining me on the phone line. Kishore, give us the details. Kishore, if you can hear me, give us the details.
Hello.
Yes, if you heard me, my question is, there has been a crash in Uttarkashi, 4 people killed. This chopper belongs to whom? I mean, is this a private chopper or an army chopper?
ये प्राइवेट चॉपर है और देहरादून के सहसदारा हेलीपैड से 6 लोगों को लेकर ये गंगोत्री धाम उनको दर्शन कराने के लिए निकला था। सुबह 9 बजे के करीब ये हादसा हुआ है। इसमें 2 महिलाएं और 4 पुरुष इसमें सवार थे। फिलहाल जो जानकारी मिल रही है 4 लोगों की मरने की खबर है और 2 लोग घायल है। कुछ जो तस्वीरें आई है, कुछ विजुअल्स आए, उसमें जो रेस्क्यू टीम वहां पहुंची उन्होंने 2 लोगों को सेफली बाहर निकाला है। बाकियों की जो काउंटिंग हो रही है कि कितने लोग थे, लेकिन अभी तो पूरी जो जानकारी इसमें आ रही है कि 6 लोग इसमें सवार थे। और हरसिल हेलीपैड से पहले गंगनानी एक जगह है, वहां पर यह हेलीकॉप्टर क्रैश हुआ। मौसम भी खराब होने की बात की जा रही है। इसके अलावा हो सकता है कुछ टेक्निकल फॉल्ट हो, लेकिन अभी फिलहाल जानकारी क्लियर नहीं है कि ये किस वजह से क्रैश हुआ है। लेकिन एक दुखद हादसा है जिसमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि 4 लोगों की डेथ हो गई है और 2 लोग सेफ है। अब इसमें पूरी जांच, हालांकि इसमें डीएम ने जांच के आदेश दे दिए, लेकिन फिलहाल अभी रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है। और जो बॉडीज है, क्योंकि हेलीकॉप्टर पहाड़ के ऊपर गिरा है, तो ऐसे में बॉडीज को रिकवर करने में थोड़ा समय लग सकता है। जी।
Right, Kishore, thank you so much for joining us. A quick break and we will get you more details of the aftermath of Operation Sindur, which is playing out, in which India is taking all the precautionary measures necessary at this point. Schools being shut, particularly in border districts of Rajasthan.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive, Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters.
India draws the line, sets a new doctrine on security, says clearly that swift, surgical and unapologetically assertive doctrine is the new way forward. Operation Sindur is marked as a huge success. 9 terror camps in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir destructed. Before and after images, satellite images show damage in Pakistan. India sends a message of non-escalatory targets by India. No Pakistani military facility is hit, tells India. High alerts in border areas in Punjab and in Rajasthan. Schools are shut in Rajasthan. Official leaves are cancelled in Punjab. Centre will take all political parties on board. All-party meeting scheduled at 11 a.m. 13 civilians, 1 soldier killed in indiscriminate firing by Pakistan. Operation Sindur sends Pakistan in panic mode. Iran Foreign Minister is on his maiden visit to India. The Foreign Minister will be meeting his counterpart here, Dr. S. Jaishankar. He was earlier in Pakistan. The long-term impact of Operation Sindur will be seen now. Will it be a deterrent or will it lead to further escalation or future confrontation with a neighbor in Pakistan? But it is a defining moment for India, where India has sent a message of a new security doctrine. This is the doctrine which is a modern security doctrine of India, of a swift, surgical and unapologetically assertive aggression carried out here. India, remember, has been asserting that this is non-escalatory, non-provocative and no military bases or strategic locations inside Pakistan have been targeted. Its intention was to just target and decimate the terror hubs inside Pakistan and in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The armed forces have used a mix of air-launched missiles and the imagery clearly is now out. This reveals how the warheads were carefully chosen. These are outskirts of Bahawalpur and also in Muridke, which are associated with Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. Let me bring in Nazir Masoodi, who's joining us live. Nazir, this is India sending a message that India is not an aggressor. It's a victim of terror, and terror emanating from Pakistan, victim of cross-border terrorism, and India will go an extra mile to send to protect its own citizens, and that is the reason why this Operation Sindur.
Well, this Operation Sindur was hitting at the roots or the origin of terror. That exactly happened yesterday, and all this operation was completed in less than half an hour, exactly in 24 minutes. India has given ball by ball account of this operation, how it was carried out, at what time, which operation, attack was carried out. For example, in Lashkar camp, Kotli, for example, Kotli camp was Abbas terrorist camp. It was 1:04 a.m. Similarly, Lashkar camp at Murdiki, 1:06. Jaish camp in Bahawalpur, 1:12. So terror camp in Sialkot, 1:15 a.m. And similarly at 1:28 a.m. all the operations, all the attacks were completed. That was the kind of military precision, swiftness, and planning. These attacks were carried out with much more, much this military strategy, and knowing fully why they have to hit, where it will hurt the most, where it have the maximum impact. That exactly happened. For example, at Bahawalpur, the ideological center of Jaish-e-Mohammed, that was targeted. At Murdiki, it was targeted, or in Sialkot, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, or other places. So it was not something they went and do. It was already they knew, India knew where are the targets. So they actually hit those target places and with military precision and send a bigger message that terror, this is the new red line, and we can go deep inside Pakistani cities and hit at those terror bases. That exactly has happened. What Pakistan did in retaliation, there was attack, civilians were targeted, military establishments were targeted. India said we did not target any military establishment, we did not target civilians, we have only hit at terror facilities, terror structures. That's what India's position is. Pakistan, of course, has said no. They were civilians, and they're saying 26 have been killed. And Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, in his address to the nation, has vowed revenge, and he said they will avenge these killings and these attacks. But as we know, India is prepared. They are saying they are at, these military strikes were non-escalatory. They were not at the military installations. But if there's any attack from Pakistan, it would receive a befitting reply, which is happening along the line of control. For last
what
2
happened
nights,
in Pahalgam
Pakistan using
was an
artillery.
assault on India's sovereignty. They had targeted innocent tourists. And this was a direct attack on the stability and peace in Jammu and Kashmir. And that is the reason why Operation Sindur was almost imperative, which was carried out by India. Prime Minister's message has been unequivocal that he believes in, and he has been telling the world that this is not an era of war, but India reserves that right of sovereignty. So when you say that it was a manifestation of the commitment of justice that Prime Minister spoke about, Nazir, and we have been talking about it for the last 15 days, ever since Prime Minister Modi said that they will be identified, tracked down till the end of the earth. All the terrorists and perpetrators, the backers of terrorists, and those who, indulged in that cold-blooded murder of 22nd.
Well, as Prime Minister said when he talked about and they will chase them to the ends of the earth. Exactly that happened. The origin was targeted. Bahawalpur, Murdaki, Sialkot, Muzaffarabad, well, all these things are emanating. And it was not just about the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 innocent people were killed, who had come here to have fun, enjoy the beauty of Kashmir, but they were mercilessly killed in front of their families. It was also about the previous attacks which were carried out in India, including 26/11 in 2008. All those attackers who had trained in the same place which have been targeted by India yesterday morning. So message was not just about this. And importantly, in the previous attacks, Pakistan was in a denial mode. Look, nothing has happened, no damage was caused. India's attack was defeated, whether it was in 2016 or 2019. This time they admitted damage, and that was seen for everybody to see. The Lashkar's headquarters or the Jaish headquarters, where there are reports, the statement attributed to Jaish chief Maulana Masood Azhar saying his family, 10 members of his family, including his sister, have been killed. So that was the, and also other Jaish members, some Jaish members as well. So clearly the attack has hit where it hurts, where it needs to be targeted. That's what India has said. So,
Yes.
but the fact is, down on the ground, we have to see what happens next. Will Pakistan react?
Absolutely.
And what would be then the
Nazir,
reaction of India?
in terms of
And we are
preparations,
here
because
in the border area of Kupara,
reports
and
are
behind
coming
these
in.
mountains,
Reports are coming in from Rajasthan and also from Punjab. Some preventive measures or preemptive measures being taken right now. And I can see Ghazali joining us as well from Poonch. But before that, let me bring in Gurpreet and Harsha because there is alert on border districts along Punjab and in Rajasthan. Punjab police has cancelled leaves of all its officers and high alert in multiple districts in Rajasthan, in Jaisalmer, in Barmer, in Bikaner. Let me bring in Harsha first. Harsha, so precautionary measures being taken, particularly schools being shut. Do we know till when?
Well, yes, we are at Tanot. This is the last outpost on the Jaisalmer border. Now, I have some people here with me. It's a bustling temple, but now there are severe restrictions. In fact, people are not allowed to come. यहाँ पर लोगों का भी आना जाना बंद कर दिया क्योंकि हम देखते हैं कि वैसे तो मंदिर के लिए बहुत सारे लोग आते हैं, लेकिन आज यहाँ पर कोई नहीं दिख रहे हैं. He's retired. He's from the BSF and he's running a small store here. आपका नाम बताइए. हाँ.
मेरा नाम अमरेंद्र है. अभी यात्रियों का आना जाना बंद तो नहीं हुआ, गर्मी की वजह से नहीं यार. कुछ देश के माहौल की वजह से भी नहीं यार. बाकी कोई अभी बंद करने का कोई आदेश नहीं. मंदिर भी बंद नहीं है. यात्री आ रहे हैं लेकिन कम आ रहे हैं. जी, और हमने देखा कि रास्ते में हमको भी रोका गया था कि भाई आगे नहीं आ सकते जो जैसलमेर से बाहर के. वो सिर्फ प्रोटेक्शन के लिए है, जो आप कोई जो ऐसे तत्व हैं जो वहाँ बॉर्डर नहीं जा सके इसलिए रोका गया था. तो सेफ्टी के लिए, आपके सेफ्टी के लिए, देश की सेफ्टी के लिए.
कितना दूर है यहाँ से बॉर्डर? 22
किलोमीटर.
22 किलोमीटर. ओके भैया, यहाँ पर क्या माहौल है? कुछ ज़्यादा सिक्योरिटी बढ़ा दी गई है?
माहौल शांत है, सब कुछ.
हाँ, यहाँ पर मतलब पर सिक्योरिटी है.
हाँ, सिक्योरिटी.
चेकिंग ज़्यादा हो रहा है.
चेकिंग वगैरह और बाकी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है सर. गाँव वाले वगैरह शांत है.
जी जी. So here at the border, this is 22 kilometers away from the Pakistan border. This is the BSF temple of Tanot, and here we are now. It's restricted area. We're not allowed to, in fact, even shoot here. And we've just been allowed to do this live report, and then we'll be heading back from here. So there's a heightened security on all the border districts. Schools have been shut in Ganganagar, Bikaner, Barmer, Jaisalmer, and in Jodhpur, the airport is closed. So the airport has been closed, and there will be no flights which will be coming in. Kishangarh airport is also closed. Barmer, Jaisalmer, Bikaner and Jaisalmer were anyway not operational in the summer. So there is definitely a heightened sense of security, but visibly there's not a lot of movement that is happening here. You don't see a lot of army movement, or you don't see a lot of movement. But yes, checks are definitely in place. We can sense that. We were also stopped many times when we were driving here.
Yes, so Harsha, precautionary measures being taken. India has to ensure complete safety and security of its citizens. Young children, because when Pakistan carried out that shelling, indiscriminate shelling along the LOC, 2 young children have lost their lives. So Pakistan is targeting our civilians, while India has carried out a very focused, measured and non-escalatory, target of Pakistan. It was no military facilities targeted. It is clearly aimed at avoiding any kind of conflict or escalation between the two nations. Gurpreet is joining us. Gurpreet, you are telling us that Punjab Police has cancelled leaves of all its officers. What else can you tell us?
Well, yes, we are reporting from district Firozpur, and we have come into interior of district Firozpur, where we have seen that a lot of precautions have been taken by the local administration. One side, all the schools have been shut down in all over the district, so that there should not be panic among the parents, and the children should be at home. And the way we have seen, the multiple mock drills are being carried out by the local authorities, so that the people should be aware of the situation. And the way we have seen the piquant situation between both the country at this point of time, multiple discussions are being carried with the local administration, so that we have seen whether it's the blackout rehearsal, which is already taken place in Firozpur 2 times, so that the people should be familiar. Nobody is allowed to move towards the border area. We are also reporting from district Firozpur, but nobody is allowed to go toward border area. Not only here in this district Firozpur, we have seen the lot of precautions had been taken in Amritsar also, Gurdaspur also, Pathankot. School have already been shut down, and specifically in Amritsar and Firozpur, we have seen beating retreat ceremony has already been stopped. The way we have seen the situation is going on between both the nations. As of now, what we have seen, the people, they are having high spirit. They say it's the need of the hour to uproot this terrorism, because multiple times the Indians have faced the brunt of this ongoing terrorist activities, and specifically this anti-India activities have been happening from across the border. So whatever Indian government has taken action, that was required at this point of time, and the people here in Firozpur, they are saying that they are with the nation and they are in high spirit, because they say they have already seen 2 wars in 1965 and 1971, but this time the way this action has been carried out against the hideouts of terrorists, that was required. And now the lot of precautions, because these administration, they are getting guidelines from the state authority, and the state authority is already in touch with the central government also. We have seen the multiple decision had been taken by the state government. We have seen Home Minister has already taken the meeting of all the chief minister who belong to the border area, and specifically Punjab is a sensitive porous border with Pakistan, and so that's why we have seen the lot of moments, a lot of blackout rehearsals which are being carried out, and lot of siren and other medical facilities which they are telling, and how the drills will be continuing in this area. So they are saying that the main aim to tell the people that they should be aware of the situation. The moment they will give the siren, immediately the people will be able to understand the situation on the ground. So as of now, we have seen multiple precautions have been taken in the border areas of Punjab. Yes. Back to studio.
And Pakistan's response to Operation Sindur is on predictable lines, I would say, because there has been repeated ceasefire along the line of control, indiscriminate firing which is killing our civilians. We have lost some civilians as well, and a soldier has lost his life. Ghazali is joining us. Ghazali, is there some evacuation plan which has been put in place? And we have already communicated to our viewers that the schools are shut.
See, schools are shut, and the administration has advised everyone to stay indoors. But what is happening here in Rajouri, that people who are migrants themselves, who came to Rajouri for jobs months ago, or those who have been working here for years, they are all leaving this city right now due to continuous shelling, not just in Rajouri, but in the neighboring district of Poonch as well. They both are the districts along the line of control. Continuous shelling has been happening for past multiple days, and people are very scared. They're tense. They're not sure of what kind of information is trickling in, because as soon as the sunset happens, just after the sunset, everything goes dark, everything goes silent here. All the petrol fuel stations or the petrol pumps here have gone dry. gone dry in the sense that there are no employees. People are queuing up early morning to gather all what they can, and then they are moving towards the lower lying areas, towards Jammu, and even some people we spoke to have even left for Delhi. Continuous shelling has led to injuries, as you are saying rightly here. Kids have been injured, not in Rajouri, but in the neighboring district of Poonch. There is no respite for people because they don't know when the exact retaliation from Pakistan will happen and what would be the targets. Because yesterday there were rumors around, as Gurpreet was telling, it was happening alongside Amritsar border. There were a lot of rumors, visuals on social media. Internet as of now is working in Rajouri district. There were also rumors earlier that perhaps there could be a partial or a complete shutdown or the suspension of internet or the network, mobile network here, but that is not happening. Also, as of now, it's raining here, and we have seen hordes of people boarding private vehicles, and they are moving towards other cities, towards Jammu and towards safer areas, which are not facing shelling. So people over here, the permanent residents of the city are indoors. The schools are shut. There are certain injured people who were admitted to the government hospital. The local MLA, the Deputy Commissioner of the Rajouri district, they are constantly monitoring the situation, issuing alerts when it is needed, and also advising people not to roam around or gather in areas.
Are there some safer places which have been identified by the administration to ensure that the civilians can be moved there, evacuation measures being carried out, and rather than people leaving their own homes and, you know, just moving on their own? What about the administrative support being given to them?
See, Maria, this is Rajouri is not an area where these people have witnessed or are witnessing it for the first time. So generally, the local civilians have their own arrangements as well. And the more administration tries to pacify them or the administration tries to evacuate them, people try to opt for their own measures, for their own facilities. That is why a lot of people have left the area. There are bunkers and all, makeshift bunkers people have in their own residences as well. So people keep moving to that location as well. Administration has also identified locations. All the hospitals are on standby. The doctors, the government officials have been asked not to take leaves. So the current situation is such that both the districts, Rajouri and Poonch, along the line of control, are facing shelling for many days. But it is the Poonch district which has taken a severe brunt of Pakistan's shelling.
All right, Ghazali, stay safe, and thank you for getting us that report. And today will be the day when the government will be taking the entire political class of India along, communicating some details of Operation Sindur. Remember, across party lines, from the Congress to the Samajwadi Party to other political parties, have all backed the security forces and have said Jai Hind and Jai Hind Ki Sena. This is the moment of national unity, and that is certainly what is expected from the Indian polity as well. Let me bring in Aishwarya Jain, who continues to be with us. Aishwarya, there are several voices from within the opposition. We have heard from Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who spoke to NDTV last night, and Asaduddin Owaisi, and all of them have been saying that this is not the moment for political bickering. This is not a moment in which anybody, any Indian can say anything other than standing with the forces, and that's what is being put to test also here. What do you think will be communicated by the government first, and second, who all will be representing the government side?
Well, it's a loud and clear message from the opposition side that India is united, and the opposition gives full support to the government at this point in time of response to the terror hubs and the Operation Sindur that Indian armed forces have conducted. And therefore, the reason yesterday we have seen from DMK to TMC to AIMIM to Congress Party, all the India leaders supported it. They posted on their social media accounts. They gave certain statements that had clearly made a point that the entire opposition is together with the government, and they are united, and they fully cooperate with the government of India. And it was yesterday the CWC of the Congress Party that also concluded, in which the statement came out that they fully support the government. Only one demand from the Congress Party. Jairam Ramesh, the communication in charge for the Congress Party in Rajya Sabha MP, categorically stated that at first all-party meeting after the Pahalgam terror attack. They demanded that it should be Prime Minister that should have been chaired the all-party meeting, and this time also they're expecting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to chair and to keep all the political parties on board as far as the decision and the operation that Indian government is taking. While the government has made it clear that it will be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah, the two topmost leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well as top ministers from the government who would be briefing on the operation and also will be informing the opposition parties that India is fully prepared in at a time when there is a possible retaliation from the Pakistani side as well. Of course, the details of operations will be given and how India is combating and how India is well prepared. Yesterday, we have seen Home Minister Amit Shah chairing a meeting with all the chief ministers of the bordering states adjoining to Pakistan and Nepal and gave instructions to those states that they should be fully prepared. Sensitive areas should be dealt accordingly. There should be communication from state to center. Also, the medical aid, the essential commodities should be delivered at a time when India can see a retaliation from Pakistani side. So all important meeting at 11 a.m. in the parliament when government will brief the political parties and want to keep them on board as far as India's operation Sindur is concerned.
Yes, and nation is still on alert and we have to stand around the flag is the message that is coming in from top leaders of various political parties. I can see Vasudha also joining us. Vasudha, we are seeing that the government is trying to take the nation along. That is what the efforts are on. None of the leaders so far have spoken anything which is out of the line. And that is what is expected of them currently in these times.
That's right, Maria. In fact, it's very well said by you, and that's exactly what is happening because perception management is also an important part of war strategy. The government tried its best to put out this diplomatic offensive against Pakistan, which is why we saw the suspension of the IWT, also suspension of the diplomatic officials of Pakistan, and also asking Pakistani nationals in India to leave. And of course, after that, the military strike happened, precision strikes on 9 terror bases, not civilians, not military infrastructure, military installations. So clearly, India is trying to put out a message to the world that it's trying to send out this message to this world that it is capable of delivering justice to its own citizens, asking for accountability from states like Pakistan, which have been pursuing terror options for a while now. Now, today is an important meeting because the Prime Minister clearly wants the political class of India to speak in one voice. And this is not a new thing. Even after Uri, there was a political, all-party meeting. In fact, that saw the participation of the Prime Minister as well. And after that, Sushma Swaraj went up to Sonia Gandhi. Personally, she drove to her residence, spoke to her. So, and after, even after Pulwama, the government tried its best to sort of like create a sense of dialogue with the opposition. But the opposition has been quite, in some ways it has been, it's been looking at, this attack as different from what the government has done. It's been very careful to say that this has been done by the armed forces. So the political will has been in some ways, in some ways being, it's seen as a separate entity. The opposition does not want to talk about it, and which is understandable also because this is the opposition. But they've not really asked for proof. They've not really talked about security lapses. And so those, what do you say? Those kind of rare exceptions have also come out from some Congress leaders, which we saw in the form of Jagdish Mevani yesterday. But today's meeting is going to be important because the opposition is going to be briefed on why these attacks happened, the precision attacks, how they were planned, and most importantly, how the country is preparing for what is to come next, and how the armed forces are also prepared for any kind of retaliation or threat that can happen. Also, I spoke to TDP MP and TDP floor leader, Krishna Devarailu, who is also a TDP MP. Remember, TDP is the most important constituent of the ruling party with 16 MPs. And this is what he said about the all-party meeting. Well, the government has convened an all-party meeting today to talk to opposition parties on its strategic intent. Joining me now is TDP floor leader, Krishna Devarailu. Thank you, Krishna, for joining us. As the most important constituent of the NDA, what is your expectation from the all-party meeting today?
In the last all-party meeting that has been conducted after the Pahalgam attack, everyone from all the spectrum, either in the opposition or in the ruling party, everyone has said we have to be very strong in response with this, with what has happened in Pahalgam. We have to send a strong message, and everyone across the, every nation, a major nation across the world has supported us, and they have said what Pakistan has done was, what Pakistan fostered terrorists have done was uncruel and unhumane. So we have to send a message. We are a peace-loving country. We are a country which is, now top 5 economically on economical front, and we're growing very fast. And we just want to be, left in a peaceful way.
And Pakistan is resorting to what it does best, a predictable move, an unfortunate one. There has been an indiscriminate shelling which has been carried out and which has forced the civilians along the LOC to leave their homes, their carefully loved homes, as these homes are being destroyed by Pakistan. Here's a special report by Shivadur.
It was another night of shelling. The first night of shelling was in the minutes and hours immediately after Operation Sindur, missile strikes on those terror sites in POK and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. The army has confirmed that the line of control in Uri, Kupwara, Baramulla and Poonch are the 4 sectors in which there was heavy artillery fire from the Pakistan side last night. This was, of course, very much expected given the major escalation by Pakistan in the wake of Operation Sindur. They've been using their 130mm, 155mm howitzers and artillery guns to attack, to fire upon civilian areas. My ground report yesterday from Uri captured all aspects of the damage in civilian areas, villages of line of control Uri sector, where the Pakistan army is deliberately targeting civilians. This artillery fire has continued. Of course, this is not one way. The Indian army has been responding in a very, very aggressive manner to all of these escalations in these 4 sectors. I could hear some of it myself late in the evening yesterday before leaving from LOC Uri. I can also tell you that one of the unsaid aspects of this story, apart from the air battle that continued, which we're still going to try and get some official verifications on, is the huge amount of damage that the Indian army has inflicted on the Pakistan army in the Poonch Rajouri sector. We're hearing that an entire arc of Pakistan army posts have been destroyed. They're scrambling to reinforce those posts at this point of time. But at some point, there will be evidence, there will be proof of the kind of damage that the Indian army has inflicted. Remember, over a dozen civilians have also, suffered and died. Many people have been grievously injured, both in the Poonch area, where Pakistan has been directly targeting civilians. They did so last night as well. Also in the northern part of Kashmir, in the Tangdhar sector of Kupwara district, where firing has been continuing on civilian areas. So this continues now for the second night running in the wake of Operation Sindur.
And joining me now on this broadcast is G. Parthasarthi, former Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan. We also have Captain Shweta Misra, former Army officer. Ambassador Parthasarthi, Operation Sindur's timing, the surprise element, and also the fact that it was carried out with immense precision is being lauded by experts. In terms of diplomatic messaging, sir, do you think India has managed to communicate effectively that this was the need of the hour? India had to serve justice, and India knows and has the capability of serving justice to its citizens?
Look, everyone knows how Pakistan got this whole process started. And we've responded and are responding in kind. But just we have to bear in mind how it's going to play out and what is going to emerge. The Pakistanis have been on the war path. They've resorted to sort of the weaponry they've used in the past that I know when I was in Islamabad and when I was earlier in the army. So the thing is, diplomatically, whatever happens, the world will keep talking peace. you do what you have to do and do it, because even before Simla, there were all sorts of problems on this when we are with Pakistan. So yes, I think what happened yesterday was played fine. We even had exchanges in the air, and let's see what emerges.
Come in now, Captain Shweta. In terms of how this will reshape the security dynamics of the entire subcontinent, but it has also redefined the threshold for military engagement between the two adversaries. As a woman, as a former woman officer yourself, do you think the big messaging which came in from that press conference was also of Nari Shakti and strength being displayed by women of India, women officers of India?
Absolutely, Maria. I was thrilled to see the two lady officers briefing the world about the Operation Sindur. The very word Sindur was chosen as a tribute to the ladies who had suffered for past 14 days. We had seen them crying for their family members, and then this was a justice that was done for the tourists who had died by our government. So absolute delight to see the Nari Shakti there briefing the world about what exactly happened in Operation Sindur. In terms of military, Maria, I would say that Operation Sindur has exemplified how a military operation should be conducted. The questions of why, what, where, when, and how, it has brilliantly tackled these questions, and in times to come, this operation will be studied in the military history books of the world. See why. Absolute reason. India had the right to take revenge. India had the right to defend itself. India has absolutely shown through Operation Sindur that it has zero tolerance towards terrorism. India has shown what? That India can use not just army, not just air force, but a synergistic jointedness can be shown by the three forces of Indian tri-services of India. You have seen during 2016 Uri, it was only the land attack. The strategic attack was only by the army. During 2019, it was only the air engagement, and it is for the first time after 1971 when both army and air force have synergistically shown Pakistan and acted against terrorism. So that there also there is a tectonic shift in how India is dealing with cross-border terrorism. Until now, we were dealing within ourselves, and we were speaking that Pakistan is sponsoring it. But now India has shown by attacking multiple locations, not just in the Pakistan illegally occupied Kashmir area, but also in the main Pakistan land.
Yes. So Ambassador Parthasarathy, my question is, India has taken a bold stand against terrorism. But will Pakistan really understand, given the domestic situation it is in?
Well, let me say, let us not underestimate an enemy. I have been through conflict with Pakistan, both in Pakistan and when I was in the military. They have certain advantages of their own. They will fight, but I am certain that in the present circumstances we will prevail.
Okay, let me ask a little more on this. When you say don't underestimate, I'm sure India is not underestimating, but since India repeatedly, Ambassador Parthasarathy is emphasizing on the fact that
I'm sorry, I went off the air.
Yes, since India is emphasizing that there has been only denials and allegations that came in from Pakistan in this period of 15 days, ever since it went ahead and launched that diplomatic offensive, particularly to do with the Indus Water Treaty having been put on hold. The question then is, if it is non-escalatory and very responsible act on only on terror hotbeds inside Pakistan, then what can be the nature of retaliation that can come in from Pakistan? What should India be prepared for?
Is that question for me?
Yes, sir. That's a question for you.
Let's be real. Don't underestimate the Pakistanis. I would not underestimate their air force. Well equipped, But I think, as I said, we can take them on. We've got the mirages which have come in recently, and we can take them on. But I would.
All right, there seems to be some problem with that line with Ambassador Parthasarathy. Really appreciate your time on this broadcast, Ambassador, and also Captain Shweta Misra. A quick break and then we return.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it
that are happening on the part of Ministry of External Affairs, on the part of Ministry of Home Affairs and Defence Ministry. The coordinated plan of action is being presented by NSA Ajit Doval. As far as External Affairs Ministry is concerned, they have been told to brief all the envoys, the representatives of different countries, and therefore the reason perhaps today as well I can tell you that where I am standing is Vijay Chowk, Ministry of Defence, Ministry of External Affairs is just right behind me, and I'm constantly seeing that the envoys' cars are going towards the Ministry of External Affairs, and it is a regular update that has been given to the permanent and non-permanent members of the UNSC as well as the Ministry of Home Affairs are concerned. They are coordinating with the states of the bordering areas, and specific directions have been given on the part of Ministry of Defence, of course, and coordinated effort is being made to ensure that India is well prepared to have to counter any sort of retaliation from the Pakistani side. And a joint briefing is being given by NSA Ajit Doval to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is presently at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg.
These strikes which were carried out by India, remember, utilized advanced weaponry, including loitering munitions, which reflected India's technological prowess and strategic restraint. In terms of preparations, we are seeing the heightened security along the border districts, Ash. So when we look at the north and the south block, right where you are, I can see, south block clearly there. Should we expect more meetings play out, perhaps after the all-party meeting, because both the Home Minister and also Defence Minister will be briefing the heads of various political parties?
Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is already at South Block. He's left his residence and he came to South Block over here. And yes, of course, there might be more meetings. The officials of the Ministry of Defence are already at the South Block coordinating with the joint operations that are going on along with the line of control and along with the international border. We all have seen those reports of the entire border that is along with the India and Pakistan in Rajasthan, which has been put on high alert. Of course, the DG BSF yesterday met Home Minister as well, and those directions were specifically given by Home Minister to the Border Security Force officials as well. So yes, certainly there would be more meetings. But if I can tell my camera person to just pan and show a little bit of what's happening at around the Raisina Hill, movement have started at the Vijay Chowk area, because now the representatives from different political parties will also soon arrive at the Parliament, where at 11 a.m. the all-party meeting is scheduled, and soon after that it will be meetings that are lined up at the Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Defence as well. So yes, there are multiple rounds of meetings that will take place. India is on alert at this point of time, and it is all the crucial ministries, the Raisina ministries particularly, who had been put on high alert as far as the developments that are taking place over there.
All right, Aishwarya, we'll keep coming to you. In fact, Operation Sindoor served justice to 26 families. Remember, the tourists who were butchered in Pahalgam came from 14 states of India. Today, it's a nation which is completely united, a national unity which is being displayed today. And one such family was Madhusudan's family. Sumis Shetty Madhusudan's family, his wife and daughters, were in Pahalgam that day. Kamakshi Prasanna has spoken to... Okay, in fact, the visuals are now coming in of the all-party meeting. The leaders have started arriving for that crucial meeting. The government will be briefing the leaders of various political parties as to what really happened, and of course, in terms of preparations, how is the government looking at the preparations and cooperation also coming from chief ministers across the country. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah had briefed the chief ministers of border states to take them along in terms of ensuring proper essentials are available to all the citizens. If there are some mock drills being conducted in terms of blackouts and evacuation exercises, all the states are expected to cooperate and carry out on war footing. That's the leader from the RJD who has just arrived, and similar visuals continue to come in. Remember, India carried out target coordinated launch of 24 missile strikes, which were carried out across 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations. It was a direct and a decisive counter strike which was aimed at dismantling the logistical backbone of cross-border terrorism that India has been a victim of for decades now. And each of these locations, ladies and gentlemen, had long been monitored by India's intelligence. That is the Susmit Patra come in now from the BJD, which is Biju Janata Dal. Kiran Rijiju, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, welcoming all leaders of various political parties as they arrive for their crucial all-party meeting. That is Anil Baluni, Member of Parliament of the BJP, and also the head of the media cell of the Bharatiya Janata Party. All leaders there united behind the tricolour, sending a message that India cannot afford mixed signalling from the political class. Remember, India's defense officials have emphasized that there was no Pakistani military installations which were directly targeted. India is underscoring the point that there has to be a distinction and distinction which has to be made between anti-terror operations and full-scale military aggression. Leaders of various parties arriving at this is the old parliament meeting, old parliament building which is there. I can see Praful Patel now arrive for the all-party meeting, being welcomed by the BJP leaders. Greetings being exchanged as well. Aishwarya continues to be with us. Aishwarya, visuals are coming in. We can expect complete, perhaps a resolution also to be passed by this all-party meeting. They were expecting a briefing from the Prime Minister, but you have top two Raisina Hills ministers briefing the leaders of various political parties, Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
That's what has been told by the government to all, that it would be Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah. From
ये जो पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी जिसका मेंबर्स हैं पार्लियामेंट में अभी सेशन नहीं चल रहा है, तो सब पार्टी को ऐसे स्थिति में अवगत कराना, उनको स्थिति का बारे में बताना, ये सरकार का दायित्व है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने निर्देश दिया है कि ऑल पार्टी का बैठक बुला करके सारे पार्टियों के नेताओं को हालात के बारे में ब्रीफ करें, क्योंकि ये लड़ाई पूरा देश का है। ये एक सरकार अकेला या सिर्फ सेना नहीं है, सेना के पीछे पूरा देश खड़ा है, इसलिए ऑल पार्टी का बैठक में जानकारी देना आवश्यकता है।
सर, ऑपोजिशन की तरफ तो उनकी मौजूदगी होनी चाहिए।
In such situation, there is no politics in it. The Operation Sindur has been successfully executed by the Indian Armed Forces. The government is very clear about it, and Prime Minister Modi ji's intention has been already made known to the world. So, Honorable Prime Minister desires that in such a situation, we should not be divided. It is not a fight alone for the government and the armed forces. It is a situation where every Indian citizen must stand united. So Prime Minister wanted that the Operation Sindur, which has been executed by the Indian armed forces, must be briefed to all the political leaders.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister there saying that it is the responsibility of the government to brief various political parties, and this is about communicating the details of Operation Sindur, that how India successfully executed a precision attack of this nature. Ladai pure desh ka hai is the message coming in from the government. It's not about BJP or Congress, it's about the entire country. Aishwarya, continue.
Well, and Prime Minister has desired this. Prime Minister has informed the government that there should be a communication in line through all the political parties. The operation details should be shared to all the political parties. It has been successfully executed by Indian Armed Forces, and that's the clear message from the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, that it is not about government or any single party, it is about country, and therefore the reason perhaps it is must that all the political parties should be called and should be briefed. Of course, the government is happy that it is different political parties who have appreciated the efforts of the Indian Army, the successful operation and execution of the terror hubs being striked by our military forces, and how the diplomatic actions against Pakistan have been taken. Let me tell my camera person to again pan and show as how the movement is on as far as the leader of opposition from Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, who has arrived. And there you can see more convoys and it is Home Minister Amit Shah now arriving at the Parliament for the all-party meeting. There you can see Home Minister Amit Shah's convoy now reaching towards the Parliament. It is Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, the Lok Sabha now going towards the Pakistan. That's Rahul Gandhi. On your screens, the convoy is arriving at the Parliament. As far as different political parties are concerned, we have been told it is Supriya Sule from the NCP, Sandeep Bandyopadhyay, T.R. Balu from the DMK, Sanjay Raut, Ram Gopal Yadav from the Samajwadi Party, Dr. Shrikant Shinde, all have arrived for the all-party meeting. Remember, it was earlier when the all-party meeting was called by the government, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs, which had, the political parties which had more than 5 of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs had been called earlier, and now it is, of course, different political parties who have been extended invitation to have a briefing from the government. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah would be briefing about the details of Operation Sindur, a very important phase in the political spectrum as well. The government wants to keep them on board as far as the details are concerned. Of course, the Congress had demanded that it should be Prime Minister who should chair the all-party meeting, but it is Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who had been given responsibility. Of course, the Congress party had stated that they have full cooperation, and on behalf of the entire India bloc, both the leader of oppositions from Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha had stated that all the political parties give full cooperation to the government so that a united message to the world can be sent out in terms of India's military action against the terror hubs, which are and the military that had not attacked any citizens. It was just the terrorist hubs that were destroyed within the Pakistani mainland and also in the Pakistani occupied Jammu and Kashmir. So Home Minister Amit Shah, leader of opposition from Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge and Rahul Gandhi, both had arrived, and in a very short while from now we can see just in 4 to 5 minutes that the all-party meeting would be starting inside Parliament complex, the Parliament library, and certainly in all possible likelihood it will be government who can bring a resolution against the terror attack that has taken place in Pahalgam, and that could be passed unanimously by all the political parties.
This is not the moment for disagreements. The time for discussion will come, but this is not the right time. The right time right now is that there has to be a message that has to go to the world that every party, every citizen of India is standing firmly behind the armed forces, behind our defense forces. That's the message that is coming in from the Indian political class as the all-party meeting will begin any moment now. The government says that it is their responsibility to brief all political parties. They understand that this is not about the government or the army, that this is about each and every Indian that stands with the tricolor. Ladai pure desh ka hai is the message that is coming in from Kiren Rijiju, and how India has successfully executed what was seen as a counter strike aimed at dismantling logistical backbone of cross-border terrorism in Pakistan. Operation Sindur has been a massive success. Remember, 24 missile strike at 9 high-value terrorist-linked locations. Aishwarya continues to be with us. Aishwarya, we can see the convoy now of the Home Minister entering the new Parliament complex. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, they are the government ministers who will be briefing all political parties. Even as we speak, visuals are coming in of External Affairs Minister meeting his Iranian counterpart who has just arrived. So he is likely not to be there. But questions, of course, will be asked of how is the government looking at managing the entire diplomatic narrative. Because yesterday it was the Foreign Secretary who briefed the press. A word on that from Aishwarya in just a bit. A quick break, and this remains our top focus. The news and updates will continue with Gargi.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. A day after Operation Sindur, in a short while, the all-party briefing will take place. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. India strikes deep inside Pakistan. Terror camps decimated post-Operation Sindur. India on alert. High alert, especially in the border states and areas. 21 airports remain closed. Public gatherings banned in Punjab. Police leave has been cancelled. Schools shut in Rajasthan border areas, and the border with Pakistan is sealed. In just a short while from now, the centre will be briefing top political leaders. The all-party meeting. Leaders have begun arriving. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah expected to brief the meeting. The government says every Indian must stand united in this time. Meanwhile, more reactions come from the families of the victims who thank the government for Operation Sindur as well as the armed forces that struck on terror camps in Pakistan after 26 civilians were killed in Pahalgam. For another night, a second night shelling from across the line of control in Jammu and Kashmir. 14th night that firing continued, and shelling yesterday resulted in 13 deaths, including 4 children and a soldier. And tragic news from Uttarakhand. 4 tourists died in a helicopter crash near Uttar Kashi. There were around 6 people in the chopper, of which 4 are reportedly dead. Well, in a short while from now, the all-party meeting that was convened by the centre will begin. In fact, political leaders are arriving for that meeting where they will be briefed about Operation Sindur. In fact, these visuals of earlier, and that meeting has begun. The leaders are going to be briefed on the aftermath of Operation Sindur and all the developments, the successful anti-terror operation carried out by the Indian Army after the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 civilians were killed. Political leaders across party lines have already lauded the armed forces for carrying out the successful strikes deep inside Pakistan. Now, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Union Home Minister Amit Shah are expected to brief the meeting, and Kiran Rijiju, you can see him there entering the meeting area, and he, before going in for that meeting, said every Indian must stand united during this time. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya for more, and before that, let's just listen into what Kiran Rijiju said.
In such situation, there is no politics in it. The Operation Sindur has been successfully executed by the Indian Armed Forces. The government is very clear about it, and Prime Minister Modi's intention has been already made known to the world. So, Honorable Prime Minister desires that in such a situation, we should not be divided. It is not a fight alone for the government and the armed forces. It is a situation where every Indian citizen must stand united. So Prime Minister wanted that the Operation Sindur, which has been executed by the Indian armed forces, must be briefed to all the political leaders.
All right, let's go across to Aishwarya now, who's been tracking all these developments and this meeting as well. And, you know, Aishwarya, so the briefing of political leaders, all-party meeting to begin in a short while from now. And very important, given Operation Sindur, already all top leaders of the country have expressed their support for the government and the armed forces after Operation Sindur.
Well, the support has poured in from beyond the party lines, from leaders like Akhilesh Yadav to DMK's MK Stalin to Mamta Banerjee. Yesterday, in all political spectrum, there had been support. The statements were given by them that they completely support our Indian armed forces, and Jai Hind was something that everyone chanted, echoed on different platforms, be it on the social media or through their statements as well. And as Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Kiran Rijiju just spoke before the all-party meeting that this is not about BJP or Congress, this is not about army, this is about every Indian. The fight is of every Indian against terrorism, and it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's desire to call all-party meeting to brief all the political parties, and we've been informed that from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Home Minister Amit Shah, leaders from opposition, Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Ram Gopal Yadav, Sandeep Bandyopadhyay, T.R. Balu, all leaders who are the floor leaders of different political parties have arrived at the Parliamentary Library. In a short while from now, the all-party meeting will begin. Of course, there has been full support to the government about India's Operation Sindur, which was successfully executed by the Indian Armed Forces. Only one demand that we saw from Congress was that it should be Prime Minister who should brief the all-party meeting, but the government has given responsibility to Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to chair this meeting. Of course, two top ministers from Rice and Oil, Home Minister Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh, both would be there to brief about the operation, and certainly, a message is about to send to the world that the entire political spectrum of the country is united together in response to the strike against terrorism, the India's strike in Pakistan's mainland and also in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Those were not against the civilians but against terrorism, and India's action was coordinated, and a united message will be sent across after the all-party meeting that will be briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
All right, Shwarian, we're getting those visuals from inside the library where that meeting is taking place. Vasudha also joins us for more interesting. Vasudha, you know, what we did know yesterday was Rajnath Singh and Amit Shah expected to brief the all-party meeting and all the top leaders of the country. But also we can see, as Aishwarya is saying, you know, Dr. Jay Shankar there, Nirmala Sitharaman there. So really the top leaders are there. And if we talk about, you know, the Prime Minister, where you are, a short while ago, you had the NSA briefing the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Gargi. If you look at the response that India has given with these precision strikes, it took about 2 weeks to decide, calibrate, and decide upon this very measured response. And of course, it has said that it was very responsible on the part of India to ensure that there was no strike on military installations or on civilians. And now, in the past 2 weeks, there's been an attempt by India to reach out to diplomatic circles, also to launch a diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. On political front, also, there was an all-party meeting that was held immediately after Pahalgam terror attack, and I remember all party leaders being very angry then. Today is a different scene altogether, because there is a certain sense of retribution, there's a certain sense that justice has been served, which is why all party leaders are meeting today. The government also wants to put out a very strong case of India speaking in unified voice. Remember, internationally also it matters a lot if India speaks in one voice, because that will also strengthen our case against Pakistan, you know, internationally. And that is why the government is also very keen that the political class on India remains unified on this front. Well, of course, what I understand is also that top leaders of the party, top ministers Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Amit Shah is the Home Minister, of course, they will be briefing the party leaders on 3 counts. One, as to why these precision strikes were important, what really went into that kind of thinking. Second, how prepared is the armed forces and how prepared the country is for a threat of any kind. When we talk about the opposition has also been very cautious compared to what it did in 2016 and 2019 after Uri and Pulwama, where they, you know, where they promised unconditional support, but there were always these questions that were being raised on security lapses, and that also gave a lot of space for the ruling party to call the opposition parties, you know, not patriotic, or for that matter, questioning of the armed forces capabilities. That did not work well for, you know, the political abilities of the opposition. This time, the Congress especially has been very careful. They held an emergency CWC meeting yesterday. Rahul Gandhi has come out in full unconditional support of the armed forces. But remember that all opposition parties have made a very clear distinction that this was done by armed forces. They've clearly, in some ways, invisibilized the political will that went into ensuring attacks like this happen, ensuring that, you know, they were also very clinically very precise. So that is politics. And today's meeting is just a reflection of how the government wants to ensure that there is unity and there is one unified voice speaking, you know, in favor of what really happened, and also in preparation, in caution for what could be expected next.
That's right. In fact, Aishwarya, that's why, you know, it's so important for this all-party briefing. Firstly, of course, about Operation Sindur, what happened, the, you know, 24 precision strikes that India armed forces took out in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But it's not over yet, and I think that is the point. We are still on alert in our border areas, in Punjab and Rajasthan. We've been reporting about the security situation, how over 20 airports are also shut. So all this is also that will be a part of this briefing today, isn't it?
Well, that's right, and government wants to tick all the boxes. No one can question at any point of time that the government has not done in regards to the operation, in regards to the strike against the terror hubs and to isolate Pakistan. And therefore the reason internally, if we talk about the all-party meeting, the government is doing their own efforts to brief the Congress party or the opposition at this point in time. And externally as well, the Ministry of External Affairs have been calling the envoys, the representatives of permanent and non-permanent members of the UNSC, and they have been also been given briefing by the MEA about the attack on the terror hubs in Pakistan, and certainly wanted to put out in black and white that India has not striked on any civilians. India has striked against the terrorism at those infrastructures which were the terror hubs within the Pakistan or Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and that was unsuccessful, and coordinated efforts of all the all the three services, be it the Army, Navy or the Air Force. Of course, it is at this point in time, what is to be noted is it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi's desire to call an all-party meeting. Prime Minister wants every political party to be on board at this point of juncture when the political parties are completely in support of the government. They had fullest of the cooperation, as being stated by the CWC yesterday in the Congress party as well, and the statements that are coming in from all the political parties beyond the party lines, the NDA or the India bloc. The government also want them to be briefed about the operation and how India is well prepared to combat against any such retaliation by the Pakistani side, and how the different ministries are involved, be it the Ministry of Home Affairs, who are coordinating with states and union territories who are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal, or be it the MEA who had been given responsibility to brief different countries about India's operation, or be it the Defense Ministry, who is completely engaged in the combat operation after India struck Pakistani's terror hubs. So clearly, it will be a joint presentation, of course, from the government side. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh had been given responsibility. The all-party meeting is currently underway, and at the same point in time, what we are also getting to know is NSA Ajit Doval briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg about the current developments that are happening. Prime Minister closely monitoring every situation.
That's right. And the Prime Minister, in fact, held a cabinet meeting yesterday as well. And Vasudha, let's talk more about what Aishwarya just said about reaching out to the international community, because that is something that will also, I'm sure, be talked about today at the all-party meeting. And that has been something, we've seen just after Operation Sindoor and striking inside Pakistan, this reach out across the world stage to all, UNSC members, etc., and to tell them about why India had to do what it did and how these were non-escalatory strikes, and they were strikes against terror hubs.
That's a very important point, Gargi. And if you remember, India launched this diplomatic offensive immediately after the first CCS meeting that was held on the 23rd of April. Remember, the attack happened on the 22nd of April. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has always been very clear since he assumed power as the Prime Minister in 2014 is that there's a need to dehyphenate India-Pakistan. Pakistan is not an equal to India. India can always give it back, but India also has a global stature that it needs to protect, and it needs to maintain that. And as part of this diplomatic offensive that that India launched against Pakistan, yesterday also we saw a diplomatic outreach that was conducted by the government, from Jaishankar, the External Affairs Minister, to the Home Minister, to the Defense Minister. We saw several of them reaching out to different countries. In fact, Jaishankar has himself reached out to the permanent and non-permanent members of UNSC. Even at FATF, there's strong lobbying that India is doing to ensure that Pakistan, is put on that grey list. So clearly that remains an important part. That global alienation of Pakistan for what it has done remains an important part. It is also this, despite Pakistan calling for a UNSC, meeting and being told that what it is doing is not right by members themselves. So clearly this is a setback to Pakistan diplomatically. But apart from China and Turkey, there's been an outpouring of support from all global players, from global countries on what India is doing. But of course, many have also said that there is a concern over this getting escalated, and that is something that India will watch out for, which is why this meeting has been called, because India wants to talk about its strategic intent to its opposition parties as well, because political class speaking in one voice will also strengthen India's case against Pakistan on the global stage.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya and Vasudha, both for joining us with those details. So that all-party meeting is currently underway. We will continue to track all those developments, as the reporters were telling us, as Aishwarya was telling us. Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is chairing this meeting. You can see Nirmala Sitharaman is also there, and Jaishankar as well. And we'll continue to track all those developments. But let's now focus on Jammu and Kashmir as well, where there has been another night of shelling along the LOC after the Operation Sindur was carried out. Remember, for the last 14 days, there has been small arms firing along the LOC ever since the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 citizens were killed. But now this small arms firing, and for 2 nights now, the day before night and last night as well, there has been shelling taking place. Yesterday we showed you how there was destruction in Uri, and a lot of the people living near the border have had to actually flee and leave their homes. A lot of houses have been destroyed, and 13 people have been killed in this shelling, and it has been a second night of shelling. Let's go across to Nazir now, who joins us from Kupwara. And Nazir, there has been a focus when this shelling is taking place. We've seen last night that it was in Kupwara. Tell us what's happening.
Well, it was again artillery was used by Pakistan along the line of control from Kupwara here to right up to Poonch and Aknoor sectors. So it was a nightmare for the people living near the borders, and we are not here far away from the control. Behind these mountains, the line of control, and in Kupwara, though authorities are not allowing go beyond that, because there are several places where houses have suffered damage and people had to flee from their homes. Having said that, it is the worst brunt was borne by the Poonch area and also Tangdhar area, where we see large number of houses and were destroyed. But the question is that India, how they carried out Operation Sindur, it has set new deadline and has also shown India's military prowess and also diplomatic depth. All the 9 sites were targeted effectively within 24 minutes only. From Bahawalpur to Murdike to Kotli and Muzaffarabad and Sialkot, all the sites which India believed were the terror hubs or the terror indoctrination and training centers. So they have been targeted, and Pakistan is now saying they will retaliate. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, in his address to his nation talking about avenging these attacks, and this is first time since 1971 war India has hit Pakistan so deep inside its sea, like Sialkot or the Bahawalpur or Murdiki, important towns of Pakistan, but they were the towns for India where terror was emanating and the origin of terror which have been targeted. And India clearly said these attacks, these strikes were non-escalatory. They don't want to escalate situation, and they didn't target any military installation. They didn't target any civilian population. It was only terrorists and their sites, their places which have been targeted. But Pakistan has its own propaganda and claims, but people living on the borders have a really tough time these days. For last 2 days, it is artillery shelling. It is a reminder of 1998, 99 shelling, when we see large number of people were displaced, people losing their homes, lives and limbs. And for last 2 days, we know districts like Kupwara, Baramulla, Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Rajouri, Poonch, in all these districts, schools have been closed. Kashmir University has postponed exams as well. Srinagar airport remains shut till Saturday morning. We don't know what would happen next, because next 48 hours appear to be very, very crucial. If Pakistan does something, retaliates, then obviously there would be a strong retaliation from India. So far, India has said that, look, we have, for example, the artillery shelling. Army said that we have responded proportionately in the equal measure. They don't want to escalate it further. India has achieved its target, which they wanted after Pahalgam massacre, where innocent people were killed. Since then, government has said, Prime Minister himself said, we'll chase them to the ends of the earth. So their origins were targeted. Perhaps they had never thought that would happen. But here in Kupwara, well, people for last 2 days have been living in a constant fear, particularly in Tangdhar area, where businesses have been ravaged because shops, marketplace was completely targeted. In Poonch, even religious places were targeted, shops, houses were targeted. More than 10 people were killed in Poonch town alone. And same is the situation in Uri, where several houses were targeted and people lose their homes. So it's a tough situation for the people, but clearly India has made its point very clear that when it comes to terror, there are red lines. It would not be only here militancy or militants, it would be the origin of the terror which would be hit. And this time, unlike 2016 or 2019, when India carried out surgical strikes or Balakot air strikes, Pakistan was in a denial mode. This time Pakistan is admitting they have suffered damage, though they are saying civilians have been killed. Even Maulana Masood Azhar, a report attributed to him as a statement saying his 10 family members and other Jaish members have been killed in Balakot, this Bahawalpur strike. So clearly in this place we see it is day 2, but fingers crossed what will happen next. Night was really a nightmare for the locals living near the line of control, but who knows what is in the store. Well, India is ready for any eventuality. People on the border are anxiously waiting what would happen, what would be unfolding.
Right, Nazir,
in
and
next
you're really
24
bringing
or
us
48
what
hours.
is, you know, how the common man, how citizens there near the border are bearing the brunt of these tensions between India and Pakistan right now, and after the strikes under Operation Sindur, now Pakistan they're increasing its cross-border aggression, as it were. Earlier there was, you know, small arms firing, now shelling. So how deep in are we, you know, emptying out the villages? Have people been moved out, and are they now in safer places? If you could tell us a bit about that entire operation, because as you said, the tension continues. We're still on alert. We don't know whether Pakistan will retaliate.
Well, since yesterday morning, the government has actually started doing this exercise. Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with all the districts, border districts, and asked them to prepare a plan for the rehabilitation, and immediate thing was how to take people to the safer places, which has been done. In many places we have seen people fleeing from their homes, leaving everything there, particularly I saw in whether it was Arispora, tribal people and other population leaving their homes in distress, and to save their lives, to save their families. And government is saying that they have taken many people to the community shelters or the schools so that they remain safe and also ensure they get food and shelter. J&K's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha also held meeting with the officials, DCs and the SPs to ensure that help reach to the people and every precautionary measure is carried out. We have not been here able to go to some of the places which have been actually affected, hit by the shell, just few kilometers from here. But the authorities here, police has been stopping media and asking them not to go, whatever would be their sensitivities, but it is not bringing that picture. The kind of, shelling Pakistan has hit innocent civilians in Kashmir, that story to be told, though it has been shown from Uri, but not here in Kupara because of the bit curbs, whatever the sensitivities may be. But right now, schools in this area have been closed since yesterday. Baramulla also, as I said, Samba, Jammu, Kutwa, Poonch, Rajouri, all the schools and educational institutions have been closed, and there would be no flights from Srinagar airport as well. So it is a tense situation and people don't know what would happen next. But on the side of the administration, they say they are trying their best to ensure that people are moved to who are living in the.
All right, Nazir, they're reporting from Kupwara after overnight shelling for a second night has taken place along the border with Pakistan, and telling us what is being faced by the common man, by the villagers who live there along the border. There has been small arms firing. Remember, ever since the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 people were killed, and now you can also, in fact, these are visuals, of course, from Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir after the strikes yesterday by India. But 13 people have been killed in cross-border firing along the border in India, including one soldier as well as 4 children. Now, NDTV's Mohammad Ghazali sent us this report from Jammu, from Rajouri. Let's take a look.
Heavy shelling has been reported from Poonch and Rajouri district. We are right now in one of the villages which has been impacted by shelling. The village is Irwan Khetar. Right behind me, you see, this is front side of the residence which was hit by shelling just yesterday. People have been asked, the owner and other people in the neighboring areas have been asked to move to safer location by the district administration. It's raining over here. The situation is very tense. We'll try to gather more details from one of the local resident. क्या नाम है आपका?
सर मेरा नाम बलबीर कुमार शर्मा।
बलबीर जी, ये घटना कब हुई है? कब गोलीबारी हुई?
ये सर परसों रात को लगभग 1:45 बजे घटना हुई है सर ये।
अच्छा, और जब घटना हुई कोई उससे पहले प्रशासन की तरफ से कोई अलर्ट था या आप लोगों को पिछले 2-3-4 दिनों से चली?
सर वो अलर्ट किया हुआ था, प्रशासन ने पूरी तरह अलर्ट किया हुआ था हमें।
तो प्रशासन क्या
पता नहीं था कि ये हमारा मतलब बमबारी होगी इधर, ऐसे पहले कभी हुआ नहीं है, ये पहली बार है जो ऐसे हुआ यहाँ पे इस इलाके में। पहले ये इलाका लगभग सुरक्षित ही था, ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ यहाँ हमारे गांव में।
अच्छा, तो कितने घर हैं इस गांव में वैसे?
सर 200-250 घर तो हैं लगभग।
और सभी लोग अभी गांव में हैं या यहाँ से जाने के आदेश दिए गए हैं?
सर उस दिन शिफ्ट कर दिया था, कल लगभग शिफ्ट कर दिया सभी को, गाँव वालों को।
कहाँ शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं?
सर राजौरी साइड पर।
तो राजौरी साइड में कोई सरकारी बनाया है कुछ या किसी के घर पे जा रहे हैं या कहाँ?
सर हाँ बनाया हुआ है, मतलब अपने अपने रिश्तेदारों के घर जा रहे हैं लोग।
तो प्रशासन ने भी कुछ बनाया?
प्रशासन ने भी हाँ बनाया, हाँ सर बनाया हुआ।
अच्छा, तो और बॉर्डर कितनी दूर है यहाँ से?
सर लगभग 2-2.5 किलोमीटर होगा।
So you can see that is the location which my camera person is showing you from which side these people face shelling, and this is front of the house which face the shelling, after which they say that the administration, and we can it's raining over here. The concerned person says that administration had already suggested that they should evacuate the area. Still, we can see all these unoccupied houses here. People have left the region. They have moved to other safer location in Rajouri district towards the Rajouri city. They are also like going towards their own relatives, though they claim that the administration has also arranged a makeshift kind of accommodation for people who are getting displaced from areas close to line of control. In Rajouri, Mohammad Ghazali for NDTV.
All right, Ghazali there bringing us the situation in Rajouri as that cross-border firing continues from the Pakistan side. India, of course, responding. But since Operation Sindur and when India struck deep inside Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, let's take a look at some of the reactions that we've been seeing, and especially political reactions. Currently, the all-party meeting is taking place where ministers are briefing leaders from across party lines. But here's a few reactions from ministers as well as the Delhi Chief Minister.
हम किसी को छेड़ते नहीं हैं, लेकिन ये भी स्पष्ट है अगर कोई हमें छेड़ता है तो उसे हम छोड़ते नहीं हैं। ये अद्भुत देश है, एक साथ कई मोर्चों पर काम चल रहा है। एक तरफ आईपीएल भी चल रहा है और दूसरी तरफ आतंकवादियों के विनाश का महाअभियान भी चल रहा है। जिन्होंने हमारी बेटियों की मांग से सिंदूर पहुंचा था, ऐसे आतंकवादी और उनको सरगना, उनको प्रश्रय देने वाले आतंकवाद के अड्डों को तबाह कर दिया गया है, बर्बाद कर दिया गया। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संकल्प है हमारा कि अब आतंकवाद का जड़ से खात्मा कर कर ही चैन की सांस लेंगे।
पाकिस्तान को भी समझ में आ चुका है कि जो जुर्म उन्होंने किया, जिस तरीके से भारत में लगातार उनके द्वारा आतंकवाद फैलाया गया, उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब सरकार ने दिया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और हमारी सेनाओं ने दिया। और यदि ये उनकी ओर से जारी रहा तो शायद इससे भी कहीं अधिक बड़े स्टेप्स हमारी सेनाएं लें, और उसके लिए वो तैयार रहें, क्योंकि पूरा देश के 140 करोड़ लोग अब पूरी तरीके से स्वयं सरहद पे जाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। पूरी तरीके से देश एकजुट है और किसी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति के लिए, संघर्ष के लिए देश का हर व्यक्ति रेडी है।
All right, so there you have the Delhi Chief Minister talking after Operation Sindur. Now, currently, the all-party meeting is taking place where you have ministers briefing leaders across party lines. And earlier today, you had the National Security Advisor, Ajit Doval, meeting with the Prime Minister. He arrived at the Prime Minister's residence and briefed the Prime Minister on all the current developments taking place in the aftermath of Operation Sindur. So there you can see visuals as well from that all-party meeting that is taking place. Ahead of that, you had Ajit Doval briefing the Prime Minister. Remember, there have been a series of key meetings. Yesterday, the Cabinet also met and they were briefed on Operation Sindur and its aftermath, and the Prime Minister talking about how we have given a strong reply to the action that was taken. The Prime Minister had promised that all those responsible for the Pahalgam terror attack in which 26 civilians were killed, that they would be dealt with, and those who provide them safe havens as well. And that is what India did yesterday when it went into Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, as well as Pakistan itself, and those terror havens were destroyed in precision strikes. So the all-party meeting taking place currently, and the NSA also met with Prime Minister Modi ahead of that. But let's now talk about the situation along the border. Remember, India remains on alert. We are still waiting to see whether there will be a response from Pakistan. Pakistan Prime Minister has said that they are going to respond to what India has done. India's aggression is how they're describing it. However, there is a high alert. Yesterday, Home Minister Amit Shah met with the chief ministers, with leaders from the border states, Punjab and Rajasthan, and you've had several steps that have been taken. The airports are closed in the border towns, and schools have been shut as well. Gatherings have been banned in Rajasthan, in Punjab. The leave of police officers, all the cops, has been cancelled for the moment. So while India itself is on alert, remember we had those civil mock drills yesterday, border areas and the border districts remain on very high alert. Let's go across to Gurpreet now, who joins us from Firozpur. And Gurpreet, if you can tell us about some of the measures taken given the state of alert that we are in after Operation Sindur.
Well, we are in this border area. Punjab is a border state, and specifically border area, whether it's Gurdaspur, Pathankot, or Firozpur or Fazilka, already on high alert. We have seen the local administration has already shut down all the schools so that there should not be panic among the parents. At the same time, people are local administration to guide the people how they are going to react if any situation is going to be turned volatile, and in the coming days, if any requirement will be there, they will give us the people of this area and after meeting Minister by the Chief Minister have been seen, they have already cancelled all the holidays of the past so that they should remain alert during this on the ground. At the same ambulances intact, and they are cross-checking and checking again and again. At the same time, they keep on holding blackout rehearsals in the various locations of Punjab. We have seen in Amritsar also same type of blackout rehearsal was being carried out late. That people the system. We have seen the beating retreat ceremony both in Amritsar and Firozpur that had already been take off for this ongoing tension between both the countries. So if we can talk about the people here in people here in Firozpur, district Firozpur, we have seen they are high spirit, they are and they want if the action which has been taken by the Indian government to uproot terrorism, they will stand by the government. So we have to wait and watch what will be coming up in the next days. But as of now, we have seen the administration says everything is under control and the people are also calm. And some of the villagers, they have been reported to leave their villages, but no advisory had been issued by the forces to leave and vacate. When we had conversation with all these villagers, they say we are trying to take these precautions on our own to save our own families. Studio.
That's right, Gurpreet. They're reporting from Firozpur as the border states and districts remain on high alert. As Gurpreet was telling us, in many of the places, schools are closed, gatherings have been banned in Punjab. The leave of all the policemen has also been cancelled. Now, we have been reporting since yesterday how airports along the border areas are also shut. In fact, around 27 airports are closed. This has affected hundreds of flights. In fact, over 400 plus flights have been cancelled. And so passengers and those who are planning to travel must take a look at their, call up the airlines to find out about their flights. Let's go across to Tanushka now for more. And Tanushka, these airports will all remain closed till the 10th morning?
Precisely, Gargi. These airports to remain closed until 10th of May, and these are around 27 airports at this point across the northern and western region of our country. Air travel has come to a halt since yesterday, as over 400 flights have been cancelled, and these airports have been temporarily shut following India's missile strikes on terror targets in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir under Operation Sindur. Now, the airports that are shut at this point are that of Leh, Thoi, Srinagar, Jammu, Amritsar, Pathankot, Chandigarh, Jodhpur, Jaisalmer, Jamnagar, Bhatinda, Bhuj, Dharamshala, Shimla, Rajkot and Porbandar. What we also know is that major carriers including Air India, Indigo, SpiceJet, Akasa Air, Air India Express have constantly been, updating and putting out advisories with respect to these regions that I just mentioned, and that to and fro travel has been completely cancelled, and flights to these regions have also been cancelled. Several foreign airlines have also cancelled services such as that of Qatar Airways. They said that they're temporarily suspending flights to Pakistan due to the closure of Pakistani airspace. And we also know that Virgin Atlantic is also avoiding Pakistani airspace, resulting in some pre-planned rerouting of their London to Delhi flights. So we do understand that air disruption is on at this moment until May 10th. There is going to be air travel problems with respect to passengers in the northern belt, flying in and flying out. And it is advised also by the airlines as well that, to not travel around at this point in time in these areas. However, affected customers are eligible for a one-time rescheduling waiver or full refund. This is being provided by all of these airlines as well.
All right. Thanks so much, Tanushka, for joining us with all those details. Well, to talk more about the aftermath of Operation Sindur, we're now joined by Ashok Sajanhar, former ambassador, and Colonel Dinesh Nain, a defense expert. Thank you so much both for joining us on the program. And Colonel Dinesh Nain, first to you, we were just talking about, high alert in border areas, in border states, and how the airports are all closed till tomorrow morning. And indeed, in fact, across the country, we are on alert as we await to see what kind of response Pakistan may give.
Well, Gargi, these are normal procedures which we followed when we have got some threat from the enemy, whether it is from their aircrafts, fighter aircrafts, or from missile attacks and all. So normally the NOTAM has been declared, and most of the airspace, both in Punjab plains, Rajasthan, and Jammu and Kashmir, that airspace has been closed. Only the fighter aircrafts or you can say Indian Air Force aircrafts are being permitted. Now, this is necessary because we already have done Operation Sindur and attacked about 9 of their targets, basically the terrorist hideouts and their training centers and all. And Pakistan has been giving very, vague kind of indication. Sometimes they say that if India doesn't take any step, we will not take any step. Secondly, they are saying now, when yesterday they had their meeting of NSC, after that, the Shehbaz Sharif started saying that that Pakistan has the right to retaliate. So we are expecting it, and seeing the nature of General Asim Munir and the army of Pakistan basically belonging to Punjab area. So these people didn't have that much of patience. So we expect that if not yesterday, tonight, or maybe day after or something within next 2-3 days, if they have to do something, they will be doing. But in case they delay it, then I'm very sure that international pressure will build up, and probably then there won't be any threat of that kind. But today, as we are having all-party meeting in Delhi, and government is already taking a lot of steps. NSA Doval had met Prime Minister, and the situation is being viewed every hour at Delhi headquarters. We expect that probably if sense prevails, Pakistan won't retaliate because they have started experiencing a lot of problems from Balochistan and also in Pashtun areas. And there have been some reports about the serial blasts in Lahore and 6 more places like Gujranwala and Sheikhpura and other places since morning. So things are getting bad for Pakistan, and we are in a situation of wait and watch.
Right, escalate or back down. That is what everybody's speculating about Pakistan's next step. But Ambassador Sajanhar, at this. After Operation Sindur yesterday, we saw very important action by the government reaching out to all our international allies and all the international community as well, and to talk to them about the reasons that India had to take this step, cross that Rubicon in a sense, go into Pakistan, destroy those terror camps. It's because Pakistan itself continued to refuse and deny and take no action.
Yes, thank you very much, Gargi. You are very right. Pakistan has always been in a denial mode. We know that, even when the NATO forces were in Afghanistan, when the ISAF forces were in Afghanistan, it was always supporting the Taliban to go and attack those forces in Afghanistan. But it would always have that denial that, we are catching the terrorists, and they would hand over some of them when the pressure would increase on them. We also know that Osama bin Laden was found. Even on 26/11, I think the whole world knows that Pakistan was behind it. But it has always been in denial, on whether it is Pulwama or Pathankot every time. So I think the credibility of Pakistan is very low. And this was also really brought out when Pakistan tried to call a meeting of the UN Security Council. It happens to be a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, so it wanted the Security Council to come together, once again internationalize the Kashmir issue, but it failed miserably in that. In fact, rather than the Security Council passing any directions or strictures against India, it called to question what Pakistan was doing as far as dealing with, controlling terrorism, what was the activities of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and of the resistance front, etc. So I think Pakistan really finds itself in a corner on the back foot, and India has been reaching out, India's position of zero tolerance to terrorism. That has been quite evident for a long, long time. At every international fora, you would have seen, Gargi, that Prime Minister Modi and Dr. Jaishankar, they have been speaking against terrorism. And even after Pahalgam, we were calling all the major global leaders at the level of NSA, at the level of the External Affairs Minister. We had a meeting of these ambassadors in Delhi by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. So I think we have been in touch with them, and even yesterday, after Operation Sindur, all the, the 13 members of the UN Security Council, both permanent and non-permanent, excluding Pakistan, they were also invited. They were told what action had been taken, that India's action had been very responsible, it had been very restrained, it had been non-escalatory, and now the ball was very much in Pakistan's court. I think if it has any sense about its own security stability, Pakistan will desist from taking any preemptive action of
we do seem to have managed to get, the international community on our side and isolate Pakistan. Thanks so much, Ambassador Sajanhar and Colonel Dinesh Nain, for joining us on the program this morning. With that, we'll slip into a short break and get you more updates on the all-party meeting, which is underway.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over
Welcome back. An all-party meeting is underway in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor. A day after Operation Sindoor was conducted by Indian Armed Forces. And let's take a look at the damage that was done in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. Remember, our missiles went into Pakistan as well. And there was a mix of air-launched missiles, self-destructing kamikaze drones, and artillery fire from the ground that was used by the armed forces. Maxar has collected new satellite imagery on May 7 that reveals that the before and after images of the destruction of two of the locations in Pakistan that were struck overnight. The locations include the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Murid-Ke, which were reportedly associated with the Jaish-e-Mohammed group and the Lashkar-e-Toiba group respectively. These were training areas for these groups. Let's just take a look at this report from Vishnu.
The high-resolution satellite imagery that you see over here includes the Jamia Masjid Subhanallah compound on the outskirts of Bahawalpur and the Markaz Taiba complex in Nangal Southern, which is in Murid-Ke. These were two of the major centers of terror which were struck by the Indian Armed Forces in the precision strikes that went through. The images show that the strikes at these two locations have been incredibly successful. The domes of the mosque in Bahawalpur have been destroyed. Adjacent buildings have been destroyed as well. and there is a building which appears to have collapsed in the strikes which went down in Muridke. The images indicate that there has been pinpoint accuracy in the attacks. It's particular compounds and particular buildings which were struck. While it's unclear what the point of entry of the weapons in Bahawalpur were, what does appear, and it is very clear, is that just 3 domes, 2 or 3 domes from the top have been entirely demolished. Whether those were entry points of the weapons is unclear. But from the images that I have seen, and I've seen quite a few of them, some of which we are broadcasting over here, the strikes have been precision strikes, and they have hit exactly what India wanted. The goal, as we've been mentioning since yesterday, is that these should not be escalatory.
All right, so there before and after images after the strikes in Pakistan in those 2 areas. Now let's take a look at the reaction from some of the families. 26 civilian citizens were killed in the Pahalgam attack, terror attack, in which men were killed by the terrorists. And now the family is reacting to Operation Sindur. In fact, the family of Madhusudan Rao has thanked the armed forces and the government for Operation Sindur.
I heard that there was an Operation Sindur was happened in the last night, which was taken the revenge of our 27 families. The name itself is telling that Operation Sindur. Sindur means we all lost our husbands. That means our lives. One way I should thank to Modi that we are so innocent people. They saw Modi on us. So Modi also owned us and took this revenge on them. So we are thanks to Modi.
So their reactions from the families, and since yesterday, India has also been reaching out to the international community, to diplomats and members of the UNSC to explain the reasons for Operation Sindur. And in fact, the world has stood by India and its fight against terrorism. Pakistan seemingly isolated. Well, let's go across to Arjun for more on the kind of reactions that have been coming in. And Donald Trump, in fact, Arjun gave, 2 different reactions. One was his earlier reaction where he said, oh, it's happening and they've been enemies for centuries, in fact, he said. But now he gave another reaction in which he has, said that he's even willing to mediate if needed.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's Trump's statement where he says he's ready to mediate, in fact, between the 2 countries. But I'll get you the latest statements which are right now coming in from the UK, where ex-PM Rishi Sunak, and I'm quoting him here, he said, India is justified in striking terrorist infrastructure. For our viewers just joining in right now, I'll reiterate former UK PM Rishi Sunak's statement, and I quote him here, India is justified in striking terrorist infrastructure. Well, this is not the latest statement which has come from the UK. Indian origin MP Preeti Patel, in fact, also raised this issue in the House of Commons on Wednesday, in fact, and where she said, UK must work with our friends in India to tackle terrorist threats. It's not only the UK, from Panama to America, all the way to Russia. The world has come in support of India, its defense forces, and the Prime Minister after Operation Sindur. I'll quote some other countries as well. This comes from the Israeli ambassador to India, in fact, Reuven Azar, who's clearly said that Israel supports India's right to self-defense. Not only this, Geert Wilders, the Dutch MP from the Netherlands, in fact, has, said, and I'm again quoting him here, that Kashmir is 100% Indian. MP not mincing any words. Moving further, Sri Thanedar, a congressman of a very prominent congressman, rather, from the US, has also cleared that India has the right to defend itself. And as I said, all the way to Panama, the Foreign Ministry has unequivocally said that the Republic of Panama stands with India. Now, we, of course, got you a lot more reactions yesterday, and these are the latest in how the international diplomacy stands.
All right, thanks so much for that, Arjun. And in some breaking news now coming in, the Prime Minister is meeting with the Union Home Secretary, and we're told the focus is on the border villages. Remember, there has been cross-border firing from Pakistan. There's been small arms fire for the last 14 days, so that's a fortnight of small arms fire along the LOC and international border. And since since last night, it's been 2 nights of shelling coming from across Pakistan, and the focus really is on moving the villagers in these areas away from border areas. There are 13 people who have died in this small arms firing and shelling from across the border, including 1 soldier.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have 2 credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. It is the day after Operation Sindur and several meetings are taking place. We'll get you all the very latest. First, let's take a look at the headlines. We're tracking Operation Sindur when India struck at the heart of Pakistan with 24 precision cruise missiles striking at 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, decimating terror hubs. There's high alert in border areas in Punjab and in Rajasthan. In Punjab, public gatherings have been banned and police leaves have been cancelled. Schools are shut. In Rajasthan, the border with Pakistan sealed. An all-party meeting is currently underway where top ministers are briefing the parties and top leaders across party lines. This is being chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, attended by Amit Shah and Jaishankar as well. The government says every Indian must stand united. And families of the victims who were killed in the Pahalgam attack, in which 26 civilians were killed by terrorists, thank the government and armed forces for Operation Sindur. And the world stands by India. World leaders are in support of India and Operation Sindoor. They do call for restraint, and US President Donald Trump has offered to mediate. All right, a series of meetings are currently underway. That all-party meeting is taking place, chaired by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. But now a Union Home Secretary, we've learned, is meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Now the focus here is on the cross-border firing and shelling that we have been seeing coming from the Pakistan side in Jammu and Kashmir, where we have seen for 14 days now small arms firing taking place and shelling for 2 nights. In fact, people along the border villages have had to be moved. 13 people died yesterday, including 1 soldier, as well as 4 children were killed. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, this is a very important issue now to focus on in the aftermath of what happened in Pahalgam, and then Operation Sindoor is the brunt being borne really by the people living at the border and LOC.
Well, just yesterday, it was Home Minister Amit Shah who held meetings with the Chief Ministers and Lieutenant Governors of the states and UTs adjoining to the borders of Pakistan and Nepal. And Home Minister gave specific instructions that essential commodities should reach at such places, and also there should be uninterrupted services which are emergency in nature, be it the medical aids or the fire services as well. The Home Guards, the National Disaster Forces, the State Disaster Forces, all should be kept on alert in an occasion of any emergency like situation or the retaliation from Pakistani side. And today it is Home Secretary Govind Mohan who is briefing Prime Minister Narendra Modi specifically about those border areas where Indian civilians have suffered casualties. There were a lot of people who are injured, and how to move them from these sensitive areas towards a safe place. About that, of course, a presentation is being given to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Just before that, it was National Security Advisor Ajit Doval who met Prime Minister Narendra Modi, briefed about the current ongoing situation, and that meeting lasted for 50 minutes. So, series of meetings currently underway as far as Prime Minister Narendra Modi keeping close eye on what's happening. He'd been briefed on regular intervals from senior officials from the MHA, from the Defence Ministry as well, and on the other side in the Parliament, an all-party meeting which is chaired by Rajnath Singh is underway. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh had briefed, we have been told, all the political leaders from different political parties at the beginning of the all-party meeting.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So yes, that all-party meeting is underway, and the Union Home Secretary has also met with the Prime Minister over concerns of the firing along the border and the need to shift out the civilians who live there. Now, India-Pakistan tensions have risen sharply in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, which was carried out by Indian Armed Forces in the early hours of Wednesday. India carried out 24 precision cruise missile strikes deep inside Pakistan, as well as Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. These are 9 locations in Pakistan and POK, which was in response to the terror attack that took place in Pahalgam, in which 26 tourists were killed. This took place last month. Now, India, since this Operation Sindoor, has been on high alert, especially in the border states and areas, and in, of course, Punjab and Rajasthan we've seen, but in Jammu and Kashmir now, let's focus on what we've seen, along the border. And Ghazali now joins us from Rajouri. And Ghazali, tell us about details from there. The Prime Minister meeting with the Home Secretary over concern about our citizens living next to the border.
Yeah, heavy shelling has been going on for the continuously for the past many days here in Rajouri and in the neighboring Poonch areas. I'll try to show you the location from where we are reporting. On this side, I'll ask my camera person to show you. This road leads towards the international border, which is in the Rajouri sector, in the Rajouri district. And all these small shops here, these are the local residents, and a lot of them have been saying that since the shelling started happening for the last 1 week, they have they have been asked to leave and go towards the safer areas. But in the daytime, for their livelihood and all, they have to run these shops. And I am joined here by some of the local residents. They are part of the Nagar Panchayat. They will tell us the exact situation of what shelling is, what is its impact here, because the area from where we are reporting is like around 1.5 or 2 kilometers from the international border. So the range of firing and shelling engulfs this entire belt, this entire village. क्या नाम है सर आपका?
मेरा ज़हीर शाह है मेरा नाम और
तो पिछले 4-5 दिनों से जैसा माहौल बना हुआ है 7 मई की रात से, उसके बाद से बताएं कि पिछले 5 दिनों में किस तरह से आप लोगों को यहाँ पर सरकार की तरफ से इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिल रहे हैं, शेलिंग कैसे हो रही है, किन किन चीज़ों पर असर पड़ रहा है?
सर सरकार की तरफ से हमें बताया गया था कि ये ड्रिलिंग होनी है, आपको बताना है कि कैसे आपने अपनी सेफ्टी करनी है। तो वो जो दिन बताया गया था उससे पहले ही इन्होंने ऐसा कर दिया है, तो बहुत सफ़र हो रहे हैं यहाँ के जो लोकल लोग हैं। तो परेशानी तो हमें आ रही है, यहाँ के लोकल लोग हैं ना, तो जो बैंकर बनाए गए थे हमारे लिए वो भी अनकम्प्लीट हैं, वो भी पूरी तरह से कंप्लीट नहीं हुए हैं। तो जो बॉर्डर बेल्ट के एरिया के लोग हैं ना, उनको बहुत सफ़र है इस वक्त।
और यहाँ पर सुनने में जो आ रहा है ये भी है कि आप लोगों को दूसरे सेफ लोकेशन पर भी जाने को कहा गया है। तो दिन में लोग आ जाते हैं, दुकान वगैरह चलानी होती है, ये मजबूरी भी है, इस वजह से लोग दोपहर में या दिन में रहते हैं।
सर देखिए, कारोबारी जो लोग हैं वो आएंगे दिन को, लेकिन अप्रॉक्सीमेटली मतलब 100 से मान के चलिए कि 10 या 15% ही लोग आते हैं गांव में। बाकी जो चले जाते हैं गांव से शहर की तरफ ही रुख करते हैं। तो बाकी जिनकी कोई सिटी में है रिहाइश तो वो जाएंगे। जो हमारी तरह जो पोर कंडीशन वाले लोग हैं, जो गरीब तबके के लोग हैं, उनके लिए कोई सहायता नहीं है और वो उन्होंने जाना भी कहीं है। तो बहुत बड़ा ये इशू बन गया है तो हमारे लिए।
अच्छा ये बताएं, मॉक ड्रिल भी हो रही है आज?
हाँ बताया गया था, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ हुआ नहीं है अभी। इधर बताया गया था कि होनी है अभी, बाकी हुआ नहीं है अभी ऐसा कुछ भी।
ये शेलिंग ऐसा तो मतलब राजौरी और पुंछ का इलाका ऐसा आप बेहतर जानते हैं कि यहाँ तो अक्सर शेलिंग का इम्पैक्ट पड़ता है जब भी होता है। क्या इस तरह की शेलिंग के बिल्कुल रिहायशी इलाकों पर टारगेट किया जा रहा हो, इससे पहले भी कभी शेलिंग में ऐसा हुआ है?
सर देखिए, जहाँ तक कि शेलिंग की बात है, ये अप्रॉक्सीमेटली ये बालाकोट और ये बिम्बर गली से लेकर नौशहरा तक ये हमारा जो बॉर्डर बेल्ट का एरिया आता है, तो इसमें अप्रॉक्सीमेटली होता रहता है। लेकिन इस बार जो इन्होंने हद ही क्रॉस कर दी है, यहाँ के लोकल लोगों को टारगेट किया गया है, तो यहाँ के लोकल लोगों का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ है। और इसके लिए हमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और सरकार से ये गुहार लगाते हैं कि हमारे लिए बंकर जो बनाए गए थे उनको कंप्लीट किया जाए, तो वो हमारा राइश का ज़रिया बन सकता है, हम अपनी जान को सेफ समझ सकते हैं।
So Gargi, I'll also try to show you through visuals. This is one grocery store here which has been impacted by the shelling. You can see here the impact or the hit of the shelling hit here, right here. You can see here. So and nobody knows that from which side the firing will happen, because the exact location from the firing happens. I'll also try to ask my camera person to show you that from where it is happening and how it has impacted the villages here. So you see in the frame, those the hilltops there, that is the location from where the shelling happens. And all these areas, all these residences in these villages, all the houses, this under construction house on my left in the frame, you will see that they have been hit. The residents or the inhabitants of these localities have been asked to move to safer location, and they all have moved to other areas, the city areas of Rajouri district. Some of them in the morning, and you'll see all the vehicles moving in from here. So all the local residents, they have been asked to go to safer places, either to their relatives' place in urban areas of Rajouri, or many of them have left the city and are going towards Jammu or other low-lying areas, towards the plains. So the exact situation right now is that though the administration is appealing people to move to safer locations, there are makeshift arrangements or bunkers where people have been asked to move, yet due to livelihood, the compulsion of running your livelihood leaves these people with no choices. They have to stick around. That is why this shop is running. And we visited a couple of villages here close to the line of control in Rajouri district to see the impact of the shelling. This is the report.
All right, so let's just take a look at that report that Ghazali sent to us earlier, where he was visited some of those houses that have been hit by the overnight shelling.
Heavy shelling has been reported from Poonch and Rajouri district. We are right now in one of the villages which has been impacted by shelling. The village is Irwan Khetra. Right behind me you see this is front side of the residence which was hit by shelling just yesterday. People have been asked, the owner and other people in the neighboring areas have been asked to move to safer location by the district administration. It's raining over here. The situation is very tense. We'll try to gather more details from one of the local resident. क्या नाम है आपका?
सर मेरा नाम बलबीर कुमार शर्मा।
बलबीर जी, ये घटना कब हुई है? कब गोलीबारी हुई?
ये सर परसों रात को लगभग 1:45 बजे घटना हुई है सर ये।
अच्छा, और जब घटना हुई उससे पहले प्रशासन की तरफ से कोई अलर्ट था या आप लोगों को पिछले 2-3-4 दिनों से चली?
सर वो अलर्ट किया हुआ था, प्रशासन ने पूरी तरह अलर्ट किया हुआ था हमें।
तो प्रशासन क्या
पता नहीं था कि ये हमारा मतलब बमबारी होगी इधर, ऐसे पहले कभी हुआ नहीं है, ये पहली बार है जो ऐसे हुआ यहाँ पे इस इलाके में। पहले ये इलाका लगभग सुरक्षित ही था, ये पहली बार ऐसा हुआ यहाँ हमारे गांव में।
अच्छा, तो कितने घर हैं इस गांव में वैसे?
सर 200-250 घर तो हैं लगभग।
और सभी लोग अभी गांव में हैं या यहाँ से जाने के आदेश दिए गए हैं?
सर उस दिन शिफ्ट कर दिया था, कल लगभग शिफ्ट कर दिया सभी गाँव वालों को।
कहाँ शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं?
सर राजौरी साइड पर।
तो राजौरी साइड में कोई सरकारी बनाया है कुछ या किसी के घर पे जा रहे हैं या कहाँ?
सर हाँ बनाया हुआ है, मतलब अपने अपने रिश्तेदारों के घर जा रहे हैं लोग।
तो प्रशासन ने भी कुछ बनाया?
प्रशासन ने भी हाँ बनाया, हाँ सर बनाया हुआ।
अच्छा, तो और बॉर्डर कितनी दूर है यहाँ से?
सर लगभग 2-2.5 किलोमीटर होगा।
So you can see that is the location which my camera person is showing you from which side these people face shelling, and this is front of the house which face the shelling, after which they say that the administration, and we can it's raining over here. The concerned person says that administration had already suggested that they should evacuate the area. Still, we can see all these unoccupied houses here. People have left the region. They have moved to other safer location in Rajouri district towards the Rajouri city. They are also like going towards their own relatives, though they claim that the administration has also arranged a makeshift kind of accommodation for people who are getting displaced from areas close to line of control. In Rajouri, Mohammad Ghazali for NDTV.
All right, the impact that it's having on the people living near the border, Ghazali with that report from Rajouri, but not just in Jammu and Kashmir where there's high alert. Indeed, there's alert across the country, but along in the border states of Punjab and Rajasthan as well, there is an alert. Yesterday, Home Minister Amit Shah met with the chief ministers and lieutenant generals and top officials from these states, and over 20 airports are closed. Now, in fact, in Punjab, all the leaves of the police have been cancelled. No gatherings have been allowed. There's high alert in Rajasthan where schools in the border districts have been closed, and overnight blackout drills were also practiced in Rajasthan. Let's go across now to my colleague Gurpreet, who joins us from Firozpur. And Gurpreet, tell us more about the kind of measures that are being taken. As we said, indeed the country is on alert after Operation Sindur, but more so in the district that you are in right now.
Right now we are in district Firozpur. First of all, I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground. We are a few kilometers away from international border. We have seen there is a huge movement and the people who are present here, they are under control situation, and what we have learned from the local administration also, they say they are not issuing a single advisory to any villager to leave the place, but we have seen some of the family, they have already started shifting from nearby area of border to the safer places. What we have seen, some of the family, they are shifting their children from their village to other, but as of now what we can sense here from this district Firozpur, the people are in high spirit. They say the action which has been taken by the Indian government, that is the need of the hour, and the way this fight has already been initiated against terrorism, there is need to uproot this terrorism. If we can talk about a lot of precautions which has already been taken by the administration. We have seen the number of mock drills are being carried out in the various districts of Punjab, and specifically in the border area. We have seen all the schools have already been shut down, whether it's in Pathankot, Gurdaspur, Amritsar or Firozpur or Fazilka. We have seen all the schools have already been shut down. We have seen even the beating retreat ceremony which was going on at Hossainiwala in Firozpur and in Amritsar, that had also been closed. closed, keeping in the view of this ongoing tension between between India and Pakistan, between the two countries. As of now, what we can understand, the local administration say they are totally in touch with all the people, all the villagers, and they keep on narrating each and everything, so that if there is any situation, if there is any emergency, they should be aware of the system. We have seen last night a blackout had taken place here in Firozpur from 9 p.m. onwards, and till 9:30 they were trying to analyze each and every aspect at that time, and they were also giving multiple sirens to the people, so that they will be able to understand if they get a sound of a siren, how they are going to react. Same thing has been seen in Amritsar also, and multiple mock drills are being held at Gurdaspur also. So as of now, if we can talk about specifically this border area, specifically district Firozpur, we have seen SSP was saying that everything is under control, and at the same time we have seen the advisory had already been issued, directions had already been given by Punjab government to cancel all leaves till the time this situation is so volatile. At the same time, we have seen a few minutes back the transport minister has already issued one of the notifications saying around 300 buses will be around this border area, so that if there is any emergency, the transportation will not create any problem for this operation which is being carried out. But we have seen the emergency services are already intact, and the way the mock drills are being carried out by the local administration to just give a very, very strong message to people that how they are going to react if there is anything happens untoward situation is coming up in the coming days. So all these things are totally intact in district Firozpur and other border areas, whether it's Gurdaspur, Pathankot or Fazilka or Amritsar. Back to studio.
All right, and Gurpreet, so as you're telling us, people are evacuating certain areas there as well, and this is being assisted by the administration?
No, well, we had a word with the administration. Administration has already made it very clear. We haven't given any advisory to any villager to leave their village, because everything is intact, and they had already made accurate arrangement for all these people if there is any emergency. But what we have learned when we were talking to them, they are saying that they are taking their children and their wives and mothers also to a safer place. After that, they will come back. And as I already told you, they are in high spirit. They say the way the nation has taken up a stand against this terrorism, they are with them, and they will definitely contribute whatever they can contribute at the time if there is any emergency, and they will stand by our forces also. So as of now, there is no advisory which has been issued by the local administration to ask anyone to leave the village or to vacate any place from this border area of Firozpur. Back to studio.
All right, so just some families out of precaution, but the administration there saying there is no need, but high alert remains in the border districts. Thanks so much, Gurpreet, there reporting from Firozpur. And let's now get your report from Rajasthan, which also remains on high alert after Operation Sindur. Remember, Rajasthan shares the longest border with Pakistan. That border has been sealed. There's heightened vigil in 5 of the border districts. Airports are closed, and blackouts are also are taking place from midnight to 4 a.m. Hospitals are ready with essential supplies. NDTV's Harsha sent us this report.
This is the last village on the border. Barely 20 kilometers away is the India-Pakistan border, and this is Tanot, which is famous for the Tanot temple, where it is believed that when the Battle of Longewala took place, there was heavy shelling, but not a single bomb exploded. Now, just 20 kilometers away is the Pakistan border. There is a heightened sense of vigil here. In fact, Rajasthan shares the longest border with Pakistan, over 1,000 kilometers long, spread over 5 districts. So Jaisalmer, Barmer, Ganganagar, Bikaner, these districts are on heightened vigil. Schools have been shut here. Anganwadi centers are closed, and children have been asked to stay at home. Along with that, these are the only areas that are facing a blackout from midnight until 4 a.m. Entry is also restricted. In fact, this area attracts a lot of pilgrims in normal times, but now these roads wear a deserted look because barely a few kilometers is the India-Pakistan border. Villagers here, the sentiment largely is that they are prepared and alert, and of course safe and confident, because they say that the Indian Army and the BSF will support and defend them. But at the same time, the sense of the tension and the sense of heightened alertness and security is very, very apparent here where we are a few kilometers away from the India-Pak border.
All right, heightened alert there in our border states and districts, as Harsha was reporting. Now, this is one of the issues that will be talked about at the all-party meeting that's taking place right now, convened by the centre to brief political leaders across party lines on Operation Sindur and all the developments that have taken place. Also, all our reach out to the international community, reaching out to various diplomats and countries. Well, let's go across to Vasudha now for more on this. And Vasudha, what we did know earlier was, that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister Amit Shah would be there, but we can see Jaishankar and Nirmala Sitharaman as well over there. So top, ministers really briefing the opposition, briefing all parties, and already all parties have also given out statements that they are with the government on this.
That's right, Gagi. Even as India builds on its diplomatic outreach immediately after the precision strike that it carried out against 9 terror bases in Pakistan, now it's time for political outreach. Remember that India has been trying to build this very genuine evidence-based case against Pakistan on the global stage, and India's political class speaking in one voice is going to strengthen that attempt, which is why the government has been emphasizing on getting the opposition on its side to believe in what it is doing, and also to inform the opposition about its own strategic intent. This happened in 2016 as well. In fact, the Prime Minister himself was present then, 2016, after the Uri attack, when the armed forces crossed the border and they attacked the launch pads. And of course, after the Pulwama attack, with the Balakot strike took place. And the opposition, of course, has also in some ways, supported the government unconditionally. But there have always been voices also within the opposition that have also questioned security lapses. But this time, the Congress party specifically has been very clear that it wants to speak in one voice, which is why Rahul Gandhi yesterday also said that he stands with the forces unconditionally. The CWC was convened yesterday. Congress party has also cancelled its Samvidhan Bachao and other political programs. And today, the government is being represented by Amit Shah, who's the Home Minister, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. In fact, Rajnath Singh is the one who's giving out a presentation inside. As the meeting is underway, there's also Kiran Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, who basically before the meeting came out, spoke to the media, and he said that it is the government's responsibility to ensure that the opposition is informed of what is happening so that the country is unified at a time like this. Also, Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, is there. She's just come back from Italy. And Jaishankar, the man playing a very pivotal role in what's happening now. The External Affairs Minister is also there. I'm told that this is going to happen at 3 levels because one, of course, the government explaining to the opposition as to why this was important, then how prepared the armed forces are, and the third most important thing, how prepared the country is for the aftermath of this, because any retaliation, any threat of any kind, the country needs to be prepared, and that will be briefed to the opposition today. And Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge from the Congress party, and Sudeep Bandyopadhyay from the TMC, Supriya Sule from the NCP, TR Balu from the DMK, and also Mr. Owaisi from the MIM. So from large party to small parties, this has seen a full house, and once they come out, we will be able to understand as to what really happened. One thing that I've also been told by some of the opposition MPs is they will also ask the government if there's any more, escalatory actions planned, although the government has made it very clear that this was responsible, measured and non-escalatory. But given that there's aggressive, arbitrary shelling that is happening by Pakistan on our LOC, on our bordering villages in Jammu and Kashmir, so that is one thing that the opposition party might be asking. But clearly, the political class is at least attempting to speak in a unified voice, and this all-party meeting is just an attempt to ensure that.
Absolutely, Vasudha, as you said, that there have been, statements from the Congress as well. But the Prime Minister has also been busy since the morning. You've reported on how the NSA met with the Prime Minister, briefed him. Also, the Home Secretary meeting with the Prime Minister, and you just spoke about concerns regarding our border areas and the shelling and firing from Pakistan, and that, it seems, was the focus of that meeting with the Home Secretary.
Absolutely. I'm told that the Prime Minister is extremely cautious on how the country is prepared. He wants to ensure that every civilian in this country is prepared for whatever is to come. That is why, while political, unity is being formed with this meeting of all parties, the Prime Minister has also been having constant meetings. Yesterday, also we saw the NSA was present even before the country was briefed by armed forces officials. He is the one who is with the Prime Minister constantly, telling him what really is happening and what can be happening next, what can be expected. And Govind Mohan, the Home Secretary, also met the Prime Minister today, and that is very important because the Home Secretary at MHA has been coordinating with states, he has been coordinating with several paramilitary forces, he's been coordinating with several agencies to ensure preparedness, readiness of this country, especially of its citizens, for emergency of any kind. Remember that the last time something like this happened was in 1971. A lot of us weren't even born then. India is reasonably a young country. So clearly, a lot of things have to be spelled out to people. We saw blackouts happening in Jaisalmer, and of course in Amritsar yesterday. Mock drills have happened. So this was also an attempt to apprise the Prime Minister of how the preparations are taking place, feedback and also scope of improvement. The Prime Minister is seen as a man of ideas, and this is also to ensure that the country stays prepared and at the forefront for whatever is to come.
All right. Thanks so much, Vasudha, for joining us with those details. Vasudha, tracking that all-party meeting that is currently underway. As we said, opposition has supported the government and the armed forces in Operation Sindur and the action taken. But let's now take a look at some of the other statements coming from the chief ministers on Operation Sindur.
विकसित भारत किसी को छेड़ता नहीं है। विकसित भारत अनावश्यक रूप से किसी के कार्यों में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करता है, और ये तो इतिहास रहा है हमारा। बेवजह हमने किसी देश के कार्य में कभी भी हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया। आपने भारत की ताकत का एहसास दुनिया ने भी किया है, और आने वाले समय में भी दुनिया इस ताकत का एहसास करेगी। इसमें महत्वपूर्ण नागरिक कर्तव्य अब हो जाते हैं।
हम किसी को छेड़ते नहीं हैं, लेकिन यह भी स्पष्ट है अगर कोई हमें छेड़ता है तो उसे हम छोड़ते नहीं हैं। यह अद्भुत देश है। एक साथ कई मोर्चों पर काम चल रहा है। एक तरफ आईपीएल भी चल रहा है और दूसरी तरफ आतंकवादियों के विनाश का महाअभियान भी चल रहा है। जिन्होंने हमारी बेटियों की मांग से सिंदूर पहुंचा था, ऐसे आतंकवादी और उनको सरगना, उनको प्रश्रय देने वाले आतंकवाद के अड्डों को तबाह कर दिया गया है, बर्बाद कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संकल्प है हमारा कि अब आतंकवाद का जड़ से खात्मा कर कर ही चैन की सांस लेंगे।
पाकिस्तान को भी समझ में आ चुका है कि जो जुर्म उन्होंने किया, जिस तरीके से भारत में लगातार उनके द्वारा आतंकवाद फैलाया गया, उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब सरकार ने दिया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और हमारी सेनाओं ने दिया। और यदि ये उनकी ओर से जारी रहा तो शायद इससे भी कहीं अधिक बड़े स्टेप्स हमारी सेनाएं लें, और उसके लिए वो तैयार रहें, क्योंकि पूरा देश के 140 करोड़ लोग अब पूरी तरीके से स्वयं सरहद पे जाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। पूरी तरीके से देश एकजुट है और किसी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति के लिए, संघर्ष के लिए देश का हर व्यक्ति रेडी है।
Our armed forces, the Indian armed forces, for their successful strike on the terrorist areas in Pakistan. I congratulate them with all my heart. I understand there will be an all-party meeting. I'm sure they'll have meaningful discussions. As I've said, I've been told that it's been very successful, and I congratulate our armed forces.
With that, we'll slip into a short break. We're tracking all the updates taking place at all-party meeting currently underway. Do stay with us for all the very latest.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Operation Sindur, India strikes at the heart of Pakistan with 24 precision cruise missiles decimating terror hubs. High alert in the border areas in Punjab. Public gatherings are banned. Police leave has been cancelled. High alert in Rajasthan where schools in border districts are closed. The centre briefs top political leaders on Operation Sindur, the meeting led by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. And families of the victims who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack thanked the armed forces and the government for Operation Sindur.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard
gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world.
Welcome back. A day after Operation Sindur, and reaction of the families of the victims who were killed in the Pahalgam terror attack continue to come in. They thank the armed forces and the government for the Operation Sindur, which was to take revenge for that killing, but also say that the government must ensure terrorism from Pakistan is stopped.
I heard that there was an Operation Sindur was happened in the last night, which was taken the revenge of our 27 families. The name itself is telling that Operation Sindur. Sindur means we all lost our husbands. That means our lives. One way I should thank to Modi that we are so innocent people. they saw Modi on us. So Modi also owned us and took this revenge on them. So we are thanks to Modi.
All right, some breaking news coming in. The all-party meeting that was taking place has now ended. This was convened by the government to brief the leaders of all parties across party lines on Operation Sindur, given that the country remains on alert. There's high alert in the border areas as well, and on all the modalities, as well as the reaching out to the international community and getting that support from countries on Operation Sindur that India took out against Pakistan, where we actually crossed into Pakistan as well to destroy the terror hub. So there you can see visuals that of that meeting that has now ended. And earlier we were told that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh and Home Minister would be briefing all the party leaders, but it also included, as you can see there, JP Nadda, Nirmala Sitharaman, Jai Shankar were also all there during this all-party meeting, though since yesterday we have seen top leaders of all parties, in fact, talking about their support for the armed forces as well as the government over Operation Sindur, which was, to strike at the heart of terror in Pakistan. Let's just take a look. There you can see Mallikarjun Kharge, Mr. Balu, Rahul Gandhi as well.
देखिए मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना। देश के हित में उन्होंने कहा कि कोई चीज़ कॉन्फिडेंशियल है रक्षा के विषय में, हम उसको अब
All right, so there Mallikarjun Kharge was beginning to tell us more about the meeting, the briefing that took place by top ministers of the government on Operation Sindur. That meeting has now ended, and since yesterday we've seen various political parties and leaders speaking in support of the armed forces and this operation that was carried out. The government too said that it is the time for the whole country to be united. But let's now talk about what's taking place in the border areas. And remember, for 14 nights now, there has been small arms firing along the LOC, along the international border from Pakistan's side. And for 2 nights, there has been shelling as well that has been taking place. The Prime Minister meeting with the Home Secretary a short while ago over concern for the people living near the border. Well, let's now go across to Shivarur for more. And Shiv, tell us, what is the situation like right now? You have been visiting some of those villages that were affected, people actually, leaving those villages, going to safer areas.
That is correct. Yesterday we were in the border areas of line of control Uri sector. Today we're in Kupwara sector. We'll be at the line of control very, very shortly from now, where the situation I hear is actually worse. There's been extensive Pakistan shelling in LOC villages of the Kupwara sector. So we'll be reporting from there very, very shortly. The Home Minister, meeting with officials as far as evacuations are concerned, may make it seem like hopefully the system will now move towards getting some of those people out. But I can tell you that being in those villages and reporting from those villages, it's going to be a difficult task, because at the district collector level, apparently there was an effort to get people out, without making too much of a noise about it, since it would signal to the other side that something big was coming. But many people actually, chose not to leave. Some people did decide to move back towards Baramulla. So it's a complicated issue without a mechanism, and hopefully the government will be able to sort it out right now, given the scale of casualties that have taken place, especially in the Poonch area. I saw a lot of injured people and abandoned homes in the Uri sector where I was reporting from yesterday, and I'm told that here in the Kupwara sector, not very far from the line of control, the situation is pretty much the same. Also, Gargi, let's remember that going forward, today is a day of hectic developments on the Pakistan side. the ISPR, the Inter-Services Public Relations, has just briefed media about an Indian drone strike on the Lahore airport. They say a military establishment has been hit and some soldiers have been injured. No corroborations, obviously, from the Indian side or acknowledgements of any kind, and that's the reason why we will only depend on authentic reports, from what officials are telling us here on the Indian side, considering the huge amount of mixed information, misinformation, disinformation, fake news, social media chatter that Pakistan is indulging in at this point of time. But I can tell you, the escalation or the retaliation by Pakistan began only a few hours after Operation Sindur. It began on the line of control in Poonch, Rajouri, where the most aggressive artillery exchanges are happening, but also where I'm headed to at line of control Kupwara is where there are artillery exchanges happening. They're using Chinese guns. The Pakistanis are using Chinese guns called the SH-16 for artillery fire, where I'm headed to right now. So we'll be able to report on that in a very short while from now. But evacuation of those frontier villages, definitely a priority.
That's right, Shiv, and important to point out as the discussions are all around whether Pakistan will retaliate, what kind of retaliation there will be, but where you are already, there has been a retaliation and people bearing the brunt of it, as you said, people having to evacuate the places they live in. People have been killed as well, 13 citizens killed, including one soldier also who was killed and 4 children. But if we talk about, a larger retaliation or larger action from Pakistan, that's the big question. And the world is watching whether Pakistan will choose to escalate or whether they'll dial it down. And there's been ambiguous statements. There have been contradictory statements. On one hand, and it was implied that if this is it, then Pakistan too will choose not to go forward. But then again, you have the Prime Minister saying that, it's their right to retaliate.
You're very right. There are lots of mixed messages coming in from Pakistan at this point of time. At the political level, even though there is this chest thumping from Shehbaz Sharif, the back channels and the political establishment, as it were, has somehow signaled that it is willing to de-escalate, which may be indicative of the reality that Pakistan doesn't have the stomach for an extended confrontation with India. That country is flat broke economically and otherwise, and therefore, even though its war economy is completely separate, it may not have the wherewithal to continue an extended fight. On the other hand, feeling the need and feeling the domestic pressure to project that it has retaliated somehow may be bearing upon them. What has happened in Lahore today may be indicative of what may be coming up. Like we've been reporting consistently, what happened night before last on the line of control and inside Pakistan in POK was only phase 1 of Operation Sindur. This is an unfolding operation. What we're seeing in Lahore, if it is acknowledged by the Indian side, will sort of become maybe phase 2. We don't know that just yet. But the indications are that Pakistan wants to keep the heat up on the line of control. They will not be dialing that down. Tangdhar sector, which is not very far from where I am in Kupwara, is another place where a lot of people have been injured in Pakistani shelling. So it remains to be seen how it's going to work out. Remember, Pakistan is not sure at all about its next steps because India is also keeping up the offensive as to what the next phase of Operation Sindur might be.
All right. Thanks so much, Shiv, for joining us with all those details. Shivaruda reporting from Kupwara. But let's now return our focus back to Delhi, where that all-party meeting has just concluded, where the government briefed leaders across party lines on Operation Sindur, as well as the fact that we remain on alert, action in border areas. Let's just listen into what Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge said after that meeting.
वो हमने सुना देश के हित में उन्होंने कहा कि कोई चीज़ कॉन्फिडेंशियल है रक्षा के विषय में हम उसको अब नहीं कह सकते ये उन्होंने कहा तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। बस
को हम रिक्वेस्ट करें उनको लॉबी करें कि ये टीआरएफ को एक फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कराए बनाएं, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए। यूनाइटेड किंगडम से हमने ट्रेड डील किया है, अब क्या क्या बहुत सी चीज़ें कम हो जाएंगी, टैरिफ कम होगा, तो हम UK गवर्नमेंट से कहें कि वो भी TRF को बैन करें और UK ट्रेजरी पाकिस्तान को सैंक्शन करे। यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स से हम ट्रेड डील करने जा रहे हैं और US प्रेसिडेंट ने कहा कि ज़ीरो टैरिफ होगा एग्रीकल्चर पर, तो ये मोर द रीज़न है कि हम US भी इसको कबूल करें। अब कश्मीर में गवर्नमेंट को के पास एक बहुत सुनहरा मौका है, तारीख़ी मौका है कि वो यकीनन पाकिस्तान को कन्फ्रंट करें मगर कश्मीरियों को अडॉप्ट करें। आप कश्मीरियों को ख़रीब करें और ख़ास तौर से मैंने कहा कि जो पूंछ में जो लोगों की मौत हुई, सिविलियन लोगों की, और उरी में जो लोग ज़ख्मी हुए, जिनके घर को नुकसान पहुंचा, गवर्नमेंट उनको टेररिस्ट विक्टिम का ऐलान करे क्योंकि पाकिस्तान शेलिंग में उनकी मौत हुई है, और सिक्योरिटी रिलेटेड एक्सपेंडिचर के तहत मरने वालों को एक्सग्रेशिया दे और सरकार उनका घर बना के दे। और मैंने कहा कि साउथ कश्मीर में गवर्नमेंट को बहुत एहतियात से काम करने की ज़रूरत है, वहाँ के यूथ को हमको ख़रीब करना है। और जो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हुआ उसका मेरी नज़र में सबसे बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंस ये है कि मुरीद के और भावलपुर पर अटैक होना, ये नॉन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के हेडक्वार्टर्स हैं, ये बहुत अहम बात है जिसको हमको समझने की ज़रूरत है। मिलिट्री स्ट्रेटजी वाइज आप देखेंगे अब हमारे देश के लिए दो फ्रंट हॉस्टिलिटी होगी, LAC और LOC पर, इसलिए कि जब 16 में उरी हुआ, 2019 में हम बालाकोट किए, आज हमारी 50,000 फौज गलवान और पे बैठी हुई है, तो ये टू फ्रंट हॉस्टिलिटी को हमको देखने की ज़रूरत है। चाइना से हम इतना एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, इंपोर्ट से ज़्यादा चाइना से इतना इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, एक्सपोर्ट से ज़्यादा हो रहा है, तो हम चाइना पर भी इम्प्रेस करें कि वो पाकिस्तान को, TRF को, जितने टेररिस्ट वांटेड हैं इंडिया, उसको हवाले करें। और गवर्नमेंट से मैंने गवर्नमेंट से कहा कि आपने अच्छा जवाब दिया OIC को, और तुर्किया को हमको समझाना है कि तुर्किया पूरे विश्व में एक ऐसा कंट्री है जो अपने ही देश में जो टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है कर्ड्स, उनको बॉम्ब करता है। इराक में जब तक उनसे डील नहीं हुई वहाँ बॉम्ब करता था, अब सीरिया में भी बॉम्ब करता है वो। तो तुर्किया को समझाने की ज़रूरत है कि जब आप कर्ड्स के ऊपर जो टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है उनको आप एक्शन ले सकते हैं, तो भारत पे क्यों वो सवाल उठा रहे हैं। और हमने कहा कि ये आज पाकिस्तान इसको और एस्केलेट ना करे। इस सिलसिले में आज ईरानियन फॉरेन मिनिस्टर दिल्ली में है, सऊदी फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भी दिल्ली में है, और जो देश में मैंने कहा कि जो
देखिए मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना, देश के हित में उन्होंने कहा।
Let's go across to Vasudha now for more. Let's get the latest on that all-party meeting. We just heard Owaisi saying that the TRF, the resistance front, should be declared. India should push to have it declared a terror organization. But Vasudha, tell us more about what took place. We heard Mallikarjun Kharge. This was a meeting. This briefing lasted for over an hour.
Absolutely, Gargi. This was a meeting that lasted for 1 hour, and half an hour. It was almost for 90 minutes. And it's important to understand that in this meeting, several demands were raised. First of all, Rajnath Singh, the defense minister, actually gave a longish presentation on why these attacks, precision attacks, were completely necessary and what really has to be done next. And to which the opposition MPs spoke in united voice. In fact, they've come out and said that they're completely with the government because this is about national interest. Yes, one or two of them, especially in the Congress party, did question the Prime Minister's absence in it. But remember that this is also a time of crisis. The Prime Minister himself is attending a lot of meetings and ensuring that if there is a retaliation, India also is completely prepared. Three important points raised by the opposition MPs. One, of course, is to ensure that we intensify the diplomatic offensive against Pakistan. We, lobby for fronts such as TRF to be completely banned globally. And also we ensure a follow-up of this diplomatic offensive that India has.
Where Rahul Gandhi was speaking, and we will try and get you, what Rahul Gandhi said. We'll just re-cue that statement for you. But yes, Vasudha, back to you.
In bordering districts of Jammu and Kashmir because of this aggressive shelling by Pakistan. Some of the MPs have demanded that the ones who have been victimized be given complete and immediate compensation, and that the government also looks at some escalatory moves in this regard. But overall, it was a very cordial meeting is what we've been told, because the government, while is ensuring that the political class speaks in one voice, the opposition is also very cautious that it does not want to be seen as anti-armed forces or anti-India at this point. So it is completely with what the government is saying. And one thing that remained uniform was this complete praise of armed forces for Operation Sindur, and the fact that India did not hit out at military installations or civilian infrastructure, but just went after terror bases, and that even the opposition thought and said was the right thing to do.
All right, and we also heard how Mr. Owaisi was pushing that the government and other parties also pushed for the TRF to be declared a terror organization. We will continue to track that story, that all-party meeting lasting for over 1.5 hours, as Vasudha was telling us, all parties in support of the government and armed forces after Operation Sindur. Now, in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, Colonel Sophia, let's go across to where Kiran Rijiju is
विषय था, इसलिए सबने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सबसे पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में पूरे लीडर्स को जानकारी दिया, परिस्थिति के बारे में, हालात के बारे में और सरकार का मंशा, सारे चीज़ों को लेकर के ब्रीफिंग हुआ। उसके बाद में सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। ऐसे वक्त में जब देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है। ये हमारे पूरे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने दर्शाया है और सब लीडर्स ने एक मत से हमारे सेनाओं ने जो कार्रवाई की है ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को लेकर के पूरे बधाई भी दिया और गौरव का एहसास सबको हुआ है और सबने एक जुट में कहा है कि सरकार का हर निर्णय को साथ देंगे, सेना के हर कार्रवाई को साथ देंगे और कोई इसमें विरोधाभास नहीं है। एक दो मुद्दे सुझाव भी आए हैं। एमपीज ने अपने अपने जो कंसर्न्स को भी बताया कि लड़ाई का हालात में और इस तरह का जो कोई बड़ी घटना होती है तो हमको सतर्क रहना चाहिए। तो ये सब सुझाव भी लिया है और सब पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ने ये चीज़ भी बताया कि पूरा देश, सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज ही नहीं, पूरा देश एक साथ है, ये भी सबने बताया। एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है, रक्षा मंत्री जी ने अपने रिमार्क्स में कहा है कि आज के मीटिंग में ये दर्शाता है कि हम सिर्फ सरकार बनाने के लिए राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि देश बनाने के लिए राजनीति करता है। ये मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी, भारत एक मैच्योर डेमोक्रेसी है, ये चीज़ झलकता है कि कोई तू मैं नहीं हुआ, कोई छोटे छोटे बातों को लेकर के बयानबाजी नहीं हुआ और बाहर भी देश भर में पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का स्टेटमेंट भी बहुत ही एक लाइन में आ रहे हैं। ये भी अच्छा चीज़ है जो हमको देखने को मिला है। तो ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का कार्रवाई, क्योंकि ये ऑनगोइंग ऑपरेशन है, इसलिए अलग से ऑफिशियल ब्रीफिंग नहीं है। ये रक्षा मंत्री जी की ओर से, सरकार की ओर से पूरा पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स को ब्रीफिंग हुआ है और मैं सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के नेताओं को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि पूरे जितने अपेक्षित थे सब नेता आए और जैसे हमने सोचा है वैसे ही सबने सहयोग दिया और एक मीटिंग को बहुत अच्छी तरीके से, एक फ्रूटफुल मीटिंग हम कह सकते हैं, बहुत सकारात्मक मीटिंग में कह सकता हूं कि संपन्न हुआ और फिर एकजुट में हम बाहर निकले हैं। सबने कहा कि सरकार का कोई भी कदम को पूरा देश एकजुट होकर के समर्थन करेंगे। देखिए, आज तो जैसे मैंने कहा एक ब्रॉड इंफॉर्मेशन कंसेंसस सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज़ को एकजुट में कैसे काम करना चाहिए लोकतंत्र में, और विशेष करके संसदीय परंपरा में, पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में पीपल्स वॉइस होता है पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज और एमपीज। तो इसलिए सबका वॉइस ऐसे समय में एकजुट आना ही मैं मानता हूं कि ये भारत का सक्सेस है।
एस्केलेशन के बारे में कुछ कंसर्न्स थे?
देखिए,
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
Hello everyone, I'm Maria Shakil. This is NDTV at 1 p.m. It's a defining moment in India's modern security doctrine. Operation Sindur was swift, surgical, and unapologetically assertive. Will this operation serve as a deterrent or spark, or perhaps a spark for future confrontations? NDTV is reporting from the front line, from the border districts along the LOC and international border, where unprovoked shelling is continuing from Pakistan, from Kupwara and Rajouri in Jammu and Kashmir to Jaisalmer in Rajasthan and Firozpur in Punjab. You can see our team of reporters joining us at this hour. India is preparing for evacuation of its citizens as Pakistan continues to target innocent civilians who have now been forced to abandon their homes and livelihoods and move to safer locations. I'll be going to reporters in just 30 seconds, but first up, the headlines. 9 strikes with immense precision. Operation Sindur sets a benchmark for future asymmetric responses. NDTV reports from Ground Zero.
We are right now in one of the villages which has been impacted by shelling.
This is the last village on the border.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control.
I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground. We are a few kilometers away from international border.
Top Raisina ministers brief political leaders. India sends a message of national unity amidst tensions with Pakistan. Post-Operation Sindur, MPs raise demand for global ban on TRF. India must keep putting pressure on Pakistan is the message from across parties.
एकजुट में कहा है कि सरकार का हर निर्णय को साथ देंगे, सेना के हर कार्रवाई को साथ देंगे, कोई इसमें विरोधाभास नहीं है।
इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे।
एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के खिलाफ और खास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इस पर डेजिग्नेट करे।
National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and Union Home Secretary meet Prime Minister Modi. NSA briefs Prime Minister on the current situation. Focus of the government now shifts to moving people, moving our citizens from border villages to safer locations. Families of the victims of 22nd April thank the government and Prime Minister Modi and armed forces for Operation Sindur, say Pakistan will never forget this action as they hail the airstrikes. World leaders come out in support of India for carrying out anti-terror operations. Trump says there is need for restraint for both the countries. He also offers to mediate. On 7th May, India launched Operation Sindur as a direct and decisive counter-strike aimed at dismantling the logistical backbone of cross-border terrorism, destroying the launch pads of terror in the headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. India-Pakistan tensions have risen sharply in the aftermath of Operation Sindur carried out by the forces. India, remember, carried out 24 precision cruise missile strikes deep inside Pakistan at 9 locations in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India is on high alert, especially in the border states and areas. No big gatherings allowed in Rajasthan border areas, and leaves of police personnel in Punjab has been cancelled. Pakistan continues its shelling, and that continued overnight for the second night in Kupwara and in other areas along the international border. There has been unprovoked shelling as well. Let me bring in the reporters who are tracking the story from Ground Zero. We have Shivarur joining us from Kupwara and Mohammad Ghazali from Rajouri. From Jaisalmer, it is Harsha, and Firozpur, we have Gurpreet. And I'm coming to you, Shiv, first. What is it that you're seeing in Kupwara?
Maria, the situation in Kupwara last night was very tense, according to what the army is telling us. Heavy shelling from the Pakistan side, once again, obviously targeted at civilian areas. Remember, we've already reported several injuries, including grievous injuries in the Tangdhar sector here in Kupwara, as well as in certain other sectors. This has been one of the biggest escalations, apart from what's happening in Rajouri and Poonch, where Mohammad Ghazali is reporting from, and we're getting those first pictures on NDTV. I can tell you that there appears to be no sign of a de-escalation on the line of control itself. At the political level from Pakistan, there may be some indications that they're looking for an escape route. But today, like we were discussing yesterday, Maria, phase 2 of Operation Sindur appears to be also rolling out in some ways. We, of course, will not be putting out any details. There hasn't been any Indian word on the operations since yesterday's press conference by Vikram Misri and the two lady officers. But the Pakistan Army has held a press conference a short while ago talking about Indian drone strikes in Lahore and several other places. We will wait for a confirmation, but I can tell you that Operation Sindur was by far not a single phase operation. It is going to pan out, it's going to roll out, and it's not going to be only drone or missile strikes. There's going to be a variety of different kinds of things, possibly at a time and place of India's choosing. It's not going to be rigorously scheduled as people may be tempted to believe, but we're going to be heading now to the line of control areas in Chaukibal and other places of Kupwara, where once again civilians have come under target, and we understand that the Home Minister and the Home Ministry is putting in place a mechanism to get that evacuation process started as quickly as possible.
Yes, and Shiv, India's actions have been non-escalatory and also responsible. It was, with immense precision that those targets were chosen. Let me shift focus now to Harsha, who is joining us from Jaisalmer in Rajasthan. Remember, Rajasthan shares over 1,000-kilometer long border with Pakistan and has been on high alert. Several districts, particularly in Barmer, Jaisalmer, and in Jodhpur, what we can tell our viewers is that schools are shut. Educational institutions have been closed for the next 48 hours as well. Harsha, give us a sense of where you are. I can see little children behind you as well. So is there a sense of unease?
Well, I am in the last border village, which is Tanot on the India-Pakistan border. And this is the last outpost. In fact, it's a village which is heavily dominated by the BSF. Now I have, the children, of course, are on a holiday, Maria. They're having a great time and they're full of beans. I don't think they realize that the situation is actually quite tense. But I have some local village people here. Aapka naam bataiye?
मेरा नाम रमेश कुमार बामणिया है, मैं तनोट गांव का निवासी हैं।
रमेश जी, आपने अभी थोड़ी देर मेरे को बताया था बीएसएफ क्या कह रही है, जैसे आप लोगों की बकरियां होती हैं, तो क्या बोला है, क्योंकि बॉर्डर यहाँ से करीब 17 किलोमीटर दूर है।
बॉर्डर यहाँ से अभी 15-16 किलोमीटर दूर है, इसलिए अभी कोई माहौल गर्म चल रहा है, इसलिए वहाँ से हमको सबको वापस कर दिया। अभी कुछ दिनों के लिए हमको वापस कर दिया है।
तो बकरी कहाँ चरा रहे हैं आप? इस साइड चरा रहे हैं?
बकरी अभी यहाँ से तनोट गांव से पीछे इस रामगढ़ साइड में।
अच्छा। और कोई उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि कोई जो अनजान आदमी आता है उसका तुरंत रिपोर्ट करें?
हाँ, बीसीएफ ने हमको ऐसे भी बोल के रखा है, कोई अनजान आदमी आपको दिखे या कोई ऐसे घूमते फिरते दिख जाए तो उनका रिपोर्ट हमको दे देना।
लेकिन आप लोगों को यहाँ से जाने के लिए नहीं बोला है फिलहाल?
फिलहाल जाने के लिए नहीं बोला है।
तो क्या माहौल है यहाँ पे? टेंशन है या क्या माहौल है?
अभी हमारे को माता रानी की कृपा से अभी कोई टेंशन नहीं है। अभी हम तो ऐसे फ्री है, कोई लड़ाई दंगा ऐसा कुछ हमारे को माहौल नहीं दिख रहा है।
Maria, you can see this is a very, very small village. It's just about 50-60 houses. Most of the people here are into, keeping sheep and goats, and they usually take them out grazing. So they've been advised not to go towards the border. No evacuation plans as of now, but there is tension. So these 5 border districts of Rajasthan, there are no flights which are going out of Jodhpur. Also at the same time, schools have been shut. So you can see that lots of children here having fun. I have another resident coming here. भैया, स्कूल के लिए कब से कहा है बंद करने के लिए, और कौन-कौन यहाँ पे आए थे? आपको क्या-क्या बता के गए हैं?
हमारे प्रशासन ने हमारे को बताया कि मतलब 8 तारीख तक हमारे को बोला गया था कि 8 तारीख तक स्कूल बंद रहेगी, और 8 तारीख आज थी, आज तक स्कूल बंद था। अब कल अभी क्या निर्देश आते हैं उसके बाद स्कूल शुरू होगी।
तो आपके यहाँ पे आकर लोग संपर्क में आ रहे हैं, बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे आके?
जी जरूर। हमारे प्रशासन जो है जैसलमेर जिले से हमारे मतलब मिलने के सभी आ रहे हैं
यहाँ पे आके बता रहे हैं। कौन आते हैं? थाना वाले आते हैं या रेवेन्यू ऑफिशियल्स आते हैं?
रेवेन्यू ऑफिसर भी आते हैं और थाने वाले भी आते हैं। हमारे यहाँ के ग्राम सेवक है वो भी हमसे बात करते हैं, सरपंच भी है वो भी बात करते हैं हमारे से।
हमने देखा है कि मूवमेंट रिस्ट्रिक्टेड है यहाँ पर, मतलब अनजान लोगों को जाने नहीं दे रहे। हमको भी बोला गया था कि आप कोई जगह में आप शूट नहीं कर सकते, तो
वो बिल्कुल बंद किया हुआ है। यहाँ लास्ट तनोट तक की मतलब है, और बॉर्डर बंद किया हुआ है। हमारे जो बकरी पशुपालन जो है ना लोग, वो भी यहाँ पे तनोट क्षेत्र में आ गए हैं, आगे कोई नहीं जा रहा है।
और अगर आपके कोई जान पहचान के लोग आना चाहते तो उनको भी रोका जा रहा है शायद? यहाँ पे स्थानीय लोगों के अलावा किसी को नहीं अलाउ कर रहे हैं?
वो बिल्कुल मना किया हुआ यहाँ पे। बट लास्ट जो वो लोग है जो हमारे तनोट में जो मिलनसार लोग हैं ना, वो यहाँ तक दर्शन करते, दर्शन करके फिर वापस रवाना हो जाते हैं।
So as you can see, severe restrictions here and all these children seem to be having a good time. क्या स्कूल बंद है?
हाँ।
क्या बोला है मास्टर जी ने, क्या बोला है? 8 तारीख तक बंद है। कब तक बंद है स्कूल? 8 तारीख तक। हाँ 8 तारीख तक। 8 तारीख तक बंद है। और अभी क्या कर रहे हो? पढ़ाई कर रहे हो घर में, नहीं कर रहे हो? So they are the only ones who are unaware of all the tension that is on the border. But yes, here, like I said, it's a very small village, very few people here. But restrictions on movement and the border areas are definitely alert, because we have over 1,000-kilometer border with Pakistan, and hospitals have also been asked to be ready. Railway officials, police officials, revenue officials, all their leaves have been cancelled. And Jodhpur, which is was quite a busy airport. In fact, all flights in and out of Jodhpur have been shut down till the 10th of May.
And Harsha, those faces certainly, so quintessential, that age where they are completely oblivious of what is happening around them. For them, it's a good holiday. I think that's what that age is about, the childhood, as we talk about. Harsha, thank you so much for joining us. So for Jaisalmer and Jodhpur, the orders are out also for blackout from midnight to 4 a.m. has been issued. And most of the flights, in fact, flight operation and movement from Jodhpur, Kishangarh and Bikaner airports have been suspended also till May 9th, that is tomorrow. And the entire missile defense systems have been activated. The drone systems have been activated as well. Anti-drone systems have been activated. Let me bring in Mohammad Ghazali now, who's joining us from Rajouri. There has been unprovoked shelling that has happened, Ghazali. Where exactly are you right now, and what are the residents of that area saying?
See, Maria, right now I am close to, in Rajouri district, close to the international border. I'll ask my camera person to show you. Those hilltops, that is where, behind which the international border is located. And this entire area, you have got the cluster of houses, agricultural field, because this is also the wheat harvesting time. Just to remind our viewers, in the month of April, just before Baisakhi, this is where the normal villagers or the residents here also were expected to sort of harvest their wheat field. But all of them here have been asked to evacuate, leave and move to safer places. Why? The reason is this in your frame, the shelling impact on these houses. I've got one of the residents here who has not left yet. We'll try to speak to him because this is his house. क्या नाम है आपका?
मेरा नाम देवराज सिंह।
देवराज सिंह।
देवराज शर्मा।
देवराज शर्मा। तो शर्मा जी, आप ही का घर है?
हाँ सर, ये मेरा घर है।
तो ये कब हुआ है?
ये परसों रात को जब बम गिरे हैं,
हाँ,
बॉर्डर से बम आए हैं जो, उससे ये मकान गिरा हमारा।
तो आप घर में ही थे उस वक्त?
हम घर में थे, 7 परिवार थे हमारा, 7 बच्चे थे, पूरा परिवार था मेरा, फैमिली पूरे बच्चे सब।
अच्छा, तो इससे पहले प्रशासन ने, बम गिरने से पहले प्रशासन ने कुछ इत्तला दी थी कि आना है?
हाँ, ऐसे बताया, पता था बम का, ये तो थोड़ा बताया था, वैसे बोला था कि माहौल ख़राब है, मतलब ऐसे तो सबको पता था, न्यूज़ बता रहे थे कि कुछ भी हो सकता है। तो हमें तो आज तक, यहाँ तक तो कुछ शेलिंग आई नहीं थी पाकिस्तान की तरफ से, कभी हुआ ही नहीं बम।
कभी 71 में या 99 में?
नहीं, कभी नहीं आया, कभी भी नहीं आया। 71 में भी नहीं आया, 99 में भी नहीं आया, कभी नहीं आया।
और ये आ रहे हैं इस तरफ से?
ये इस बॉर्डर से आए सर।
इस बॉर्डर से आ रहे हैं। कितनी दूर है बॉर्डर यहाँ से?
यहाँ से 2 किलोमीटर वही होगा सर, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा। बस
बिल्कुल शेलिंग और उसके फायरिंग रेंज में है।
बिल्कुल ये इलाका बॉर्डर एरिया है।
प्रशासन ने यहाँ से निकलने के लिए भी कहा आप लोगों को?
हाँ, कल कार्ड जाना मिला, कब जब ये पूरे मकान व्यस्त हो चुके हैं, 3-4 मकान हुए हैं, आपको देख के भी आए पार भी, तो उसके बाद ही हमें ऑर्डर, डीसी साहब ने ऑर्डर दिया कि अब यहाँ से शिफ्ट हो जाओ।
कहाँ शिफ्ट हो जाओ?
हम उधर रजौरी में अपने स्वामी जी का एक आश्रम बना हुआ है, वहाँ देने के लिए बोला है।
तो यहाँ से बाकी लोग चले गए?
पूरा गांव रात को चले गए। अभी एक घर में एक बंदा आ गया वापस। क्या करना, जानवर भी रखे हैं, उनका देखभाल भी करना है, तो इसलिए वापस आ गए एक बंदा। तो बाकी सभी बच्चे वगैरह परिवार सभी उधर ही है, घर से बाहर ही है। हाँ,
तो आज कल रात भी हुई है गोलीबारी? कल
रात को नहीं हुई सर, वो परसों रात को जो हुई है, कल रात को नहीं। हम इधर थे भी नहीं, ऐसे क्या बोले, कल रात को नहीं हुई है। हाँ
ठीक है। सो यू सी द इम्पैक्ट है। कुछ सरकार से कहना चाहेंगे, कुछ मांग?
क्या मांग करनी है सर, मकान हमारा पूरा व्यस्त हो चुका है, लेंटर क्रैक हो चुका है, दोबारा खराब ख़त्म हो चुका है। ये हमने तो बड़ी मुश्किल से ये मकान बनाते हैं, ये पहाड़ी एरिया है, तो यहाँ ऐसे
तो ये नहीं सोचते हैं कि लड़ाई जंग चलती रहती है तो इस इलाके से किसी दूसरे इलाके चले जाएं?
नहीं, कभी ये नहीं, कभी नहीं सोचा। जंग तक तो बम आया ही नहीं, तो कभी कुछ हुआ नहीं, तो क्या सोचना है।
तो अभी तो भारत सरकार और भारत की जो फौज है वो जवाबी कार्रवाई कर रही, तो उससे उम्मीद है कि कुछ मामला ठंडा हो जाएगा।
अबे क्या भरोसा है यार, दूसरे मुल्क का क्या बता सकते हैं अभी ठंडा होगा या कैसे होगा, बॉर्डर का माहौल है, ये कभी कुछ भी हो सकता है।
ठीक है। So this is Sharma ji saying that his entire house,
Ghazali,
this part,
ask Mr. Sharma.
Yeah.
If you can hear me, ask Mr. Sharma, क्या ये अब रहने का तरीका हो गया है कि आदत हो गई है, शेलिंग होती रहती है पाकिस्तान की तरफ से और वो अब जीना सीख गए हैं यही इसी माहौल में?
शर्मा जी ये बताइए कि अभी शेलिंग हो रही है तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम, घर तो बना हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
नहीं, मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम, ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो, तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में POK से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ, तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर हम छोड़ कर जाएं।
गेहूं कटाई का भी सीजन है?
हाँ, गेहूं कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूं देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने, तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश, अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they're still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
Yes, because India targeted high-value terrorist-linked locations. I mean, those infrastructure which were almost being used as terror launch pads. And Pakistan is right now targeting innocent civilians. And I think that is a reflection of the larger sentiments that Pakistan cannot get away by targeting innocent civilians, those who are unarmed, you know, perhaps just in their homes. That's what you got us those voices, Ghazali. Thank you so much for joining us. Gurpreet is joining us from Firozpur in Punjab. Gurpreet, over to you. Speak to the people. Get us the voices from the ground.
Well, we are reporting from Husainiwala, and this is the last point toward this international border in district Firozpur. We are showing all these pictures, but we are not able to move toward the border because there are a lot of restrictions. We have seen a lot of precautions have already been taken by the local authorities. They have already shut down the schools, not only in district Firozpur. We have seen in Gurdaspur also, in Amritsar also, Pathankot also. But at the same time, we have seen the multiple mock drills are being carried out by the local administration. But if we can talk about the sentiments of the people, they are with the nation. They say this fight against terrorism, which has already been initiated by the central government, this is the need of the hour. One of the guests is with us. He is the former Information Commissioner, Anumit Ahira Sodi. We will talk to him. So, sir, welcome to NDTV. We have seen a lot of things are going on between both the countries. How do you see overall development? And we have seen a lot of people, they are also trying to move from this border place to some safer places.
Thank you, Gurpreet ji. Main reason is that, people up here are used to such this thing. When such situations arise, people get more enthusiastic and they're ready to work with the army and the defense forces shoulder to shoulder. There is a panic amongst children and women, but still, जो हमारे लोग हैं यहाँ के वो फिर अपने जो buffaloes, cows हैं वो सबको अपने रिश्तेदारों के घर भेज रहे हैं. There is a little panic, but people are not worried. The men are here only. No man is leaving their house or their village. So people are very upbeat about it, that what Narendra Modi ji has done, he has gone a big fight against terrorism. जो हमारी बेटियों का सिंदूर मिटा दिया था उन्होंने टेररिस्ट ने मासूम बेटियों का, उसका बदला लिया. And people are very, very happy with this action, the strikes which have taken place last day before night. So people are very excited about it, and at the same time they are working with the army and the defense forces shoulder to shoulder, and we are all ready. And this land is of martyrs, so Hosseini Wala is known, Shaheed Bhagat Singh, Shaheed Sukhdev, Shaheed Rajguru. So we are already there, and Saragadi is here, the memorial. So people are fully charged.
We have seen some people from this border area, because some of the villages are located near a border area. They are trying to move from that place. We had a word with the administration also. They are saying we haven't issued any notice, any advisory to the people to vacate the place. So do you think that is also need of to change the location from here to the safer place?
Actually, there is no need to change the location. It is just few people who don't want to take a chance. They are just precautionary, they're taking a chance. Otherwise, there is no such thing. No administration has given any clue or any sign that we should vacate the villages or their houses. So the rest, men are here. Even the families are here. There are very few people who have moved. But there is a little bit of panic, there is amongst the kids and the youngsters. So there is some type of a panic, but not that serious a panic.
We talked to a lot of people. They are saying we have seen 1965 or 1971 war. They are saying that we are familiar with the system, and we have seen yesterday at about 9 p.m. last night, there was a total blackout just to make the people familiar with the system also. Do you think the way this whole tension is going on, there is a need to to do more?
Actually, जो आपने बात कही है 100% सही कही है. People are used to wars here. 65, 71, 47. They all have been ready. Even in 2001, यहाँ पे all the fields were mined. Everything was mined. You couldn't even step one side of the road. There's so much of mining up which was done. Landmines had been planted by the defense forces. So people are used to that. Time we had vacated every village and every house was vacated. But this time nothing is that serious. People are here. Every administration is working with them in tandem. Everybody, even the people, even the civil society is together in this and is in an upbeat mood. So there is no such major panic, I can say that. So we are looking. We are with the defense forces.
Well, these are the sentiments of the people who belong to this district Firozpur. We have seen a lot of precautions which has already been initiated by the local administration. Number of mock drills are being carried out by the administration. We have seen last night there was a blackout which was conducted by the local authorities so that the people should be familiar. The moment they should learn and hear any siren, they should be immediately understand what is the next, what is next going to be happen. So as of now, if we can talk about district Firozpur and the border areas of Punjab, the people, the emotions are very high at this point of time. They are with the nation and they have already appreciated the way this fight against terrorism has already been initiated by the Indian government. Back to studio.
Thank you, Gurpreet, for getting us that ground report. Of course, the message coming in from all the states is all hands on deck, and Punjab is, of course, the first one to carry to cancel all leaves of all the police officials. All have been called back to work. Mohammad Ghazali has actually sent another ground report of damaged homes as Pakistani shelling continues along the LOC.
So right now we are here in Patara village in Rajouri district, and I'll ask my camera person to show you the locality here, the location, that how close it is from the international border. So on your screen in the frame, if you can see those hilltops, that is the international border from where the shelling usually happens. These are a cluster of houses here, from where the ones people is staying here have been impacted, and you'll see these people have locked their homes and have left the place as the administration has suggested to move to a better location, to a safe location. Administration has asked these people to leave their homes, which is close to the IB, to international border as well as line of control, and have asked them to move to urban area, the urban centers of Rajouri district. And most of the people do not stay here during the daytime. And I'll also try to show you the impact of the shelling here. One of the houses here, you'll see the window glass is broken due to the impact of the shelling. And the people we spoke to here said that they don't know that at what time or from which direction the shelling will start happening, because it is almost in the center, in this entire surrounded by the hilltop. If you see the entire location of this area. So from an altitude, if the shelling happens, it has a maximum impact on these houses. This entire area right now has got an eerie silence, because a lot of the people who stay here have moved to different safer locations. The administration has also arranged for some makeshift bunkers for these people into different areas. But people here generally who spoke to us sort of appealed the administration and the government to ensure that the construction or renovation of these bunkers in this particular locality should be done by earliest, because every now and then, since 7th of May, since the tensions and the escalation happened between India and Pakistan, the entire area is very unsure about what lies for them in future, because the situation is only escalating between the two neighbors. And right now in this entire locality, we have not found anyone. You see that bridge there. This particular bridge connects the village to other villages, to the main road in Rajouri district. And a lot of people say that since 7th of May, heavy shelling has happened both in Rajouri and in the neighboring Poonch district. Both these districts are located near the international border with Pakistan, and Pakistan has been deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the civilian installations, homes, residences, and it has injured many people. All the hospitals are on standby. The district administration has asked all the employees to not take leaves. The administration has also suggested and advised people to not be in gathering on the roads if they have no other essential work or emergency work, unless and until it is very essential, it's an emergency situation. People have been asked to stay indoors and not roam on the streets.
Moving away from the front line to now to the power corridors in the national capital, an all-party meeting was chaired by the government to inform and brief the heads of various political parties. And soon after, we heard from the Congress chief, Mallikarjun Kharge, who said that he firmly and his party firmly stands with the government. Members of parliament across party lines demanded that there should be a global ban on TRF. They also said that there is a need to build pressure on Pakistan, and parties did communicate a message of total solidarity for the security forces. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju went on to say that Operation Sindur is still on. Let's listen in to all the political reactions which have come in.
आज ऑल पार्टी लीडर्स का मीटिंग राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुई है। बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए सब ने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सबसे पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में पूरे लीडर्स को जानकारी दिया, परिस्थिति के बारे में, हालात के बारे में और सरकार का मंशा, सारे चीज़ों को लेकर के ब्रीफिंग हुआ। उसके बाद में सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। ऐसे वक्त में जब देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है।
देखिए, मीटिंग में जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना। तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में, इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। ठीक है, जब वक्त आएगा पूछेंगे, लेकिन अब संकट की घड़ी है, इसमें कोई हम किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है, तो बस सबने सपोर्ट। सरकार ने जानकारी दी।
आज के ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में मैंने कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को और भारत सरकार को कि उन्होंने एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया। मैंने अपनी बात में ये कहा कि एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए टीआरएफ के खिलाफ, और ख़ास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इसको डिजिग्नेट करे, और हमको यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका को ये बताना है कि वो अपने ही मुल्क में इसको फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिजिग्नेट करे, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए।
So MPs across party lines saying that this is not the time for disagreements and discussions. This is the time to stand in national unity and with the tricolour. Vasudha was tracking the story and she joins me live. Vasudha, what are the big takeaways?
Well, Maria, this meeting went on for 90 minutes and the opposition spoke in one voice, aligned with the government, lauding the armed forces and making it clear that this is not the time for questions. Now, this was very different from the all-party meeting that was held immediately after the Pahalgam terror attack, in which we saw 26 innocent lives getting lost. In fact, in today's meeting, what I understand from my sources is that while the government was very keen in explaining why these attacks were important and, the outline of how these precision strikes took place, the opposition also asked a few questions, but did not really push the government on, divulging a lot of details, because many of these are extremely confidential. The opposition is also, I understand, in a position right now of caution, and it does not want to be seen as questioning the armed forces. It also is a difficult time for the country, so it wants to stand completely aligned with the government, especially because our armed forces have taken up this effort, have gone and hit 9 very important terror bases in Pakistan, and there is a outpouring of diplomatic support from across the world. What I understand is the important takeaway is some of the MPs did ask about the follow-up of diplomatic offensive that India has taken against Pakistan. What is the follow-up of the IWT, or for that matter, how global institutions, multilateral institutions have to be pursued, including FATF and UNSC, so that the diplomatic pressure on Pakistan continues, and organizations like TRF, which is just Lashkar-e-Taiba morphed into a different form, get banned at global levels. So that is something that they wanted. Other than that, they also want action on, the escalation on what is happening on LOC, on our bordering districts of Jammu and Kashmir. Civilians have lost their lives. That is something that the opposition wants. But of course, the government has made it clear that, it is using a very cautious approach. It's using a responsible, measured approach. And of course, that will be informed to them later. But overall, a cordial meeting, opposition making it clear that it stands with the government and has lauded the armed forces, and making it clear that this is not the time for any questions, completely opposite to what we saw in the all-party meeting after the Pahalgam terror attack.
All right, and MPs have been speaking about the need to send a strong message to the world. Indian polity certainly doing so at this hour. A lot of political reactions have come in. A lot of chief ministers have spoken out. Let's listen in to them.
विकसित भारत किसी को छेड़ता नहीं है। विकसित भारत अनावश्यक रूप से किसी के कार्यों में हस्तक्षेप नहीं करता है, और ये तो इतिहास रहा है हमारा। बेवजह हमने किसी देश के कार्य में कभी भी हस्तक्षेप नहीं किया। आपने भारत की ताकत का एहसास दुनिया ने भी किया है, और आने वाले समय में भी दुनिया इस ताकत का एहसास करेगी। इसमें महत्वपूर्ण नागरिक कर्तव्य अब हो जाते हैं।
हम किसी को छेड़ते नहीं हैं, लेकिन यह भी स्पष्ट है अगर कोई हमें छेड़ता है तो उसे हम छोड़ते नहीं हैं। यह अद्भुत देश है, एक साथ कई मोर्चों पर काम चल रहा है। एक तरफ आईपीएल भी चल रहा है और दूसरी तरफ आतंकवादियों के विनाश का महाअभियान भी चल रहा है। जिन्होंने हमारी बेटियों की मांग से सिंदूर पहुंचा था, ऐसे आतंकवादी और उनको सरगना, उनको प्रश्रय देने वाले आतंकवाद के अड्डों को तबाह कर दिया गया है, बर्बाद कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में संकल्प है हमारा कि अब आतंकवाद का जड़ से खात्मा कर कर ही चैन की सांस लेंगे।
पाकिस्तान को भी समझ में आ चुका है कि जो जुर्म उन्होंने किया, जिस तरीके से भारत में लगातार उनके द्वारा आतंकवाद फैलाया गया, उसका मुंहतोड़ जवाब सरकार ने दिया, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने और हमारी सेनाओं ने दिया। और यदि ये उनकी ओर से जारी रहा तो शायद इससे भी कहीं अधिक बड़े स्टेप्स हमारी सेनाएं लें और उसके लिए वो तैयार रहें, क्योंकि पूरा देश के 140 करोड़ लोग अब पूरी तरीके से स्वयं सरहद पे जाने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। पूरी तरीके से देश एकजुट है और किसी भी विपरीत परिस्थिति के लिए, संघर्ष के लिए देश का हर व्यक्ति रेडी है।
Our armed forces, the Indian armed forces, for their successful strike on the terrorist areas in Pakistan. I congratulate them with all my heart. I understand they will be an all-party meeting. I'm sure they'll have meaningful discussions. As I've said, I've been told that it's been very successful, and I congratulate our armed forces.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi today met Home Secretary Govind Mohan to discuss various aspects of Operation Sindur. He also met National Security Advisor, who briefed him of the situation in the last 24 hours. Remember, there has been intense artillery and mortar shelling by Pakistan Army in the border villages of India. And the big challenge before the country right now is to move our citizens to safer locations. Aishwarya Jain is joining us live. Aishwarya, what is the number that we are looking at? I mean, if India is looking at, to evacuate its citizens along the border areas, so what exactly is the number? In all, how many people have to be sent to safer areas?
Well, as per the sources within the Ministry of Home Affairs, the numbers had not been given, but there had been prioritization of such places which are being done, and that report had been now briefed to the Prime Minister by the Home Secretary. There are certain locations along with the line of control in the Jammu and Kashmir region, as well as certain locations in Rajasthan, Punjab as well, adjoining to the areas of Pakistan where there could be a possible ceasefire violation, and particularly in those areas in Jammu and Kashmir where continuous artillery action and ceasefire violations are taking place from the Pakistani side. The number has rose up to 13 as far as the MEA official quote is concerned, that have lost the civilians, including one soldier. And from those places, the moving of such people on a priority basis is something that the government is looking forward to. It was a 1-hour briefing that was given by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval to Prime Minister at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, and soon after that we saw Home Secretary Govind Mohan also coming at the Prime Minister's residence, and he briefed PM about the recent developments. Also, the Ministry of Home Affairs speaking to the Chief Ministers, the DGPs and the Chief Secretaries of different states and union territories adjoining to the Pakistan and Nepal border, and what sort of direction Home Minister gave to the Chief Minister, specifically about the essential commodities, availability, the communication line between the states and the centre, also assuring that the Home Guards, the SDRF and the civil defence system should be activated in full scale in a possible situation of retaliation from Pakistan. And there are places which had been prioritized as well, which is now being named as sensitive zones. These zones had been labelled as red zone as far as the Ministry of Home Affairs are concerned, and the centre is looking very closely at those areas. Specifically, the Home Minister also stated, and that's the report which has been presented to Prime Minister, that the fake news, the fake handles on social media, the fake news which is spreading, anti-India propaganda which is spreading, the cyber police should keep a close vigilant on that as well, and they should directly inform the centre so that action could be taken against them. So all of those report, the combined report of what the directions has been given to state, as well as those people who are living in such areas which are under the fire from Pakistan as far as their ceasefire violation is concerned, how they are prioritizing on moving them on a first basis is something that Home Secretary Govind Mohan had told the Prime Minister in that briefing that lasted for almost 1 hour. A series of meetings can also take place later this evening, as in the all-party meeting, Rajnath Singh stated that Operation Sindur is ongoing operation and it's still on.
Right, Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Lots more news and updates on Operation Sindur and the aftermath of it after this. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, right. And transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge.
India has carried out Operation Sindur, and now aftermath being seen. In fact, there has been unprovoked shelling along LOC. Several of our civilians have been moved out and moved to safer places. What should India be prepared for? We are now being joined by Vice Admiral Anil Kumar Chawla, former Commander-in-Chief of Southern Command. Vice Admiral Chawla, welcome to NDTV. How do you think the next 24 to 48 hours are looking?
Thank you very much for having me on. Well, I think as is commonly known, any attack that is done by one side will invite some sort of response from the other. And this was a fully justified attack on Pakistan by India because of the ghastly murders that were perpetrated in Pahalgam over 2 weeks ago. Most inhuman act that needs to be condemned in the strongest words. Since now India has very successfully carried out these strikes, and I think all kudos to the people who not only planned and executed them, but also to the leadership which allowed this to go on. Obviously, the Pakistanis have lost a lot of face, and so they will try and attempt to do something. So this is the time when the whole country should be alert. Obviously, the government and the armed forces need not be told that. They would be at the highest level of alert, as we are seeing. And we should, as a general public, also be very vigilant and inform the authorities in case we see anything which we feel is untoward. Because there are many ways that they can strike back, as we have seen in the past, through terrorist actions or through border actions. But I think the general public needs to be vigilant, and I think if we are vigilant and we stay strong, we will foil whatever attempts at reprisal that Pakistan thinks it's going to have.
Okay, and in fact, External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar has just spoken out. Let's listen in to him, and I'm going to come back to you. Vice Admiral, stay with us.
You are visiting India at a time when we are responding to a particularly barbaric terrorist attack on 22nd April in the Indian Union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. There should be no doubt that it will be met with a very, very firm response. As a neighbor and a close partner, it is important that you have a good understanding of the situation.
That's a message going from India to Iran. Remember, Iran's foreign minister is here, and he is visiting New Delhi after meeting the Pakistan Prime Minister in Islamabad just 24 hours ago. Vice Admiral Chawla, India's message is clear. We are the victims of terror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been famously saying that this is not an era of war. And India, when it carried out these strikes, the airstrikes, it was with immense precision. No military installation of Pakistan targeted, no civilian installation or infrastructure targeted. It was just against terror bases in Pakistan. So terror warheads targeted by India is the message which has gone ahead. And it was done only because India was provoked into it after we lost 26 of our citizens.
Absolutely. I think it has been a very calibrated and well-tuned and well-formulated and well-articulated response. And since you showed the pictures of the Foreign Minister of Iran there, it is ironic that just a year and a half ago, a similar exchange had taken place when Iran had carried out an attack on terror bases in Pakistan. So I think Iran, of all the countries, understands very well that Pakistan is the hub of terror. And they had done a similar action. So I think they would be a very familiar feeling to what they are hearing. And I think they would totally empathize with what India has done, because this is exactly what they did in the past. And I think the foreign minister, the external affairs minister is absolutely correct that I think, India being a very patient, democratic and a country which has the philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam, as the Prime Minister has said very often. But there is a limit to patience. You can tolerate these kind of things for some time, but I think this limit has been crossed repeatedly by Pakistan. And so I think the resolve of the entire nation, and it is seen across the spectrum of people in India, across the spectrum, political spectrum, across the world actually, is quite firm that this sort of a thing will not be tolerated under any circumstances. And it is good that the Iranians are here because they have had a similar experience just a short while ago.
Admiral Chawla, we really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us here on NDTV. And as you were pointing out, there is an online propaganda which is going on. There is a narrative building attempt which is being carried out by Pakistanis. What exactly is fake news which is playing out on social media? Vishal is joining us live. Vishal, Pakistan is good at this kind of psyops. What is happening online?
So Pakistan's fake news machinery is on an overdrive. Let's take a look at few examples. This video was shared by various Pak accounts on X claiming that Pakistan struck a military base in Amritsar. Those posts are totally fake as it's an old video. This video was posted by several Pak handles claiming to show Indian soldiers recovering the remains of deceased soldiers. This too is fake information as this is an old video from September 2019 of Pakistan Army raising white flag at the LOC to recover bodies of its deceased soldiers. This PIV fact-check post sheds light on another instance of how Pak's misinformation campaign works. These social media accounts show various angles as to how this misinformation campaign is done. This depicts a crash of an Indian Air Force Mirage 2000 aircraft near Gwalior, which occurred during a routine training mission. This is not from the recent mission that India conducted. So these are some various examples as to how Pak is perpetrating these fake media campaigns.
All right. Vishal, thank you so much for that quick update on this propaganda machinery, which is clearly and certainly on an overdrive. But then the Press Information Bureau of India is strongly, vehemently declaring that as fake news every moment, any moment that is that was actually put out. So shifting focus to what was one of the most defining images of yesterday, Colonel Sophia Qureshi and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh. They have emerged as the faces of Operation Sindur. Both the women officers spoke during the briefing on the precision strikes in Pakistan. There has been wide-ranging praise for the strong messaging that has been delivered by India during that briefing.
सैयदना बिलाल कैंप मुजफ्फराबाद यह एक जैश मोहम्मद का स्टेजिंग एरिया है। यह हथियार विस्फोटक और जंगल सर्वाइवल ट्रेनिंग का केंद्र भी था। गुलपुर कैंप कोटली यह एलओसी से 30 किलोमीटर दूर था। लश्कर-ए तोयबा का बेस था।
Shown to you a niche technology weapons with careful selection of warheads was ensured so that there will be no collateral damage. The point of impact in each of the target was a specific building or a group of buildings. All the targets were neutralized with clinical efficiency, and the results reiterate the professionalism of the Indian Armed Forces in the planning and execution of their operations.
अब ये है कि प्राउड है चीज क्या कि लड़की ने हमारी एक बहुत अच्छा काम किया, ये अपने देश के लिए कुछ किया। मेरे फादर भी आर्मी में थे, ग्रैंडफादर आर्मी में थे, मैं आर्मी में था, अब वो आर्मी में गई है, वो पैतृकता में है।
जो उन्होंने ये खेल खेला था उसका बदला लिया, और हमारी बहनों का जो सिंदूर था उसका हमने मुकाबला कर लिया, बदला ले लिया और इसी तरह से आगे और लेते रहेंगे।
जिन जिन बहनों ने वहाँ पे अपने पति खोए हैं, उनकी सिंदूर की जो कीमत थी वो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने और अपनी डिफेंस फोर्सेज ने और हमारी हिंदुस्तान की सरकार ने उसका बदला लिया है। उस सिंदूर की कीमत जो है ना वो चुकाई है। ये जो दो महिला अफसर आज आई हैं ब्रीफिंग के लिए, ये भी एक उसी ऑपरेशन सिंदूर का ही एक जिसको कहते हैं ना रिप्रेजेंटेशन है।
A strong messaging certainly of the strength that is being displayed through Operation Sindoor. Again, a code name carefully chosen by the Prime Minister himself. And how is the world reacting? You heard what the leaders within India had to say with regards to that kind of press briefing which was done. How is the world seeing Operation Sindoor and the overall support that India is getting? Let me bring in Arjun now. Arjun, how is the world reacting to Operation Sindoor?
April 22nd, a date etched in the memory of every Indian. A cowardly terror attack in Pahalgam took innocent lives, and the world is no longer silent. India's Operation Sindoor struck at the very heart of terror, and now the world is standing behind New Delhi. From London to Washington, the message is clear. I will show you how and when. While UK's Foreign Minister David Lammy declared India's outrage justified, Rishi Sunak, in no minced words, mind you, has said India and New Delhi has every right to strike back. And it is not just Rishi Sunak from the UK. In fact, MP Preeti Patel backed India's operations in the House of Commons, nonetheless, saying that New Delhi must dismantle the vile machinery of terror at its roots. An unwavering France has also condemned the Pahalgam attack and has in fact pledged full solidarity with New Delhi. Terror has no sanctuary, not even diplomatic ones, and Islamabad should know that very clearly. From West Asia, Israel, a long-standing ally of India, was also very blunt. Terrorists will not hide. Israel backs India's right to crush these threats before they strike again. Now, from The Hague, Geert Wilders shouted what many in the West believe but are afraid to say. Kashmir is 100% Indian. Hashtag Pakistan behind Pahalgam is now a global trend. Meanwhile, the US also remains firm. Congressman Sri Thanedar has in fact said terrorism must be punished, period. India has every right to defend every inch and every citizen. And from Panama, a rising voice on the global stage, support came without hesitation. The Republic of Panama stands with India and it stands against terror. Viewers, this is not just India's fight anymore. The world sees Pakistan for what it really is. A state that harbors terror and breeds instability, and at that, global instability. And Operation Sindoor is a message, one that underlines India will strike swiftly, strike hard, and never back down.
And thank you so much, Arjun, for that quick update on how the world is reacting. That's all from me. News and updates will continue with Gargi after a short break. Stay with us.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives.
watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, all the latest the day after Operation Sindur. It's still ongoing, says the government. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Top Raisena ministers brief political leaders. India sends a message of national unity amidst tensions with Pakistan after Operation Sindur. MPs raise a demand for global ban on TRF. Say India must continue putting pressure on Pakistan. They are informed by the government that Operation Sindur is ongoing. 9 strikes with precision at the heart of terror in Pakistan. High alert in all border areas from Jammu and Kashmir to Punjab and Rajasthan. Our reporters on the ground.
Villages which has been impacted by shelling.
This is the last village on the border.
We're at the line of control in Salamabad. It's one of the last outposts before the line of control.
I'll request my Vijay to show all these pictures from ground. We are a few kilometers away from international border.
NSA Doval met with the Prime Minister this morning to brief him. Later, the Prime Minister also met with the Home Secretary. The focus now on moving people from border villages as shelling and firing continues from the Pakistan side. And families of the victims thank the government and armed forces for Operation Sindur. Say Pakistan will never forget this action as they hail the airstrikes. And world leaders in support of India after Operation Sindur. There have been some calls for restraint, with US President Donald Trump offering to mediate as well. Well, our top story now, and an all-party meeting took place this morning where the leaders from across party lines were briefed by the top ministers of the government. In fact, it was Defense Minister who briefed them, Rajnath Singh, for around 1 hour. And this meeting in all lasted for around 1.5 hours. They were briefed on Operation Sindur when India went into Pakistan and Pakistan occupied Kashmir to destroy terror hubs. Now, the opposition has said that they are in complete support of the government and the armed forces after Operation Sindur was undertaken following the terror attack in Pahalgam, in which 26 citizens were killed. There were some issues raised by opposition leaders, and you had Owaisi saying that they must put pressure on Pakistan and that the TRF, that's the front, the organization that claimed responsibility for the attack in Pahalgam, that they must be declared a terror organization. So that is what some of the opposition leaders, including Owaisi, told the government, that kind of pressure must continue against Pakistan. And this is the resistance front that is connected to the Lashkar-e-Toiba. Remember, after the Pahalgam attack, they had claimed responsibility for the attack in which 26 people were killed. The Congress saying they are firmly with the government after Operation Sindur. The government saying that Operation Sindur is ongoing. Remember, this comes at a time when there is high alert in parts of the country, especially the border areas, as some sort of retaliation expected from Pakistan.
आज ऑल पार्टी लीडर्स का मीटिंग राजनाथ सिंह जी की अध्यक्षता में बहुत अच्छी तरह से हुई है। बहुत गंभीर विषय था, इसलिए सब ने गंभीरता से अपने बात को रखा है। सबसे पहले रक्षा मंत्री जी ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के बारे में पूरे लीडर्स को जानकारी दिया, परिस्थिति के बारे में, हालात के बारे में और सरकार का मंशा, सारे चीज़ों को लेकर के ब्रीफिंग हुआ। उसके बाद में सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने अपने मत रखा, पार्टी का विचार को और सुझाव भी दिया है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि सारे पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स ने मैच्योरिटी दिखाया है। ऐसे वक्त में जब देश एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती को हाथ में ले करके काम कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें राजनीति का कोई जगह नहीं है।
देखिए, मीटिंग में
जो उन्होंने कहा वो हमने सुना है। तो हम सभी जितने भी पार्टी के लोग थे सभी ने ये बताया कि इस घड़ी में, इस संकट के घड़ी में हम सब आपके साथ हैं और आप जो काम कर रहे हैं करते रहिए और देश के हित में हम आपके साथ रहेंगे। ठीक है, जब वक्त आएगा पूछेंगे, लेकिन अब संकट की घड़ी है, इसमें कोई हम किसी को क्रिटिसाइज नहीं करना चाहते।
पूरा सपोर्ट दिया हमने। जो खारगे जी ने कहा वो सही है कि ऐसी चीजें हैं जो डिस्कस नहीं करनी है, तो बस सबने सपोर्ट किया।
Right, so all parties saying they are with the government in this time that India has hit back at Pakistan after the Pahalgam terror attack. But let's go across to Aishwarya for more on this all-party briefing. And Aishwarya, the leaders were also told that Operation Sindur is still ongoing, and also that the number of people killed, according to the Defence Minister, was 100 after India struck in POK and Pakistan as well.
Well, the all-party meeting went on for almost 90 minutes. It was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who briefed all the leaders from different political parties who were invited, and it was informed to them that it is not over and Operation Sindur is still on. It's an ongoing exercise. Rajnath Singh also stated that we have demolished the terror infrastructures within Pakistan and in the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir as well. And the counting is still on. It is the government who had been lauded by different MPs from all the political parties. They had the Indian Armed Forces were lauded as well, and the entire opposition unitedly said that they are together with the government at this point in time, and certainly it is whatever action the armed forces will take, they want to support. This is no time for politics, but to send across a message of unity to the entire world. Of course, there were some demands that were raised by some of the opposition MPs. Of course, one of cornering Pakistan around the globe and making sure that the TRF should be declared as a banned organization in the United Nations as well. About what has been told by some of the MPs is that and asked by the government that what sort of action the India is taking as far as retaliation from Pakistan is concerned. The government had given them brief about how Indian armed forces are well prepared and how they are ready to corner Pakistan, both on the diplomatic front and the military front as well. Some of the MPs also asked about the diplomatic actions that India had taken after the CCPA that was chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the IWT or the sending of the Pakistani officials from the High Commission over here in Delhi. What is the current progress into that? Of course, the government had told them about every bit of information that the opposition wanted to send across. Kiran Rijiju told, who is the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, that it is not about the Indian Army or one government or one political party, but it was Prime Minister's desire that all the political parties should be on board when India is taking action against Pakistan. Clearly, two things very important to note over here. Number one, as Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, stated, that it is an ongoing exercise. The operation is not ended. Number two, they have killed more than 100 terrorists in all the 9 strikes, the successful strikes by India in Pakistan and Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. On the other side, I also wanted to inform our viewers that the meeting between the Home Secretary and Prime Minister has ended. That meeting lasted for almost 1 hour. A brief presentation was given by Home Secretary as to how the Indian citizens who are stuck in the areas which are located in Jammu and Kashmir near to the border where ceasefire violation is being taking place by the Pakistani troops, how a safe passage is being built to evacuate them to a safer place, and also about the information that how the Home Ministry has given guidelines to several states who are adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal about in any case of retaliation from Pakistan, what sort of directions and what sort of things they need to do as far as providing them relief, essential commodities should be there, and also putting out a strong communication line between states and the centers.
That's right, Aishwarya. And when you say that, you know, that this was something said yesterday as well, that Operation Sindur is ongoing, and this was something that was informed during this all-party meeting. And so the situation continues to remain on high alert. We've already been reporting from the border areas. But if you could tell us more about what it means that the operation is still ongoing.
Well, the first phase of operation was, of course, we all know that the government has briefed Indian armed forces, striked 9 specific locations, 5 in the POK region, 4 in the Pakistan mainland. Of course, the infrastructure of these terror hubs had been demolished completely. The number of deaths that have been occurring is now out in open. But the second phase is, of course, and would be, of course, of the Indian army reacting to the retaliation. The Pakistani government had time and again stated that they will retaliate in a at their chosen place and time, and Indian armed forces are ready for it. Of course, the terror hubs have been identified earlier by the government, and then these strikes were conducted. But in terms of retaliation, that is something that India is looking very closely, and they're monitoring very closely. How India will retaliate would be certainly the second phase. Of course, this is an ongoing exercise that our Defense Minister had said, and it's not over. As yesterday in the press briefing as well, while concluding it, the Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri stated that he would be again speaking to the media and about the developments that will happen post this. They will be informing the media and public in large about that as well. So more developments is something that we can expect from the LOC. It's been straight 2 weeks and a day that we are witnessing the ceasefire violation, just not from the small arms, but an artillery action also being taken from the Pakistani side. India has responded, Indian armed forces have responded in a very prompt way, but how the exercise near the locations of Rajasthan borders, Jammu and Kashmir is going to take place is something that we'll very closely look upon.
All right, thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. And we will now be going across to our reporters who join us from the border areas. Now, in this all-party meeting, the MPs also demanded that there be a global ban on the resistance front, that's TRF. This is a proxy of Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Toiba, and they were the ones who claimed responsibility for the Pahalgam attack in which 26 people were killed. Well, let's go across now to Nazir Masoodi and Shiv Arur joining us for more on that. And we will also get an update on the ground situation. But first to you, Shiv, if you could tell us about the TRF. Before that, let's just listen into what Asaduddin Owaisi said after the all-party meeting on the TRF.
आज के ऑल पार्टी मीटिंग में मैंने कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया हमारी आर्म फोर्सेस को और भारत सरकार को कि उन्होंने एक ऑपरेशन सिंदूर को अंजाम दिया। मैंने अपनी बात में ये कहा कि एक इंटरनेशनल कैंपेन हमको चलाना चाहिए TRF के ख़िलाफ़, और ख़ास तौर से सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल इसको डिजिग्नेट करे, और हमको यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका को ये बताना है कि वो अपने ही मुल्क में इसको फॉरेन टेररिस्ट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डिजिग्नेट करे, पाकिस्तान को FATF के ग्रे लिस्ट में डाला जाए।
All right, so there we heard Owaisi asking for India to push for this ban on the TRF. Let's go across to Nazir and Shiv for more on this. And Shiv, first tell us about the TRF. What do we know about this organization? And they were the ones who claimed responsibility for the horrific Pahalgam attack.
Well, they first claimed responsibility for it, the resistance force, and then they, issued a social media statement saying that their platform was hacked and that this was an erroneous statement of claiming responsibility for what happened in Pahalgam. So that was the first sign that something was very wrong within the Pakistan establishment. Point number two, the resistance force, let's call it TRF, for the sake of this conversation, is an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba, which sprung up in the aftermath of the abrogation of Article 370 and became very active in the Kashmir Valley, has taken responsibility for a whole variety of attacks, whether it is in Sonamar, Gulmarg, etc. Even in the 14 days that I've been here in J&K, I can tell you that the TRF is understood to have, staked claim to attacks that had nothing to do with it, even leading to a lot of inter-terrorist group rivalry as well. But I think the one thing we should mention, since Asaduddin Owaisi has said it, and the TRF has, become front and center as far as Pahalgam is concerned, nobody should really dignify the TRF with a separate identity from the Lashkar-e-Taiba. These are just fronts to try and, carve out a separate face or an identity from the mothership that is the LET. Since the LET is a proscribed terrorist organization, the TRF is not. It's like having a Benami account, or trying to change your name in order to avoid detection. The TRF is still not a proscribed terrorist organization by many international bodies. That's what Owaisi is talking about. But ultimately, in terms of funding, in terms of training, in terms of the entire chain of command, in terms of its tactics, in terms of everything that it actually does in terms of its attacks, it is basically the Lashkar-e-Taiba, and let's make no mistake about that.
All right, so it's basically just the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the opposition parties, and we heard Owaisi trying to get a ban on this organization separately is what they want the government to do. But let's now talk about the situation along the border. And today you had the Prime Minister meeting with the Home Secretary. There's a lot of concern about the shelling and the firing that has been ongoing ever since Pahalgam. Nazir, it's 14 days now since this overnight, we can't even call it ceasefire violation, because there is no ceasefire. Essentially, there's been firing every single night, and the people living along the borders are the one bearing the brunt. After Operation Sindur, there is more concern, and we've seen an increase in aggression with the, for the second night shelling taking place.
Exactly, and yesterday Kupwara town was a ghost town. It was completely shed. People were not coming out of fear because of the heavy shelling. Last night there was again shelling, but it was not so intense, even as Pakistan resorted to artillery shelling using 155 mm these shells. And it has created, huge difficulty for the people. Many houses have been destroyed. Large number of people have been taken to the places, different places, safety shelters by the district administration Kupwara here. Number of people from Keren, from Tangdhar, they have been moved. In fact, yesterday Chief Minister Umar Abdullah held emergency meeting with all the DCs of border districts, including here in Kupwara also Jammu, Kutwa, Samba, Poonch, Rajouri and Baramulla. All these districts DCs held meeting with the Chief Minister through video conferencing. So did the J&K's Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. So the first priority of the administration is to ensure that the people living in most vulnerable areas are taken to the safety, so that, because it appears that next 4 to 48 hours are going to be very, very crucial, given the fact what Pakistani army is claiming that they have been swarmed by the drone attacks, by the drones, and there have been multiple drone attacks from Karachi to Lahore to Rawalpindi, and in fact they are even saying that their military installation in Lahore was also hit, and where they have lost the equipment and the men have also been hit. And then they are saying there was a drone attack in Karachi as well, and terminated as what they have been saying naked aggression of India. So fact is they are feeling heat. What she was mentioning about the part 2 of the Operation Sindur, it is playing out. India has not officially said anything, but Pakistani army, DG ISPR is saying that they have been literally swarmed by drones. They have got more than a dozen, drone attacks at different places across Pakistan. They are feeling the heat. They have to shut their airports, including Karachi, Islamabad, and Lahore and Sialkot airports have been shut till this evening. So it is a tense situation, and Pakistan clearly is feeling heat after Sindur, Operation Sindur, and 9 sites were targeted by Indian Army and armed forces within just 24 minutes. That was the precision of the attacks and swiftness of that military action against Pakistan. And since then, Pakistan has threatened to take revenge of these attacks. But clearly, it's the people living on the borders in the line of control who bear the brunt, where civilian areas have been targeted, be it Tangdhar, where marketplace was literally ravaged in Pakistani shelling, or Poonch, where marketplace and the civilians have been killed in Pakistani shelling. So it's a tense situation. Fingers crossed, everybody is really fearful what may happen next, and these next 48 hours are said to be very, very crucial. Will Pakistan hit back? Will they try to, carry out an attack on India? Indian army and the armed forces are clearly ready for any eventuality, and Pakistan will have to pay for it the way they were made to pay after Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 innocent people were killed. Since then, there have been ceasefire violations, and they were through small arms ceasefire violation, but for last 2 days, it has been artillery is being used by Pakistan, and India has equally responded, what army is terming as proportionally they responded to the Pakistani shelling.
All right, and there you can see this high-level meeting being chaired by the Prime Minister. As we've been reporting, the Prime Minister today met with the NSA, Ajit Doval. There was a briefing there, and then the Home Secretary as well met with the Prime Minister. What Nazir was telling us about this tension along the border and the fact that there is this shelling and artillery fire, and people have had to be moved out. So that is the big concern now. Also, as Rajnath Singh reportedly said during the all-party meeting, Operation Sindur is ongoing. There is high alert along our border states and our border districts, not just Jammu and Kashmir, Punjab and Rajasthan as well. And so the situation remains, active and fluid, as one is awaiting whether Pakistan will take some bigger, if there will be some sort of reaction to India's Operation Sindur, in which 9 terror camps were destroyed. So this high-level meeting currently taking place. As you can see, several officials, these are the top bureaucrats there in that meeting, talking with the Prime Minister in the aftermath of Operation Sindur, and the various concerns and the various, alert, the government needs to remain alert, various issues that the government needs to remain alert on. Well, Shiv Arur also there with us. Shiv, as we're looking at these visuals of this high-level meeting, what stood out in that briefing, that the all-party meeting that took place, and Kiran Rijiju spoke to the media after that, is how it was emphasized to the opposition parties that this is an ongoing operation, that Operation Sindur remains very much on. As Nazir and you have both been reporting, there are those reports coming in from Pakistan of drones and of certain activity. So in view of that, India remains on alert, and therefore we'll continue to see these high-level meetings.
Very correct. The level of readiness and preparedness at this point of time couldn't possibly be higher. We can describe it like, wartime readiness on both sides. Both sides presumably have their sensors at maximum level right now. Most certainly Pakistan does, considering that their airspace has been penetrated with these punishing attacks in phase 1, and now drones have flown into Pakistan and wreaked damage in places like Lahore, Rawalpindi, Karachi and Faisalabad apparently, and other places. So definitely air defenses will be very much up. Those meetings are crucial at this point of time, especially that the all-party meeting, because the defense minister has briefed the parties regarding the damage. He's quoted some figures in terms of, battle damage from phase 1 of Sindur. The initial reports of, the kind of casualty count of terrorists from all these places, Bahawalpur, Muridke, Muzaffarabad, etc., are still coming in. So those numbers could definitely evolve.
Right,
it's not going to be a fixed number.
You do hold on. Let me just go across to Maria for more on this particular meeting to find out just who are all the, these secretaries and, high-level officials who are attending this meeting with the Prime Minister. Yes, Maria, give us the latest.
Yes, that's right. And this meeting, of course, was chaired by the Prime Minister, which had
secretaries from key ministries, including Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information, Power, Health, Broadcasting, Telecommunication, all in attendance. This is with regards to multiple mechanisms which have to be put in place. Among others includes strengthening of the civil defense mechanism, efforts to counter misinformation and fake news, because that certainly is a huge thing, a menace of sorts which is playing out online. And there is a message which has gone that in terms of security of critical infrastructure, that has to be ensured as well. Ministries were also advised to maintain close coordination with state authorities and ground level institutions. So because the sense is that these are sensitive times and there has to be a clear communication, a complete total institutional synergy which is needed for national security and operational preparedness, which is needed for citizen safety. And the overall government of India response becomes important, because this is an emergency situation. A better and more comprehensive internal communication plan has been discussed, where the Prime Minister himself, speaking to all the secretaries and of various ministries and departments of the government of India, and emphasizing the need for operational continuity and also institutional resilience. I think the special focus on readiness and emergency response and internal communication protocols becomes important. And at the same time, a range of issues discussed, as we have been saying, because if you look at the list of ministries which were departments, should I say, which were called for this very critical meeting, includes Defense, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Power, Health, Communication and Information and Broadcasting, where the messaging has been loud and clear that there has to be a mechanism which has to be put in place, particularly of civil defense. Remember, only yesterday India did carry out security drills, mock drills across India. There were drills carried out also of blackouts in Amritsar and in border districts along in Punjab and also in Rajasthan. So there is the sense that there could be retaliation, and India doesn't want to be, caught napping. India is prepared for it, is the message that is coming in, where the Prime Minister himself has chaired this crucial meeting. Right, and Maria, as you were saying, given that there are secretaries of I&B and Health and Defense, External Affairs, but I&B, given this is a time when there's so much information, there's fake news, there's social media, there news coming in from Pakistan deliberately to create panic and trouble. So this remains a very important point as well. The Prime Minister there calling for clear communication as we're all going through this time of tension and alertness. The communication protocol which has been displayed by the government only yesterday, when you had the Foreign Secretary, flanked by two senior officials, one from Air Force, another one from Army, sending a message of how, comprehensive and well-planned and meticulously planned this entire, communication strategy of the government of India has been. Now, we have seen the Press Information Bureau has been countering fake news online. They have been countering all that is being put out by Pakistani, Twitter handles and on YouTube. They have been effectively countering it. But there is this understanding that when it comes to the larger messaging, we will be seeing more effective communication, as is happening by the government of India. Taking its allies on board, effectively communicating with the envoys of various nations as well. So what is playing out becomes important, because if it is a large-scale preparedness of this nature, the Prime Minister himself speaking to the secretaries becomes important, and secretaries in turn have been told to stay in touch with the secretaries of various states. Power secretaries and secretaries, say, in various departments, health, and health in particular becomes important. Power secretaries and health secretaries also have a crucial role, because as far as the sense in India is that they have to effectively protect its crucial strategic installations, and that is the reason why when the mock drills were carried out, camouflaging of this crucial strategic installations was one of the exercises which did happen yesterday as well, Gargi. So overall, a sense of high alert and a sense of urgency, and also a sense that India should be prepared for any eventuality and retaliation coming in from across the border. All right, thanks so much, Maria, for joining us with the latest there. So there you can see those visuals of the Prime Minister chairing a high-level meeting with secretaries of various ministries and departments. This is to review national preparedness and also have better coordination and communication between all the departments. Aishwarya Jain also joining us for more on this. And Aishwarya, you've been covering, all these various meetings that have been going through the day, earlier the NSA briefing also, but now this meeting, as Maria was telling us, very, very key. We remain in a state of high alert, and it's important for this, coordination to take place among all the various ministries and departments. Give us more details regarding this high-level meeting taking place, which the Prime Minister himself is chairing.
Well, that's very important. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is closely monitoring every aspect of India's response, internally or externally. And therefore, yesterday, after Home Minister was given responsibility to speak to the Chief Secretaries, Chief Ministers, DGPs of different states and union territories joining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal, today Prime Minister himself chairing all-important meeting with the secretaries of different departments, and this is for the preparedness. This is for inter-ministerial coordination between different departments across the governance, and to better implement it, Prime Minister had given directions to it. We have been told at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, Prime Minister chaired this meeting from the officials from the Prime Minister's office, secretaries from key ministries including Defence, Home Affairs, External Affairs, Information and Broadcasting, Power, Health and Telecommunication. All of those secretaries were called in. Prime Minister himself briefed about how to coordinate amongst the ministries, among the departments at a time when India will be on alert. India will be in a position to retaliate if there is a response that comes in from Pakistan. Prime Minister also reviewed the planning and preparations by ministries to deal with the current situation. Secretaries have been directed to undertake the comprehensive review of their respective ministries' operations and to ensure foolproof functioning of emergency response and internal communication as well. Very, very important to note what the government has been saying. Anti-India propaganda should be stopped as soon as possible. The Information Broadcasting Department had been told to regular update on their PIB website about the fact-checking of the fake news which is being propagated by several social media accounts. The chief ministers of different states had been told to their respective cybercrime departments to identify those who are peddling fake news around, and those should be identified and an action should be taken at first. At this point of time, which is very, very sensitive, no fake news should spread. The message has been sent out very clear to the health department that first aid and medical emergency should be on alert. All hospitals should be kept on alert. There should be sensitive locations that should be chosen for an option to deal with the medical emergency. The Power Ministry had been given responsibility in a position of blackout, in a situation of blackout, how the operationalization of these of the mechanism to put the entire area into blackout should be done effectively. So strict vigilance and stringent measures is something that the governance is currently focusing on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself chairing this inter-ministerial secretariat meeting at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. And just to update, last point, the Saudi Arabia Minister of State also met Prime Minister just a while ago, and they have left the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg as well.
All right, just to update, that's a very interesting, update, Aishwarya, given that you have, the minister from Iran in India right now, that already you have, Dr. Jaishankar meeting with, but the Saudi minister arriving here, this was an unplanned visit. Tell us more about that, because it's interesting at a time of these heightened tensions with Pakistan and Operation Sindur having taken place. We do know that Saudi has a great deal of influence in Pakistan.
Well, that's right. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Saudi Arabia at a time when Pahalgam terror attack happened, he cut short his trip and landed back in Delhi and took high-level meetings. The next day, he chaired the cabinet meeting, the CCS, the CCPA as well, and important decisions were taken. Saudi Arabia, in that regard, is very important. Saudi Arabia plays a crucial role in in Pakistani establishment. Saudi Arabia is a close ally of Pakistan as well. But Prime Minister had a great rapport with the Prince and King of Saudi Arabia. His minister had landed. This was an unplanned trip, as we all know, and he had met the Prime Minister. The meeting lasted for almost 1.5 hours. After the Home Secretary left, we saw Saudi Arabia Minister going inside. He was there for almost 1.5 hours, and just when I was speaking just few minutes back, he left from his residence from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. It was, this meetings is very, very important at this point in time when India is reacting to the terrorist strikes on Indian soil, and Saudi Arabia, Turkey, that are close allies with Pakistan, and Indian establishment speaking to these countries plays a huge role. Of course, condemnation had come from different parts of the world, but few allies of Pakistan, if they come together with India in condemning this terror attack and putting a full stop to the terror activities there in Pakistan, and in retaliation, what they are thinking certainly will be a big, big win, a diplomatic victory for India as well.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with all the latest developments there. So the high-level meeting there chaired by the Prime Minister, where several secretaries, top secretaries were there, and department heads, and it was spoken about how to better coordinate, also counter any fake news at a time of national alertness after Operation Sindur. We'll slip into a short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindur. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
The last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Genzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Welcome back. It's a day after Operation Sindur and high alert in our border states and border areas. Remember, there has been small arms firing for the last 14 days, and last 2 nights there has been shelling as well. There you could see visuals of the Prime Minister in a high-level meeting with the top secretaries of the government for better coordination. But NDTV's Ghazali is in Rajouri, and he spoke to some people who've been affected by the shelling.
जी ये बताइए कि अभी शेलिंग हो रही है तो क्या अब आदत सी हो गई है कि शेलिंग हो या ना हो, मतलब इस इलाके को अब नहीं छोड़ना, यहीं रहना है?
सर इलाका छोड़ के कहाँ जाएंगे हम? घर तो बना हमारा घर है,
हमारा देश है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे?
मैं इस इलाके की बात कर रहा हूँ। देश
छोड़ेंगे इस इलाके को हम, ये हमारा वतन है, इसको छोड़ के हम कहाँ जाएंगे? ये शेलिंग से डरते डरते हम कहाँ तक भागेंगे? ये हमारा देश है, हमें अपने सैनिकों पे, अपने भारतवर्ष पे, हमारी सरकार पे हमें पूरा विश्वास है। ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। पाकिस्तान एक कायर मुल्क है, वो निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमले करता है। ये जो किया पाकिस्तान ने, हमारी सेना पे हमला करने की उसकी ताकत नहीं है। जो ये किया है, ये हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर हमला किया उसने। जो अभी पहलगाम में हुआ वो भी हमारे निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने हमला किया, और ये जो किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर। हमारी सेना से वो डायरेक्ट कभी नहीं लड़ सकता। हमारा देश एक पावरफुल देश है, इसके आगे पाकिस्तान का कुछ भी नहीं चल सकता। और ये ऐसे हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डराना और हमारे दिलों में भय पैदा करना चाहता है कि ये लोग यहाँ से भागें। ये जो पुंछ में किया है ये भी निहत्थे नागरिकों पर उसने किया है। उसके पास इतनी ताकत नहीं है कि हमारी आर्मी से सीधा जंग करे वो, तो ऐसी हरकतें करके हम लोगों को डरा के कि ये लोग यहाँ से भाग जाएंगे। देखो भैया, हम 47 में पीओके से छोड़ के आए हैं। हम वो लोग हैं जो हमारे बाप दादों ने गोलियां खाई हैं और हमारे परिवार के परिवार उस समय भी विनाश हुए हैं। तो आज हम भागने वाले नहीं हैं। ये पाकिस्तान अपने दिमाग से निकाल दे कि हम यहाँ से भागेंगे। हम यहाँ डटे हुए हैं और अपने देश की सेना के साथ भी खड़े हैं। हम जो भी होगा, हम कहीं भागने वाले नहीं हैं भैया यहाँ से।
तो प्रशासन ने कहा है यहाँ से जाने के लिए आप लोगों को?
हाँ, प्रशासन ने हमें कहा है कि आप कहीं सेफ जगह पे अपने बच्चों को अपने सेफ जगह पे चले जाओ। तो वो हम प्रशासन के साथ हैं, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मगर हम अपने घर अब छोड़ कर जाएंगे।
गेहूं कटाई का भी सीजन है?
हाँ, गेहूं कटाई का सीज़न है भैया। गेहूं देखो आपके सामने ये पड़ी हुई है, इधर हमारी काट के रखी हुई है हमने। तो क्या करेंगे अब? ऐसी कोई डरने वाली बात नहीं है। हम अपना देश, अपना घर कभी छोड़ के भागने वाले नहीं हैं। हम अपनी सेना के साथ खड़े हैं भैया।
So this is the underlying sentiment here, that they are not going to leave this area no matter how heavy the shelling happens here, and they are blaming Pakistan for deliberately targeting the civilian areas, the residences here, thinking that perhaps these people will leave this area and leave this entire region and move to safer locations, though they have moved their family members to other areas, to other designated safe locations suggested by the district administration in Rajouri. But the male members of the families are back to this location. They are still lying, they're still sort of staying here to guard their fields, and they say that they stand with the army, with the forces and the district administration.
All right, and earlier on there was the all-party meeting that took place in Delhi, where all leaders were briefed. For more on that, let's go across to Maria. And the Indian polity also sending a message that they stand firmly with the government and the security forces. During the all-party meeting, which lasted for roughly 90 minutes, it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who briefed the entire political class who were being represented by their floor leaders and heads of various political parties. We have Susmit Patra, Dr. Susmit Patra, who is a member of parliament of the BJD, one of the leaders who attended the all-party meeting. Dr. Patra, the big message that has been communicated to you by the government and what all of you told the government in the meeting which lasted for 90 minutes, sir.
Mariaji, firstly, I must say that it was a very positive meeting. It was a message of strength, unity and solidarity that came out of the meeting. The government, Shri Rajnath ji, shared his observations, and the opposition parties and the floor leaders also shared their views. The common view is that we are all united. The entire polity of this country, cutting across party lines, ideologies, is with our armed forces. We are with the government in this fight against terrorism, and that we are going to pursue it till its logical conclusion. There was a very clear message that came out through this meeting.
So it is a very cordial meeting, a clear departure from the last all-party meeting, where post that we heard a lot of noises from various political parties, Dr. Patra. And in terms of what has been communicated by Rajnath Singh, who I believe was the only minister who briefed the floor leaders of various political parties, the Operation Sindoor is ongoing, is the message which has come from the government.
That's correct. Operation Sindoor is an ongoing process, so therefore, to probably come and provide an assessment at this stage and make a complete finality to it would be premature. Rajnath ji was very specific, very clear, and he is a very tall leader anyway. And the opposition party members also appreciated the work and the efforts that our armed forces have done, men in uniform, women in uniform have done. And therefore, it was, as you said, it was a very positive, cordial meeting. I have been privy to several floor leader meetings or all-party meetings, but I must say that this was a very different all-party meeting, that I must say. Why? Because this party meeting showed solidarity, camaraderie. There was a sense of, a very, I should say, there was an emotional strain, which usually, when politicians meet, it's generally cut and dried. But I must say that this, and no one from the opposition party also, provided observations, but no one pushed the envelope of trying to, create any specific references as such. So I think it was a very good support, and I think that's a good message that goes out to the country, to 140 crore people, that the polity of this nation at the parliament level, at the highest level, is one. We are speaking in one voice. We are fighting with one vision of fighting against terrorism. I think that is a message that will further strengthen our armed forces in this fight against terrorism.
And Dr. Patra, when you say that nobody pushed the envelope, does it actually mean that what we have seen in the past, a lot of disagreements, a lot of questions being asked, this is not the right time for questions, this is not the right time for discussions, it's the right time for the right messaging?
Absolutely. You held it spot on, Mariaji, that different political parties have different observations, but no one is trying to, say anything untoward. Right now, the message is we are one. Our armed forces are fighting this battle against terrorism. We have done a very strategic strike by the armed forces in the 9 specific locations. So now is the time that the polity is one. We are speaking in one voice, and the voice is an affirmative action that we are behind the government. There is complete opposition unity with the government in this fight against terrorism.
Okay, Dr. Patra, since it was, Rajnath Singh who gave details to all the political parties, can you share some details which is certainly not privileged, moving away from that aspect of it? Because I'm sure you are a veteran parliamentarian yourself, you understand the nuances quite well.
See, Mariaji, this is privileged communication. But one thing I can say that as a member of parliament and being present in the all-party meeting, I can tell you on behalf of my party, the Biju Janata Dal, and our leader, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, we of course expressed our full trust and support. And personally, I must say that I have been absolutely well assured the way our armed forces are prepared, by way our country is prepared to face any eventuality. And whatever is being done, I think is very reassuring. And as a nation, our people should be reassured. That is what I gained as a deliverable of the meeting. It was a very positive meeting, cordial meeting. And Rajnath ji, whatever he shared, I think reassured us.
In terms of preparations, how prepared are we? Because even as the all-party meeting was happening, Dr. Patra, the Prime Minister was chairing a meeting in which secretaries of multiple departments were in attendance, telling them there is a need for greater coordination, and the presence of the Power Secretary and Health Secretary in that meeting particularly becomes important. So how ready are we? What has been communicated to the leaders of various political parties by the government?
Well, I can't really specify the details of that. It is a privileged communication that comes within the all-party meeting. But I must tell you, on the broad spectrum, if we were to say, the country is prepared for all eventualities. All our arms of the government as well as the armed forces are ready. And every specific eventuality we are prepared for. And we will not go into the specifics of it. But I can rest assured on one thing that I gained out of the all-party meeting was that the government is serious, the opposition is serious, the armed forces are serious, and together that level of seriousness rises beyond a certain level, which tells all of us that if at all anything adverse happens to us, strong and decisive action will be responded to by our nation.
All right, Dr. Sasmit Patra, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. There's a piece of breaking news coming in now, and for that, I'll toss across to Gargi.
Thanks so much for that, Maria. And yes, you were talking about the all-party meeting and how the party leaders were informed that Operation Sindur remains ongoing. And now more news has been, in fact, released by the government official, information on what has taken place overnight. Remember, there have been all these reports coming in of drone attacks taking place. And now the details of this phase 2 have been released by the government. Pak's bid to escalate has been negated, and more importantly, the air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Remember, there were these visuals of some sort of explosions taking place in Lahore. Well, let's go across to Shiv for more. And Shiv, you know, we were very tentative about taking all that information till we got some sort of official confirmation, and now that confirmation has come. In fact, details of this entire episode have come. Just tell us for our viewers.
Very, very big statement that's just coming from the Indian government. This is a formal statement confirming what NDTV had reported earlier. The Indian government has acknowledged and taken ownership of a drone strike inside Pakistan in the city of Lahore. The statement clearly says it has been reliably learned that the air defense installation in Lahore has been destroyed. There are some videos doing the rounds, but they are unverified. But this is a huge statement to make. The Indian government formally acknowledging that phase 2 of Operation Sindur is underway, and that Lahore has just been struck with Indian drones, and their air defense installation has been destroyed. What this is called in military terms is suppression of any enemy air defenses. It wasn't just one drone. There were a number of drones that hit air defense installations in different areas. But the statement acknowledges the strike in Lahore, because remember the importance of Lahore when you're talking about India and Pakistan. So this will be seen as Pakistan as an escalation. They held a press conference just a short while ago. The other big revelation in this statement that's come out from the Indian government is that India's integrated air defense, which contains a layer of different anti-air systems, managed to intercept a veritable missile and drone shower that Pakistan had fired towards military installations in India last evening. This includes installations in Srinagar, Jalandhar, Avantipora, Uttarlai in Gujarat, in Nal, in places in Rajasthan, Punjab, Pathankot, places like that, which contain very important, vital military installations. Pakistan attempted to attack them using missiles and drones, but in an incredible statement, the Indian government says that every single one of these missiles and drones was actually intercepted in the air. Remember, the remnants of one such interception were seen in public in Amritsar earlier today. There was a lot of speculation over what that was. This statement makes it very clear precisely what that was. This was one of those drones or missiles that came towards India that was intercepted. Intercepting multiple missiles and drones is one of the most difficult things to do. We've seen that happen, in a much less complex fashion, when Israel and Israel rockets were fired from Gaza and elsewhere. But this kind of, achievement of having taken on multiple incoming weapons at different cities using an integrated air defense shield is a huge thing to make. So basically, two big statements coming in from this press release by the Indian government. A, that India has struck Lahore and destroyed that city's air defense installations. And B, that Pakistan's retaliatory response has been negated by Indian air defense. Expect things to escalate, even though this statement ends with the fact that India is committed to de-escalation if Pakistan behaves.
That's right, Shiv. So that is the big breaking news. We're bringing you confirmation of what has been, these visuals on your screens from Lahore of certain blasts taking place there. And that is what civilians, their citizens were, reporting that there were some blasts that took place in Lahore. And there have been reports also of, drones. Even in Amritsar, in a village, there was a part of it seemed like a drone that had fallen there. And now confirmation from the government earlier today, government saying that the Operation Sindur remains ongoing, and now details and really the extent, Shiv, is something is quite something that that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets, and this was in Avantipura, Srinagar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Amritsar, Ludhiana, Adhampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh. So, all these and using drones and missiles, and all of this was countered by India, and with them responding to this action by Pakistan. And Shivaru bringing us all the latest on this there. You can see those visuals from Lahore that were being reported about of blasts taking place there. So India hitting back after provocations from Pakistan, and this action being taken, and what they have revealed is the air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized in this overnight action. We'll continue to track this big breaking news. For the moment, slipping into a short break. We'll return with more.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Details of Operation Sindur were shared with leaders from all parties during the all-party meeting that was briefed by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens.
YSRCP MP Subba Reddy tells NDTV, says Defence Minister has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed. Prime Minister Modi undertakes a high-level meeting with government officials, a comprehensive review of ministry operations. Special focus is on readiness, emergency response of India. India retaliates to Pakistani response. Details of Operation Sindur Phase 2 right here on NDTV. Pakistan air defense system has been neutralized. Operation Sindur. NSA Doval, Union Home Secretary meet Prime Minister. NSA briefs Prime Minister Modi on the current situation. The focus remains on moving people away from the border villages. Meltdown in Karachi Stock Exchange. Trading in the Karachi Stock Exchange is now halted. World leaders in strong support of Operation Sindur. World stands with India as calls for restraint come in. President Trump offers to mediate. Breaking story coming in on Operation Sindur right now. India has retaliated to Pakistani response, and details of Operation Sindur Phase 2 are coming in right here on the broadcast. The government says that Pakistani air defense system has been neutralized and India has destroyed the Pakistani air defense system. Let's quickly now get in my colleague Shivaru, who's getting us all the details of the Phase 2 of Operation Sindur. Shiv, tell us more. What are the details that you can share with us?
Gauri, this is a huge statement coming in from the Indian government, the Indian Ministry of Defence, perhaps in many ways, qualitatively even bigger than the Phase 1. What the Indian government has just announced in this statement is that Indian drones have struck in Lahore and other cities, destroying Pakistani air defence installations, officially acknowledging that Phase 2 of Operation Sindur is in progress. The other big announcement we made in this statement is that a large number of missiles and drones fired by Pakistan as part of a retaliatory response aimed at Indian military installations in a whole host of cities, including Srinagar, Avantipora, Pathankot, Amritsar, Uttarlai, Jalandhar, etc., were neutralized by Indian air defense systems. India has an integrated layered air defense system with different kinds of missiles that can go against different kinds of targets. This apparently kicked in, and the overall air defense shield that India has in north and northwest India apparently thwarted every one of those missiles and drones.
Right. In fact, Shiv, the The statement, the release that has come in from the government that confirms this very clearly states that Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in the northern and western India, including, as you were pointing out, Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, several others. Essentially, now this also clarifies that what has the Pakistani response been? The fact that India has responded very clearly to these misadventures, Pakistani attacks, and the fact that the next course, the next 24 to 48 hours, India's response will be very clear, given what these Pakistani misadventures have been.
Considering Pakistan's attempt to retaliate and this escalation by them at different Indian cities is being seen as an escalation by Pakistan, Gauri, and that's one of the reasons why Pakistan, they've hit Lahore's air defense installation, which is a huge achievement, an enormous achievement. You hit at the very heart of Pakistani Punjab. No small feat. Lahore, in many ways, a far bigger target, qualitatively speaking, perhaps than Bahawalpur, Murid, Muzaffarabad, etc. And that's the reason why we're looking at phase 2 as perhaps even more significant than phase 1 as far as hitting at the heart of the Pakistani system is concerned. You're right when you say that the stage could be set for another escalation, but it's important to note that the end of the statement that's just been issued by the Ministry of Defense says that India is committed to de-escalation, but only if the Pakistan military de-escalates as well. So a window of opportunity perhaps for de-escalation, but I imagine that things are already very tense and they could spiral out of control again.
I want to ask you one question, Shiv, on Lahore. You're right about the impact of this, the significance of this is much more. I'm just reading out the statement that very clearly says that it has been reliably learned that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized. Now, I want you to explain to our viewers the significance of Lahore as compared to some of the other targets that were mentioned and were being talked about earlier in first phase of Operation Sindur.
Gauri, Lahore, is a city that's very close to the international border from Amritsar. It's a city that holds a great deal of historic significance as far as India's partition from Pakistan is concerned. It's a city, where India has had a lot of historic cultural ties as well. It's also a nerve center of Pakistani politics, which has been increasingly anti-India. It is also a city that's very close to other cities of Pakistani Punjab, including Bahawalpur, Murid, etc., providing them with a great deal of sustenance for those terror groups. And therefore, Lahore is politically significant. It is, like I said, culturally and historically significant. It's also very close to the international border. It's also a very, very well protected city. If you are air defense installation basically provides cities like Islamabad, Lahore, Rawalpindi, Faisalabad, etc., a kind of bubble shield against incoming missiles. So,
all right, we'll leave it there, Shiv. Thanks so much for giving us those details. A very important news breaking in right here, Operation Sindur Phase 2. Let me now quickly rope in Major Ali Shah, defense analyst, to talk more about this, the significance, the import of what the government has just announced, Indian response that has come in. Major Shah, talk to us about, as Shiv was pointing out, the significance of an air defense system at Lahore being neutralized by India.
Gauri, thank you very much for having me on your channel. The very fact is, yesterday everybody was surprised by Operation Sindur, which was conducted very swiftly and with very, very precise targets. They took precision of 9 terrorist launch pads. No civilian targets were aimed at, no military establishments were aimed at. So Pakistan was in anticipation whether the Operation Sindur will continue or it will not. So they gave out statements that please halt here. If you halt here, then we will not retaliate. If you continue, we might consider retaliating. Thereafter, another contradictory statement came from their different statements from their military leadership and from their political leadership. They're not on the same page. One said that we will we have full right to do a retaliatory strike. One said, we will leave it at here if India leaves it here. So they were anticipating whether we would continue Operation Sindur. Now, we were waiting for, there is likely to be a press conference, I'm told, in fact, where our defense will actually come public with it and officially announce what it is all about. So far, what we have gathered, what we know is as limited to what the press conference of what we saw Wing Commander Varshika Singh, we saw Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and we saw Vikram Misri Saab. What they have given the input so far officially, those are the inputs we've got.
I want to bring it back to phase 2 of Operation Sindur. The fact that an air defense system at Lahore has been neutralized, the fact that Pakistani efforts to hit some of the cities in terms of the defense installation has been completely thwarted by India, and that has been said so by New Delhi in so many words. How do you read that? I want your response on that, sir.
Okay, Gauri, so far I haven't got the information. You would be having better information whether it has been said by Delhi. You said that they have taken onus of destroying the air defense system, and if that is so, then I think it's commendable, and my heartiest congratulations to them. And they are also terror organizations in Pakistan, like there's BLA, there's TTP, there are other organizations. So I was suspecting perhaps it could be their handiwork, because if India does it, India takes the full onus of it proudly, and India declares it. So you are saying that we have declared it. If that is the case, then I am happy about it. So far till yesterday, the story I knew was we had not taken onus of responsibility of attack or striking any military establishment. But since you have mentioned it, so I think if that's the case, and if Pakistan dares to retaliate.
Sir, for the benefit of you and for our viewers, I'm going to read out this part of the statement that has been issued by the Ministry of Defence, Government of India. Very clearly it says, and in fact some of those visuals are also we are playing out on our screens for our viewers tuning in right now. On the night of 7th and 8th of May 2025, Pakistan attempted to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India, including Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Bhatinda, Chandigarh and several others, using drones and missiles. These were neutralized by the integrated counter UAS grid and air defense systems. Major Shah, that's the second phase of Operation Sindur that we are breaking right here, and I'm asking you to respond on that. The fact that India repelled Pakistan bid to attack.
Certainly, if Pakistan also they violated the ceasefire, and they did shelling in, I'm told, in Pathankot or in Poonch and such places. And we've had some casualties over there.
16 people, sir. 16 innocent lives have been lost.
Yes.
3 women, 5 children.
Yes, Gauri. And the anger is very much there. I mean, innocent lives of civilians, of children. I mean, it is ridiculous. And, now Pakistan has asked for it. They have seriously asked for it. And let me tell them, there's no ego. There's no child's play. They are in for serious trouble. And who's going to suffer in this, Gauri? It's going to be the Awam, the public, the poor people of Pakistan. And who's going to be responsible for it? The Pakistani military, the Pakistani leadership, the government. General Asim Munir, he triggered the entire thing with his silly, stupid, unwarranted speech. And I don't think he had realized the repercussions of it at that time.
In fact, Major Shah, stay with us. I want to get in Aishwarya Jain, my colleague, to talk more of this biggest story that is breaking right now on NDTV. Second phase of Operation Sindur. Aishwarya, the government has announced those details, and that just tells us that the Pakistani bids have been completely repelled by India.
Well, very, very important details coming out from the press statement of Ministry of Defence as far as second phase of Operation Sindur is concerned. Remember, in the all-party meeting, it was Defence Minister Rajnath Singh who stated that Operation Sindur is ongoing operation, it's not ended, and details of second phase have now come out. The biggest thing to note in this release is that it was most of the parts of Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir that was under attack by the military, by the missiles and drones of the Pakistani military establishment. That was given a befitting response. All of them had been, all of them had been demolished, and it was India in retaliation, completely destroyed the air defense system and radars of Pakistan in Karachi and Lahore. The drones were activated. It was these cities that was under attack as far as the Ministry of Defense is concerned. Clearly, cities of Amritsar, Bhatinda, and other key areas of the Western Air Command were clearly under attack. The last line to be noted in this release is, of course, of the Indian Armed Forces that reiterated their position that there is a complete commitment on non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military, which hasn't, and therefore India had taken and strike back as far as India coming under attack is concerned. Pakistan also, remember, has increased in intensity of ceasefire violations along with the line of control with artillery action as well. India reacted it very promptly, but in response to that, Indian civilians were dead. There are numbers that coming in. 16 innocent lives have been lost, including 3 women and 5 children due to Pakistani firing. This had India to compel to respond to bring mortar and artillery fire from Pakistan to a halt. As I mentioned, the cities that were under fire as far as Western India and Northern India is concerned: Avantipur, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Falodi, Uttarlai and Bhuj using drones and missiles. And certainly it was India. They were neutralized by the Integrated Center Command of UAS Grid and air defense systems as well. The debris of these attacks is now being recovered from number of locations. That proves that this is a Pakistani attack. In retaliation, India responded very strongly, destroyed the air radar systems in Lahore as well. And certainly, as the government had mentioned, that this is not the end of the story. It is a continuing and ongoing operation as far as Operation Sindur is concerned. And as the Indian Defense Ministry has stated, that they will respond in a very effective way if Pakistan military or Pakistan establishment does not obey the ceasefire and also attacking on Indian establishments.
That, in fact, is equally significant, isn't it, Aishwarya, where the government has said that Operation Sindur hasn't ended. And that, I think, is an important takeaway from what the Defense Minister said, isn't it?
Well, certainly, apart from mentioning that Operation Sindur hasn't ended, it's an ongoing operation, and phase 2 details have now come out. It is also to note that Defense Minister Rajnath Singh in that particular all-party meeting also informed the MPs that almost 100 terrorists had been killed in an action against the Pakistani terror hubs, in an action, in a strike against the infrastructure that Pakistani mainland has, and also in Pakistani occupied Kashmir. The number of casualties that are there as far as the terrorists are concerned, that is ongoing, that has not ended. It's still in counting. The government of India is making sure that and as Prime Minister reiterated time and again in different occasions, that they will find the terrorists till the end of this earth. They will punish them, track them. And certainly that's what is ongoing as far as the current situation is concerned. The Indian establishment is also in connecting the foreign envoys as well. They have been briefing them on a regular basis. I just saw at 7 km Prime Minister's residence, where I'm reporting from, Saudi Arabia's Minister of State for Foreign Affairs had come. It was an it was a meeting that lasted for almost 1.5 hours with Prime Minister. Remember, Prime Minister was in Saudi Arabia during the Pahalgam terror attack. He cut short his trip and landed back in India and held several important meetings that decided that action will be taken against the perpetrators of terrorism. But India had retaliated yesterday as well in the press conference by Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, that India had not attacked any of the civilian posts in Pakistan. Civilians are not impacted. It is just the terrorist hubs that are that India had struck down. But it was in retaliation. Yesterday, in the midnight of 6th and 7th May, the Pakistan missiles, drones were launched from their military post towards cities in India, and therefore India had struck back and neutralized the air defense system, the radar system there in Karachi, and the action will continue. The Ministry of Defense officials are there at the South Block monitoring the situation. NSA Ajit Doval today briefed Prime Minister for almost 1 hour at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg about the details that are coming out along with the line of control, along with the international border and the red alert that India had initiated and activated in the border areas of India and Pakistan, along with Rajasthan, Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir.
In fact, on that, stay with us, Aishwarya, because on that, I want to quickly now get in Nazir joining us to talk more about Operation Sindoor Phase 2, the preparations, the fact that India has come out very clearly talking about what all Pakistan tried to do, failed miserably. Nazir, tell us more in terms of the details that are emerging of Operation Sindoor Phase 2.
Well, what we said in earlier bulletin that Pakistan was swarmed by drones. There was drone swarm which hit Pakistan's multiple sites, locations and military installations, and their air defense system in Lahore has been hit and badly damaged. Pakistan's DG ISPR has said that it was a drone attack at at least 12 locations, which he claimed most of them have been actually neutralized, but one he admitted that it hit their equipment at military installation in Lahore and 4 military personnel were injured. This is the admission of Pakistan's army, which DG ISPR in his press briefing today. And then the army defense India has issued a statement talking about how Pakistan tried to attack India with drones and missiles. They have been neutralized at all the places, be multiple places across western India and the northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab and Rajasthan. Everywhere they have been neutralized, both drone and missile attacks, and then India has hit back. Clearly, it's Operation Sindoor 0.2, but also it is clear sign of the escalation from Pakistan when they tried to use missiles and drones to target India, which have all, according to army, they have been defense officials' statement, they all have been neutralized. And then Pakistan admitting it is a military facility, which we know is an air defense system, has been hit by Indian drones as well. So clearly we were waiting for an official statement since afternoon. We were talking about this, how the Operation Sindoor 0.2 has started since last night. It was also shelling along the borders, along the line of control during the night, second day of artillery use, artillery shelling, and army has said that they have responded
Indian
in equal measure,
being
which is
attacked.
small arms and
Indian military targets in specific cities being under attack, and Pakistani efforts being completely thwarted. Let's get in Maria to join us more with the details of Operation Sindoor Phase 2.
Right, Gauri, if you look at it, India's Operation Sindoor has been focused, measured and non-escalatory in nature. But on the intervening night, which is of 7th and 8th, attempts were made by Pakistan to target 15 Indian cities. If you look at the details which has come in now from the government of India, it has named all these 15 cities, which includes Batinda, Ludhiana, Jalandhar, Kapurthala, Amritsar, Chandigarh, Falodi, Uttarlai, Bhuj, Pathankot, Jammu, Srinagar, Avantipura, all these cities were targeted by Pakistan. These are, of course, cities in northern and western India using drones and missiles, but they were completely neutralized. And in fact, there was an attempt to engage a number of military targets also. That has been thwarted. So, as far as Operation Sindur Phase 2 is concerned, these 15 cities of India were on Pakistani radar. There were attempts made, but certainly the alertness of the entire surveillance system and the Indian defense system has to be lauded, because they managed to completely neutralize any efforts and attempt by Pakistanis.
Maria, air defense systems neutralized any of these efforts and attacks, possible attacks. And the distinction, as Maria was making, and that's very important, that India's Operation Sindur was measured and did not target any military installations, but Pakistani effort and response has been to target the number of military targets in these specific cities, the 15 cities that we are talking about. And in fact, let me go back to Aishwarya to talk more about this. The second phase also, in fact, Aishwarya now indicates that Operation Sindur Phase 2, the second one that has in fact started now, the specific areas where Pakistan is targeting, the defense minister's clear positioning that Operation Sindur is not over, indicates the high level of preparedness and focus as far as India is concerned, and prepared for some of these possible misadventures from Pakistan.
Well, that's right, and therefore the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi chaired an interministerial secretariat meeting. All the secretaries from different ministries and departments were called in today, and Prime Minister himself chaired this meeting, and instruction was given to all the secretaries to coordinate amongst each other and for better preparation in a time of retaliation by Pakistan, how India can give a befitting reply internally was something that the instructions were given. Yesterday it was Home Minister Amit Shah who spoke to different chief ministers and chief secretaries of the states and union territories adjoining to the border areas of Pakistan and Nepal. Specific instructions were given, as in a time of retaliation or at a time of war, there should be effective measures that should be taken. It is essential commodities that should be supplied in a proper way. It is also instructions that had been given to the cyber police of different states that anti-India propaganda should be stopped as soon as possible. Those who had been found of making such anti-India posts or peddling fake news, the action should be taken and information should be passed on to the centre. There should be smooth communication between states and centre. And Prime Minister today briefed the secretaries of different departments, starting from home to foreign to power, information broadcasting, railway, communications. Every possible department secretary was there today, and certainly the efforts are being made by the Prime Minister, who is himself keeping a very, very close eye and chairing these important crucial meetings. At 7 LKM, he was briefed by NSA as well about the details of Operation Sindur Phase 2 this morning, and India is well prepared to combat to any such retaliation is something that the message is out and open to different ministries. The work of the governance should go on. That's the loud message from Prime Minister. On the other side, they should also be kept on high alert as far as any such situation is concerned. The health department has been given a separate briefing as to keep alert on the medical aid if requirement. The hospital should be on alert. Specific locations which are sensitive near the border areas had been identified, and special vigilance is required. The Ministry of Home Affairs is keeping a close eye on those areas as well, and the district magistrates, the state administrations had been told to keep a close communication. If any anti-India activity is being found or there is any such information that gets in, directly inform the centre is a louder message that has come out from this important meeting that Prime Minister also chaired.
Absolutely. And in fact, these attacks that we are talking about, Operation Sindoor Phase 2, Maria, let me come back to you. The debris of these attacks is in fact being recovered from number of these locations that proves Pakistani attacks. And unlike, as we've been saying, Operation Sindoor, where the response was measured, calibrated, and did not target any military installations of Pakistan, Pakistani response has been to target only Indian military establishment, isn't it? And that proof is what India is collecting right now.
That's right. India's move was focused and non-escalatory in nature. And what has happened in the intervening night of 7 and 8, after the Operation Sindoor Part 1, was an attempt made by Pakistan through drones and missiles to target 15 cities in India. And that entire attempt was thwarted, is what government is telling us. In fact, the government has gone on to say that they were neutralized by our anti-defense systems and UAS grid, an integrated counter-UAS grid. We'll try and get details of how this grid actually functions, but overall, Gauri, the alertness of the defense forces has to be lauded here. We have seen how there is, we are in a state of high alert and total preparedness. When, Aishwarya was giving us the details of that meeting, which was chaired by the Prime Minister, in which several department secretaries were in attendance, Gauri, I think one important aspect which has to be highlighted is the presence of the Secretaries of Health and Power Ministries, because these two particularly become important in the times that we are living in. When blackouts exercises were carried out, it was the role of the power ministries which comes in during the course of that drill. And again, the hospitals, if they are on high alert, particularly in the border districts of India, along with along the international border with Pakistan, the sense is that there has to be all hands on deck and complete coordination that is needed between the center and the states at all administrative levels.
Absolutely. All hands on deck is what the preparedness is for India right now. Maria, stay with me because I want to come back to the Lahore drone attacks in just a bit. But Nazir, to you, as far as the statement, the message that has come out from India, very clearly, it also talks about the 16 lives that have been lost due to the heavy shelling by Pakistan. These are all innocent civilians. That includes women, children, and of course, a martyred soldier as well.
Exactly, and they have been targeting civilians after these ceasefire violations and the heavy artillery shelling. Particularly the Poonch area has borne the brunt of this firing, where most of these civilians, also a soldier, have been killed in Pakistani artillery shelling. Having said that, whenever India has actually responded in equal measure, what India always is saying, that for example, there was a terror attack in Pahalgam. India hit at terror sites in 9 terror sites in Pakistan. Now when Pakistan has tried to hit India's military installations, military establishments, India has hit back with the same thing and try to target its air defense system, and in the process, air defense system in Lahore has been neutralized according to Defense Ministry's statement. So there has been the Defense Ministry also said we tried to response to Pakistani artillery shelling was to bring the Pakistani artillery to a halt because it has been targeting innocent civilians. More than 40 innocent civilians have been injured. Among them are women, 5 among the dead, 16 dead, women and 5 children as well. 2 of them are siblings. So innocent people losing lives, particularly in the border. It was again artillery shelling along the line of control across Jammu and Kashmir today. But the way things are escalating across the spectrum, we see Pakistan using both drones and missiles try to target India and at different cities in the western and northern India. So
Yes.
that has been not only repulsed, neutralized that attack, but also India has hit back and targeted Pakistan's air defense system. And one of the systems in Lahore has been hit, neutralized, and Pakistan's DG ISPR in a press briefing today admitted that their military installation in Lahore has been hit, and he admitted in that briefing that there was damage to the equipment without naming the air defense system, and he has also admitted that 4 soldiers of Pakistan Army have been injured in that retaliatory attack by India. So clearly things are not looking de-escalating, things are going perhaps on the escalation ladder, and we have to see, as we have been reporting since yesterday, next 48 hours are very, very crucial. Pakistan has threatened that they will avenge the attacks what has India done during Operation Sindoor. So Operation Sindoor was not just those 9 strikes which were completed within just 24 minutes. The swiftness, the most swift and with military precision, the targets were hit exactly where it hurts, where it caused the actually damage, where India intended to hit those sites, which India has clearly said they were terrorist sites, be it Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba or Hizbul Mujahideen. All these places, be Sialkot, Murdiki, Muzaffarabad, Kotli, all Bahawalpur, all those have been hit. Now it was second phase or the second day of Operation Sindoor, and it has again hit the targets where India intended to hit in retaliation to Pakistan's attempt to target India's military installations in around 15 cities across western and northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir, and in particularly in Punjab.
Indeed. In fact, Nazir and Ashwarya, stay with us. I'm going to slip into a very short break, come back to this big story, Operation Sindoor Phase 2, the details that the government has just shared. We come back and talk more on that. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
This is Operation Sindoor. It is India's big retaliation for the Pahalgam terror attack.
The precision with which this attack has been carried out, it's payback time.
The headquarters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Bahawalpur and Lashkar-e-Taiba headquarters in Muridke have been hit.
That these targets lay between 30 kilometers across the line of control.
Prime Minister has monitored the entire sequence of events overnight. He's been closely monitoring it.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India matters.
Turning attention now to the all-party meeting that took place earlier in the day today, where the government spoke to all political stakeholders in the country, and they were unanimous and united in their opinion in terms of the actions that have been taken by the government. Rajya Sabha MP Subba Reddy has spoken to NDTV on this and said that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, under whose chairmanship the all-party meeting took place today, said that 100 terrorists have been killed. I want to play out that conversation that he had with my colleague Tanushka, and then we take the story forward.
After the all-party meeting discussing the Operation Sindur and its success and what is to happen thereafter, briefings of the upcoming plan of actions as well, and how far is the strategy ongoing. This all-party meeting, of course, chaired in the Parliament, had all the parties taking part in it, and we are being joined by YSRCP member of Rajya Sabha, Mr. Y.V. Subba Reddy. Thank you for speaking to NDTV, sir. Sir, first off, could you please tell us what went down in this meeting? What was exactly briefed by the Defence Minister as well?
Today I came here to attend all-party meeting conducted by central government, headed by our Defence Minister Rajnath Singh ji, and attended by almost 18 parties. All of them, in the first instance, they stood behind the government and they said, we are all with you, all parties, irrespective of the region, states, everything. We are all supporting the cause, what central government is taking up and what our defense armed forces are doing. Especially after the Pahalgam incident, where 26 people, innocent civil people, were ruthlessly killed. You have to do something, you can't keep quiet. And the way Operation Sindur was operated, only attacking on terrorist camps, that also sent a good message, because nowhere affecting in Pakistan about civilian areas, civilians. That's also a good move. Our Operation Sindur was handled so successfully.
All right. In Pakistan, an advisory has been issued by the U.S. Embassy for its employees there, for its staff there, to shelter in place amidst reports of drone explosions and downed drones as well. In fact, the country's State Department said that on Tuesday. The consulate said it has received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating. Let's get in Vishal Vivek, my colleague, to fill us in with the details. Walk us through, Vishal, the update that has come in from the U.S. Embassy for Pakistan.
Well, the latest is that the situation is quite tense in Lahore. This comes right after India confirmed that some drones had been, some military infrastructure of Pakistan had been neutralized by India. They were planning to attack India through drones, etc. And that is how they were shot down. The infrastructure was totally dismantled by India. This is the phase 2 of the Operation Sindur. And right in the wake of that announcement from India, U.S. advisory has come in, talking about restrictions that people from the U.S. who are in Pakistan, they need to follow. They have told clearly that they need to shelter in place. This is particularly for the consulate personnel of the U.S. Because they are in the vicinity of the attacks that happened. They are in the ground zero. So it's mostly for them. The consulate has also received initial reports that authorities may be evacuating some areas adjacent to the Lahore's main airport. So these are some of the advisories that have been released by the U.S. Embassy. And they have asked the U.S. citizens who find themselves in an area of active conflict to immediately leave that area and if it's not safe to leave, they should shelter in place. So what does shelter in place mean? It means that wherever you are, you need to be in a place where you can be hidden from outside forces. You need to be sheltering in place and make sure that you don't move out and you're out in the open so that drones, etc. can attack you. So that is some of the advisory that has been released. And there are some further updates as well. And they've said that they will be sending more updates needed through the messaging system. They have also said that people need to ensure that you are enrolled in Smart Traveler Enrollment Program, which is a STEP program for the U.S. personnel in the U.S. in Pakistan.
All right. Thanks much for giving us those details, Vishal. I'm now going to hand it to my colleague, Maria Shakil, for an exclusive interview that she's going to have with Praful Patel.
And the all-party meeting on Operation Sindur, which was chaired by the government, had Praful Patel, a member of parliament of the NCP. He's joining us live here on NDTV. Mr. Patel, really appreciate your time. The Indian polity is united like never before, one would say. A scene of complete cordiality and a message that is going to Pakistan and also to all those who are watching India closely, that India at this moment stands in complete solidarity with the forces and also with the tricolour.
Absolutely, Maria. This is a time for complete national unity. After all, we are fighting an enemy, and the persons who came to India and shot our innocent civilians in Pahalgam were definitely state-sponsored terrorism emanating from Pakistan. And it's not been happening since today. We've seen it in the attack on Parliament. We've seen it in 2611. We've seen it in IC 184. We've seen it in Uri, in Pulwama. So there are numerous instances, and one can go on. And what happened in Pahalgam was something, was never done before. It was a completely, sinister plan, not only to kill innocent citizens, civilians, also, to, of course, terrorism and the valley coming back to normalcy should again be disturbed, but also, in a way, indirectly trying to create a big divide within society in our own country. And this actually has been thwarted first by the citizens of India, by coming together. You see any political party, you see any organization, you see any person in India across the length and breadth is speaking in one voice, and that is the voice of India. And exactly when the government calls an all-party meeting, we also as political parties, first our duty is of course to the nation first, then to whatever else, including our political party. And I'm happy that the entire polity, from left to right, everybody has come together, spoken in one voice. And I can assure you, even within closed doors, what has been spoken is not any different than what we are talking outside. So it's a very big signal. It's a great sign that India's democracy has held together, has strengthened over the period of time. And in fact, this should be the biggest message to Pakistan, that no matter how much you try to divide us, the more you do so, the more united we will emerge. And we'll set aside all political and other differences. We will not let that come in the way. So I think today's meeting, more than just the fact that, you get the information from the government and the government expresses and wishes to have some solidarity on the cause which it has embarked, but it also, I think, demonstrates to India, Indians, and to the world that, look, a country of 1.4 billion people is united. There is no disturbance, there's no difference of opinion. And this, I think, should be something very, satisfying to us all as Indians.
And Mr. Patel, in terms of, since you said that leaders who, whatsoever they are saying inside is something that is being communicated by them outside as well. So in terms of the messaging, would you say that there is no difference of opinion whatsoever? The questions, the time for questions will come. And that can happen at a later stage. At this point, the Indian polity, the entire Indian political class is standing firmly with the decision that is being taken by the government of India?
Oh, surely. I mean, see, we can discuss and debate many other things later on, including the smaller issues or the larger issues, whichever emanate after the conflict is, settled. But the fact of the matter is, today, this is not a fight of the government versus terrorism. This is a fight of India versus terrorism. This Pakistan menace has been going on. You see, ever since partition, Pakistan has never felt comfortable with the success India is enjoying. And we've seen it in various wars, conflicts, and continuous tirade against India and its development. Even in the media or elsewhere, false narratives are being spread. Lots of misinformation is going on outside of India. And I'm sorry, some of the international media also is falling prey and taking the bait of Pakistan and spreading some of this misinformation. But I can tell you that in India, within the Indian political landscape, I'm so happy. I'm personally also very happy when I go to a meeting like this and when I see everybody speaking in one voice, and not only speaking in one voice, but saying to the government, all power to your elbow, to the army, to the air, the Air Force, to the Navy, all power to you. The entire country of 1.4 billion is standing behind you.
Okay, if I were to sum up the mood of the all-party meeting, was it in complete departure from whatever you have seen over so many years, Mr. Praful Patel?
Well, yes, I would agree with your observation. The first meeting immediately after Pahalgam attack, also on the 23rd, which was called by the government, saw the same kind of sentiments being expressed. There was no disunity even then. And now, after the conflict, and especially our action, you see, we must also look at our action as something very measured. The statement of the defense, the MEA yesterday, was so, I would say, confidence building that we are a mature democracy. We don't go out and shoot like Rambos and try to kill other people. We have only gone to Pakistan and destroyed 9 places where terrorism is taking shape. And continuous efforts to, bring all these people to book have failed. And therefore now here we are coming right into your doorstep, into your backyard and trying to finish off these factories of terror. So if you look at it in totality, everybody is also very happy that India as a, political democracy has had a measured response in spite of all the provocation. We've not just gone like Rambos. We've only attacked terrorists. We've only tried to see that the civilian damage or the other damage to the country is minimized. And that has been I think, a very big success. Operation Sindoor is not just symbolic, it is also, I would say, very well calibrated.
All right, Mr. Praful Patel, thank you so much for giving us all the details, and thank you for saying that the entire political class stands united firmly today. That was the picture of cordiality which was perhaps needed for the entire country at this juncture. That's all from me. Gauri joins you after a short break with all the news and updates.
All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy?
All right, a meltdown has happened in the Karachi Stock Exchange, where trading has halted as panic has gripped investors in Pakistan. The stock market is facing a huge decline. Let's quickly now rope in NDTV Sakshi Bajaj, who will take us through what exactly is it that is driving the panic amongst the investors in Karachi.
Tremors are being felt in the Pakistan Stock Exchange as well. We have seen the Karachi Stock Exchange plunge over 7% and a pause really in trading there. Now, what exactly has led to this? Well, experts believe that, look, the panic mode that investors are seeing in Pakistan is clearly being felt as far as sharp declines on their stock markets and their stocks that have been seen since the past 2 days. Remember, this is ever since India's payback for Pahalgam and Operation Sindur. So now what does this mean in the near term? Well, experts believe in the near term, of course, this means that there could be more volatility. And in the near term, it also signals the fact that, look, while, of course, India is resilient, India's stock markets are resilient at the moment, experts believe in the near term they will remain in wait and watch mode as far as Pakistan's impact is concerned. And, of course, they do believe that this does signal near-term volatility.
All right, turning focus now to the families who've reacted, families of the victims of Operation Sindur who have reacted to the latest developments coming in. In fact, they've said that Sindur means our lives, and the victim's wife has in fact thanked Prime Minister Modi for Operation Sindur. Listen in.
I heard that there was an Operation Sindur was happened in the last night, which was taken the revenge of our 27 families. The name itself is telling that Operation Sindur. Sindur means we all lost our husbands. That means our lives. One way I should thank to Modi that we are so innocent people. They saw Modi on us. So Modi also owned us and took this revenge on them. So we are thanks to Modi.
Pakistan has unleashed a full-blown disinformation offensive in a very desperate attempt to try and shift the focus and the narrative. There have been a barrage of lies and digital theatrics that have come in after Operation Sindur. What started as a focused and effective military operation by the Indian Armed Forces, the Pakistani side is trying to create some sort of fake news around it, all of which has been busted by India and Indian government. Vishal Vivek gets you all the details on that front.
Pakistan's fake news machinery is on an overdrive. Let's take a look at a few examples. This video was shared by various Pak accounts on X claiming that Pakistan struck a military base in Amritsar. That is not actually Amritsar. Those posts are totally fake, as it's an old video. As you can see here, this PIB fact-check tweet sheds light on how these teams spread fake news. Those posts are totally fake. It's an old video. This video was posted by several handles claiming to show Indian soldiers recovering remains of deceased soldiers. This too is fake information, as this is an old video from 2019 September, and it actually shows Pakistani soldiers retrieving dead bodies of their fellow comrades near LOC. This, another fact check from PIB, sheds light on how Pak is spreading misinformation. These social media accounts that you see on the screen have posted this video of an Indian pilot who was injured back in February. His plane had crashed near Gwalior. But these handles from Pakistan say something different. They say that this happened during this campaign of India's when Indian planes sent some bombs into Pakistani territory and POK. So this also has been debunked by the Press Information Bureau's fact-checking team. So these are some of the various examples that PIB and the Indian team have come up with to show how Pak has been doing its misinformation campaign.
All right, on that note, a quick break. We come back with more on the other side. Stay with us.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard gunned down by Pakistan-backed cowards.
When you interact with people on ground, you're able to reflect their sentiments much better.
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time. It's a prime time that's unmissable.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India
Ladies and gentlemen, last night, Pakistan tried to target about 15 installations and places in the country. Every attempt was thwarted like it should be effectively. You're looking at a very detailed statement that has been put by New Delhi. We'll get you details of that and much more of that ever-developing story with our team of reporters tracking this from a lot of places right now. First up, as always, a quick check of our headlines right now. So Pakistan tried to attack about 15 cities. You're looking at the Indian Army making it absolutely clear that any such attempt has been thwarted. They've also put out a clear warning saying that the next time such an escalation will be responded to kindly. The YSRCP MP, Subba Reddy, has spoken to NDTV. The Defence Minister has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed. Concluded a comprehensive review of the ministry operations has also been ordered. Special focus on readiness, emergency response has been laid. India has retaliated to the Pakistani response. Details of Operation Sindur Phase 2 now are out. The government says that Pakistan air defense system has been neutralized. Opposition Sindur continues. The NSA Ajit Doval earlier has met with the Union Home Secretary, also met with the Prime Minister. The NSA has briefed the Prime Minister on the current situation. The focus is on moving people from the border villages. There has been a full meltdown in the Karachi Stock Exchange. Trading in the KSE 100 has been halted. World leaders are in support of Operation Sindur. The world stands with India. There is also a call for restraint. Trump says he's also offered to mediate. First up, let's get you details of this big developing story right now. Now, what we can tell you with confirmation is on the night of the 7th to the 8th May 2025, you had Pakistan, ladies and gentlemen, attempting to engage a number of military targets in northern and western India. Now, what were these places? These places were Avantipura, Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Amritsar, Kapurthala, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Adampur, Bhatinda, Chandigarh, Nal, Phalodi, Utlai and Bhuj, and this using drones and missiles. These were all neutralized by the integrated counter-US grid and the air defense systems. The debris of these attacks is also now being recovered from a number of locations that does prove that Pakistan was behind the attack. So this again is a clear indication of what Pakistan wants to do. Do remember, the government has made it very clear that any such attempt is going to be responded to in an equal measure. We've earlier maintained that our idea is not to escalate the situation, but this time around you're looking at Pakistan obviously wanting to cross the line. What does this mean and what more do we know about this? Let's get you details.
Well, what we said in earlier bulletin that Pakistan was swarmed by drones. There was drone swarm which hit Pakistan's multiple sites, locations and military installations, and their air defense system in Lahore has been hit and badly damaged. Pakistan's DG ISPR has said that it was a drone attack at at least 12 locations, which he claimed most of them have been actually neutralized, but one he admitted that it hit their equipment at military installation in Lahore and 4 military personnel were injured. This is the admission of Pakistan's army, which DG ISPR in his press briefing today. And then the army defense India has issued a statement talking about how Pakistan tried to attack India with drones and missiles. They have been neutralized at all the places, be multiple places across western India and the northern India, in Jammu and Kashmir and in Punjab and Rajasthan. Everywhere they have been neutralized, both drone and missile attacks, and then India has hit back. Clearly, it's Operation Sindur 0.2, but also it is clear sign of the escalation from Pakistan when they tried to use missiles and drones to target India, which have all, according to army, they have been defense officials' statement, they all have been neutralized. And then Pakistan admitting it is a military facility, which we know is a air defense system, has been hit by Indian drones as well. So clearly we were waiting for an official statement. Since afternoon we were talking about this, how the Operation Sindur 0.2 has started. Since last night, it was also shelling along the borders, along the line of control during the night, second day of artillery shelling, and army has said that they have responded in equal measure, which is small arms and artillery as well.
So that is Nazir Masoodi helping us understand what really has happened. But what is happening right now and what more do we know about what Pakistan attempted to do and how India has responded? Let's also get in our colleague Ghazali, who's been at the Rajouri sector, getting you a lot of other ground reportage. Ghazali, one thing is absolutely clear. You know, all those who thought that this is a Pakistan that possibly could mend its ways, could learn the lesson, that is absolutely not happening.
Now, you had India going in for those precision strikes, but this is Pakistan that wanted to try and attempt to hit out at our military installations.
Yeah, certainly. Pakistan has been trying to do that. Yesterday it attempted, and the government's statement clears now that how our aerial defense system managed to neutralize all those aerial threats coming from Pakistan's side. And more than 16 cities of India were targeted by Pakistan, and that's why we were getting all those reports of loud explosions yesterday, particularly in the north from Amritsar, from Rajouri, from other neighboring cities like Chandigarh as well. And government has put out that how its aerial defense system managed to neutralize all those aerial threats from Pakistan. But meanwhile, I'll tell you what is happening in Rajouri. Heavy shelling happened day before yesterday. Yesterday it was a quiet night, but a lot of people have been asked to evacuate these areas. My camera person will show you all these beautiful houses on these hilltops are vacant right now because people have been asked to move to safer places in Rajouri, towards the urban areas. People are moving towards low-lying areas in the plains, towards Jammu, and toward other safer areas away from the LOC, or say the international border. And behind this hilltop is the location of the international border. Just a couple of kilometers from here is where the shelling starts or emanates from, targeting these civilian houses, the civilian installations. And people over here are very angry with the fact that first Pakistan or Pakistan-backed terror organizations carried out that Pahalgam attack there, killing 26 civilians there. And now when India retaliated, so Pakistan has intensified the cross-border violation, the ceasefire violation, by targeting and deliberately targeting these civilian homes. And just for our viewers, we need to remind that this is a wheat harvesting season. There are many farmers who have to abandon their fields, have to abandon their standing crop, and had to leave to far away places from here to makeshift shelter homes, makeshift other arrangements which the administration has done for them to stay away from the range of this shelling, which has been going on for past many days.
And when you mention all these details, you know, Ghazali, I'll just take this opportunity to go through the release that, again, the statement that has been put out by the government, the Ministry of Defense, where they say that the Indian Armed Forces reiterate their commitment to non-escalation. That is the operative word, non-escalation, provided it is respected by the Pakistani military. So that is the real problem. Ghazali.
Yeah, see, the first round was when Pakistan started the Pahalgam attack, and India just retaliated by neutralizing those terror camps in their territory by striking deep into Pakistan. Yet again, it was believed that perhaps with these deep internal strikes into Pakistan's territory, Pakistan will mend its ways, will look for talks, will try to mend its ways by removing those terror pads, the launch pads in its territory. But it doesn't look so, because yesterday evening it was anticipated by the Indian agencies as well as by the government that perhaps Pakistan will retaliate with aerial strikes, and that very much happened yesterday late night when we heard that drill was still happening in many Indian cities in north as well, including Chandigarh, Amritsar, in Rajouri, in Poonch, and other districts of Jammu and Kashmir as well. But Pakistan certainly doesn't look that it is in any mood to learn from its mistakes, and that is when India had yet to defend its territory. India had to use its aerial defense system, and it is now believed that many targets within Pakistan has been targeted by Indian drone system, by our defense system. Yet again, Pakistan's Prime Minister, when he addressed the nation yesterday, he spoke about that how India has been targeting the civilian installations or civilian homes, which is very far away from the truth, because right now in Rajouri we have heard from people over here that even in 1971, even in 1999 during Kargil and 71 war, these locations were never targeted by the Pakistani army. But for the last 4 or 5 days, not just in Rajouri but in Poonch, many civilians have been killed. Many have been injured and have been admitted to hospital. They are all praying that the Indian armed forces, the way they are thwarting these attempts from Pakistan, continue to do so and give them a befitting reply so that they stop attacking at least the civilian installations or civilian houses here in Rajouri and other areas near the international border.
But this classic Pakistani playbook, where they are cowards, and not just this, they live by plausible deniability. Ghazali, why don't you stay with us? We'll also, in fact, get in our colleague Gurpreet, who's right now at Firozpur. And we must tell our viewers that the team NDTV right now, remember, is spread across the length and breadth of the country, getting you live reportage and a lot of other important action and information that you need to know. Also on your screens, on the top, in fact, you were looking of the remains of that Pakistani missiles that have been struck down by India. So that is the evidence, no, Gurpreet? That is the evidence that Pakistan possibly cannot even deny. But then they've always been denying evidences.
Well, we have seen very smartly and very technically, we were able to neutralize all these missiles and drones. We have seen various parts of Punjab they were trying to target, whether it's the military area in Bathinda, Chandigarh, Amritsar and other places also. We have seen very accurately they got this information. We have seen in Amritsar there was total blackout and a lot of precautions and measures had already been taken. Somewhere down the lane we have seen Pakistan was trying to send multiple drones at the border area, and we have seen from Firozpur also. We had a word with a lot of people who are present here. They are saying the India government has already initiated this war against terrorism, and they have already appreciated. And we have seen some of the people they are leaving their place, but we have seen only children as well as the old people they are leaving the various places of this border in Firozpur. But the young people they are there. They are saying we stand by our forces, and if it is required, we will use our own equipment, whether it's the tractors, trolleys, and all these things, so that this war against terrorism, which has been initiated by the Indian government, there is a need to uproot these terror activities from ground. So as of now, if we can talk about our sophisticated defense system that was able to neutralize all these missiles and drones which has been sent by Pakistan, and at this point of time we don't feel that they are in a position to deny anything. There is a video evidence also, the way we have seen multiple military area had been targeted by Pakistan, but we have been reporting from border. What we can sense at this point of time, we have seen multiple decisions had been taken by the local administration. One side we have seen in Gurdaspur, they have already decided to hold blackout whole night from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. So all these measures have been taken on the ground also in the border area. We have seen all the schools have already been shut down. Multiple mock drills are being carried out, and we have seen one-to-one contact program by the local administration is already underway. So as of now, if we can talk about this Punjab border area, we have seen the Punjab police, the Punjab government, they have also taken multiple initiatives so that they will be able to contribute at this point of time to nation to deal with the situation which has just come up after this strike which has been started by India against this terrorism. So let's see that how the more changes will be happening. But if we can talk about the spirit of these people from border, that is very high at this point of time. They want to support the nation, and we have seen most of the youngsters, they are ready to support our forces if any critical situation is going to be happen at the border area, whether it's the Firozpur, Gurdaspur, Amritsar or Fazilka or Pathankot. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, let's take this back to Ghazali, who we must tell our viewers is at Rajouri, and he's been getting us a lot of those ground reportages also. Ghazali, you also must have spoken to a lot of locals. Now, we do know that it is the civilians that come in the line of fire. You know, Pakistan does not abide by rules, but that is exactly not how India operates. And that is why we decided to attack their terror camps. Not any military installations, not any civilian casualties have been reported absolutely by India, and that is the difference.
Yeah, and Pakistan is taking no half measures. It is targeting both civilian and military installations. And thanks to our defense forces that be it the civilian areas, be it the defense installations, they're all safe. Barring a few injuries we have been reported from Poonch and from Rajouri area. The district administration in both these districts have arranged a makeshift arrangement for all these people who are getting displaced. But these people are very angry and very upset with Pakistan, which is deliberately targeting, because they expect that Indian army must defend them, which is actually they're doing near the border, near the LOC as well as international border. But Pakistan has intensified shelling, deliberately targeting those houses near the border. And this is just around 1 to 2 kilometers, and it is almost within the firing range. And in the past it has happened that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire, but the intensity of shelling has only increased since India launched its Operation Sindur. And just because Pakistan is not capable of attacking or facing the Indian army, the people here say that is the reason why it is attacking the civilian installations. That is why it is impacting the movement of civilians in the area. It is impacting their livelihood as well. But they're very confident that perhaps the Indian armed forces, the Indian government, they stand by them, and they feel that whatever the government decides or whatever the Indian army or its operations roll out in the future, in the coming days, will certainly help to restore normalcy in the region.
Oh yes, and the Pakistani air defense system has also been pierced quite literally is what we are learning. Ghazali, I'll just let you go for the moment and we'll come back to you a little later on the broadcast. But I want to take one quick question also with Gurpreet, who, like I told you, is at Firozpur. Gurpreet, you know, you've also been speaking to a lot of people in the security establishment, a lot more. The idea is also to be very prepared. We've seen those mock drills happening. Now we are also seeing India making it absolutely clear that we are not there to escalate. We will not retaliate. But if you attack our civilians, if you continue with these unprovoked attempts, we reserve the right to respond.
A spirit of people here at the border area. We had a word with the multiple people, whether it's in the administration of Firozpur district or the people who stays at border. They say this is the time to teach them lesson. The way this Pahalgam attack had been executed by these anti-national and from across the border, this is the right time, this is the need of the hour to teach them a very serious lesson to all these people who are involved in such terror activities. We have seen here a lot of mock drills, a lot of blackout exercises are being conducted, but the main participation of the people have been seen here, whether this from the administration side, and we have already talked to the local police officers also. They are saying they are totally in touch with all these people, and everybody had already appreciated the way Indian government has already carried out these strikes on the hideouts of these terrorists in Pakistan, because they feel multiple lives have been lost in India on these nefarious designs from across the border. So as of now, if we can talk about this border area, we have seen yesterday with the sophisticated defense technology, we were able to even continue carry out that blackout immediately when they have learned missiles and drones have been thrown and launched from across the border immediately, and the people were also supporting them. So if we can talk about the Punjab border areas, we have seen the multiple actions have already been taken to just restore this confidence in the people of this border area, that they are ready to combat and grapple with any situation if it is arising. We have seen multiple mock drills which are being carried out at the various locations of various borders. That means they are trying to guide the people if any siren sounds, how and what action they are going to take and how the people should react to these sirens which are going to be used by these local administration officers.
All right, we'll just thank Gurpreet. He's reporting from Firozpur, and apologies for that bad audio line. But let's keep our focus on a lot more ground reportage that our team of reporters has been getting to you non-stop here. And we also have the Raksha Mantri speaking live right now.
और जय हिंद, जो शौर्य और पराक्रम दिखाया है उसके लिए मैं हृदय से बधाई देता हूं। पाकिस्तान और पीओके में जिस तरह से हमारी आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने टेरर कैंप्स को नेस्त नाबूद किया है, वो हम सब के लिए एक गौरव का विषय है। साथियों, आप सभी नेशनल क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन ये आपका चल रहा है। क्वालिटी की क्या भूमिका होती है, यह क्या रोल अदा करती है, इसका नमूना हमने कल देखा। जिस प्रेसीजन के साथ यानी जिस सटीकता के साथ ऑपरेशन सिंदूर एग्जीक्यूट किया गया, वह अनइमेजिनेबल है, बहुत ही सराहनीय है। इसमें 9 टेररिस्ट कैंप्स तबाह हुए और अच्छी खासी संख्या में आतंकी मारे गए। जिस तरह से इस ऑपरेशन को किसी भी इनोसेंट को नुकसान पहुंचाए बिना मिनिमम कोलेटरल डैमेज के साथ अंजाम दिया गया, वह इसलिए संभव हो पाया क्योंकि हमारे फॉर्मिडेबल एंड प्रोफेशनली ट्रेन्ड आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के पास इक्विपमेंट भी हाई क्वालिटी के थे। ऐसे में इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव को मैं बड़े महत्वपूर्ण कॉन्क्लेव के रूप में देखता हूं। मैं इस आयोजन के लिए डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और इनके सेक्रेटरी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन श्री संजीव कुमार को भी हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस को भी मैं बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अभी मैं इस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम देख रहा था, फास्ट ट्रैकिंग ऑफ क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस थ्रू इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी एनेबल्ड प्रोसेसेस। आपकी यह थीम मुझे बेहद अच्छी ही नहीं लगी बल्कि दिलचस्प भी लगी, इंटरेस्टिंग लगी। वैसे भी पूरी दुनिया में इसमें बड़ी तेजी से डिसरप्टिव चेंजेस हो रहे हैं और खासकर डिफेंस सेक्टर में तो लगातार नए नए ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस ये देखने को मिल रहे हैं। ऐसे में क्वालिटी असेसमेंट को फास्ट ट्रैक करना न सिर्फ रेलेवेंट है बल्कि मैं समझता हूं यह समय की मांग है। उन चेंजेस को देखते हुए यह थीम अपने आप में बहुत ही रेलेवेंट हो जाती है। इतनी इंटरेस्टिंग और रेलेवेंट थीम रखने के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, अक्सर मुझे आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलग अलग कार्यक्रमों में प्रायः जाने का अवसर मिलता है। रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के इवेंट्स में जाने का भी अवसर मिलता रहता है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर द्वारा आयोजित कार्यक्रमों में भी मैं प्रायः जाता ही रहता हूं, परंतु आज का यह जो मंच है यह अपने आप में बड़ा अलग है और एक विशिष्ट मंच है। मैं ये देख रहा हूं कि यहां कई सारे लोग हैं जो अलग अलग फील्ड्स में महारत जिन्होंने हासिल की है, महारथी बैठे हैं यहां। इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि आज की हमारी बातचीत भी कई मायनों में विशेष होने वाली है। साथियों, इस क्वालिटी कॉन्क्लेव की महत्ता और आवश्यकता पर तो मैं आगे चर्चा करूंगा ही, परंतु पहले मैं आपको कुछ ऐसे बिंदुओं से, कुछ ऐसे पॉइंट से अवगत कराना चाहूंगा जो हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटीज से जुड़े हुए हैं। 2014 में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार आने के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हमें एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण सूत्र प्रदान किया। उन्होंने शुरुआत में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सेक्टर के एम्पावरमेंट पर विशेष बल दिया। उन्होंने जो सूत्र दिया उसके पीछे की फिलॉसफी थी डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी। डिफेंस सॉवरेंटी का मतलब कि जब तक कोई देश अपनी डिफेंस नीड्स में कैपेबल तथा सेल्फ रिलायंट नहीं होता तब तक उसकी आजादी पूरी तरह से नहीं मानी जा सकती। जब तक हम अपनी सुरक्षा के लिए इंपोर्ट पर डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे तब तक कहीं न कहीं हमारी आत्मशक्ति में अधूरापन रहेगा। ये अगर हम अपने हथियार और रक्षा उपकरण विदेशों से खरीदते हैं तो इसका मतलब है कि हम अपनी सुरक्षा को आउटसोर्स कर रहे हैं और उसे किसी और के भरोसे छोड़ रहे हैं। यह बात लॉन्ग रन में सही नहीं हो सकती। हमारी सरकार ने इस विषय पर गंभीरता से सोचा और आत्मनिर्भरता हासिल करने का निर्णायक कदम भी उठाया है। आप सब तो जानते हैं कि देश में पहले से ही ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का एक इंडिजिनस सिस्टम रहा है और इन फैक्ट्रीज ने एक समय पर बेहतरीन काम किया और देश की सुरक्षा जरूरतों को पूरा करने में बहुत ही अहम भूमिका निभाई हुई है। इनके अलावा हमारे पास डिफेंस पीएसयूज का भी एक मजबूत इकोसिस्टम पहले से ही है। हमारी सरकार ने डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में क्वालिटी और क्वांटिटी दोनों पर समान रूप से बल दिया है। इसी दिशा में कई क्रांतिकारी कदम उठाए गए, जिनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण कदमों का उल्लेख मैं यहां करना चाहूंगा। ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन उनमें से एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण कदम रहा है, जिसे हमने इंश्योर किया ताकि कम समय में ही डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन में व्यापक सुधार हो सके। यहां मैं ये जरूर बताना चाहूंगा कि ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन हमारे लिए कोई बहुत सरल प्रक्रिया नहीं थी। इसमें अनेक जटिल प्रश्न थे और चैलेंजेज भी थे, परंतु हमने इसे इसलिए लागू किया क्योंकि यह एक अर्जेंट रिफॉर्म था। अब प्रश्न उठता है कि यह अर्जेंट क्यों था? इसका एक बड़ा कारण था क्वालिटी। आप सभी स्पेशलिस्ट के समक्ष मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि सरकार ने क्वालिटी को अपना प्रायोरिटी रिफॉर्म एजेंडा बनाया है। हमने क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट को ही टारगेट करते हुए ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्रीज का कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन किया। तब से लेकर आज तक डिफेंस पीएसयूज ने लगातार सुधार किया है और कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के पश्चात क्वालिटी प्रोडक्शन को लगातार आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास भी किया गया है। और आज ये डीपीएसयूज इंटरनेशनली कॉम्पिटिटिव हो रहे हैं। आज ये अपने रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट पर भी अच्छा फोकस कर रहे हैं। आज ये ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पहले से कहीं ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट और एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड हो रहे हैं। वैसे तो अभी कुछ कार्य बाकी है, पर मैं इतना जरूर आश्वस्त हूं कि जिस प्रकार पब्लिक सेक्टर में रिफॉर्म के लिए हम प्रयासरत हैं, वह हमें आने वाले समय में काफी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स देने वाला है। साथियों, पब्लिक सेक्टर के डेवलपमेंट के पीछे हमारा एक ही उद्देश्य भी रहा है कि एक हेल्दी कॉम्पिटिटिव प्राइवेट डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम का विकास किया जाए, जो अपनी क्वालिटी के माध्यम से देश की सुरक्षा को और अधिक मजबूत बनाए। जैसा कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि क्वालिटी को लेकर प्राइवेट सेक्टर की अपनी एक अच्छी खासी इमेज होती है। किसी भी क्षेत्र में प्राइवेट सेक्टर अपनी गुणवत्ता के लिए जाना जाता है। आज चाहे बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म्स हों या सिस्टम्स, एमएसएमईज हों या स्टार्टअप्स, हमने ऐसा प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल बेस तैयार किया है जो देश के डिफेंस सेक्टर के विकास में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रहा है और उसे सशक्त कर रहा है। आज रिलीज होने वाले इंडस्ट्री 4 को भी मैं इसी संदर्भ में देख रहा हूं। यह निश्चित रूप से हमें स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के एक ऐसे एरा में ले जाएगा जहां से हमारे लिए कई नए डायमेंशंस खुलेंगे। इसी तरह जो दूसरे मैनुअल्स आज रिलीज हो रहे हैं हुए हैं, जो एमयू साइन हुए हैं, उनको भी मैं इसी कंटेक्स्ट में देखता हूं। ये सभी प्रयास केवल सरकार के प्रयास नहीं हैं, बल्कि आप सभी का मिला जुला प्रयास इसमें शामिल है, इसीलिए यह संभव हो पा रहा है। साथियों, जैसा कि आप सभी जानते हैं, आज की दुनिया में सिर्फ प्रोडक्ट नहीं बल्कि एक मजबूत ब्रांड वैल्यू भी जरूरी है। जब मार्केट में असिमेट्रिक इंफॉर्मेशन फैली होती है, तब कंज्यूमर भ्रमित हो जाता है, कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऐसे में वही ब्रांड सफल होता है जो कंसिस्टेंट क्वालिटी और रिलायबिलिटी का भरोसा देता है। और यही कारण है कि हमें इंडियन डिफेंस इंडस्ट्री को एक स्ट्रांग और ट्रस्टेड ब्रांड बनाना ही होगा। इस संदर्भ में आज मैं आपसे एक महत्वपूर्ण अपील करने के लिए आप सबके बीच खड़ा हुआ हूं। यह अपील है एक मजबूत वर्ल्ड लीडिंग और स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट ब्रांड इंडिया का निर्माण। ताकि दुनिया की डिफेंस मार्केट में प्रोडक्ट्स को लेकर जब कंट्रीज के मन में डाउट हो तो वह ब्रांड इंडिया को चूज करे। Whenever in doubt, go for India। यह हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए, यही हमारी यूएसपी होनी चाहिए। ब्रांड इंडिया का मतलब है कि अगर किसी इंडियन कंपनी ने कुछ प्रॉमिस किया है तो वो होगा ही होगा, होकर ही रहेगा। किसी प्रोडक्ट की भला फला रेंज तक मारक क्षमता है तो होगा ही होगा, यह भरोसा होना चाहिए। उससे नीचे का तो कोई सवाल ही खड़ा ही नहीं होता। किसी प्रोडक्ट की फला टेम्परेचर तक में काम करने की कैपेसिटी है तो होगी ही होगी, उससे नीचे का तो कोई प्रश्न ही नहीं खड़ा होता। यह होना चाहिए हमारा क्वालिटी एस्पिरेंस और ब्रांड इंडिया का भरोसा। और जब हम ऐसा कर पाने में सफल होंगे तभी इंटरनेशनल बायर्स हमें एक ट्रस्टेड सप्लायर के रूप में देखेंगे और कहेंगे डोंट गो फॉर डाउट, गो फॉर इंडिया। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि इस दिशा में प्रयास करने का यह सबसे उचित समय है, क्योंकि इस समय जो परिस्थितियां चल रही हैं उसे आप सब देख रहे हैं। हमारे रीजन में ही आज जो स्थितियां उत्पन्न हो रही हैं उससे आप सभी अवगत ही नहीं हैं, बल्कि अच्छी तरह परिचित हैं। हमने हमेशा ही एक रिस्पॉन्सिबल नेशन होने का रोल बड़े संयम से निभाया है, सदैव निभाया है। हम लगातार इस बात के पक्ष कर रहे हैं कि समस्याओं का समाधान बातचीत के जरिए से हो, परंतु इसका अर्थ यह नहीं है कि हमारी सहनशीलता का कोई नाजायज फायदा उठाए। यदि कहीं कोई हमारे इस संयम का फायदा उठाने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए भी पूरी तरह से तैयार रहना होगा। कल की तरह ही क्वालिटी कार्रवाई का सामना करने के लिए उसे तैयार रहना होगा। भारत की संप्रभुता की सुरक्षा में कोई भी हद हमारे लिए बाधा नहीं बनेगी, इसका मैं देशवासियों को भरोसा देता हूं। मित्रों, ऐसे रिस्पॉन्सिबल रिस्पॉन्सेस के लिए हम आगे भी पूरी तरह से तैयार हैं, और यदि हमारी यह तैयारी बनी हुई है तो इसमें आपका एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रोल है। इसके लिए मैं आप सबको बधाई देना चाहता हूं, आप सबकी मैं सराहना करता हूं। भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स, भारत का यह एक्सपैंडिंग डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल यूनिवर्स भारत को एक अभूतपूर्व संबल प्रदान कर रहा है। और इसी प्रकार अगर हम आज के ग्लोबल सिनेरियो पर नजर डालें तो ग्लोबल ऑर्डर में हमें बड़े बड़े चेंजेस देखने को मिल रहे हैं। हमारे सामने कई अनसर्टेन डायमेंशंस ओपन हो रहे हैं। यूरोप से लेकर एशिया तक हर जगह कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। यूक्रेन रशिया कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन टेंशन और मिडिल ईस्ट अनरेस्ट ने यह साबित कर दिया है कि ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी आज अपने आप में बहुत ही फ्रेजाइल है। अभी पिछले कुछ समय से हमें यूरोपियन यूनियन और नाटो के सिक्योरिटी सिनेरियो में भी काफी हद तक बदलाव देखने को मिल रहा है। जो यूरोपियन यूनियन एक समय पर बड़े स्तर पर नाटो पर डिपेंडेंट था, वही यूरोपियन यूनियन आज बड़े स्तर पर रीअर्मामेंट की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। जाहिर सी बात है कि जब विकसित देश रीअर्मामेंट की तरफ बढ़ेंगे तो आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट की डिमांड भी स्वाभाविक रूप से बढ़ेगी। बढ़ेगी क्या, बल्कि मैं यह कह सकता हूं कि यह डिमांड लगातार नई ऊंचाइयां छू रही है। हाल ही में मैं स्टॉकहोम इंटरनेशनल पीस रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट की एक रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था, और अभी कुछ दिन पहले उन्होंने एक रिपोर्ट जारी की है, और उसी रिपोर्ट में यह बताया गया है कि वर्ल्ड मिलिट्री एक्सपेंडिचर 2024 में $2,718 बिलियन तक पहुंच गया है, जो अपने आप में मैं समझता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी बात है। यदि मैं, और मेरे कहने का अर्थ यह है कि चाहे डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस रिक्वायरमेंट हो या इंटरनेशनल, आज आर्म्स एंड इक्विपमेंट तथा डिफेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की रिक्वायरमेंट पहले से कहीं ज्यादा है। और आपके द्वारा किए जा रहे प्रयासों से इस देश का जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर है वह ब्रांड इंडिया फिलॉसफी के साथ विश्व में अपना सिक्का जमा सकता है। साथियों, ऐसा नहीं है कि यह बात मैं सिर्फ कहने के लिए कह रहा हूं, हमने पास्ट में ऐसा करके दिखाया है। यदि मैं आंकड़ों की बात करूं तभी 2024-25 के फाइनेंशियल ईयर में हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ के रिकॉर्ड आंकड़े को पार कर गया है, और यह हम सबके लिए प्रसन्नता की बात है कि हमने इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त किया है। लेकिन हमें यहां पर रुकना नहीं है, हमारा लक्ष्य इससे कहीं अधिक बड़ा है, और हमने निर्धारित किया है कि 2029 तक डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को कि इस आंकड़े को बढ़ाकर हमको 50,000 करोड़ तक ले जाना है। और 2047 तक जब हम पूर्ण विकसित एक डेवलप्ड नेशन के रूप में खड़े होंगे, राष्ट्र बनेंगे, उस समय तब तक तो हमें दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्टर बनना है। लक्ष्य बड़ा होना चाहिए, तभी हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इतने बड़े लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए बेहद जरूरी है कि हम अपने डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट की क्वालिटी को लेकर पूरी दुनिया में एक ट्रस्ट डेवलप करें, लोगों का दिल जीतें, लोगों का भरोसा जीतें। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें इस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। डिफेंस इक्विपमेंट का एक्सपोर्ट करने से पहले हमें उस ट्रस्ट को एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, तभी यह होगा। साथियों, उसके लिए हमें क्वालिटी को लेकर किसी पर्टिकुलर डिपार्टमेंट की रिस्पांसिबिलिटी या प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस के स्टेज तक ही सीमित करके नहीं देखना होगा, बल्कि क्वालिटी हमारी गाइडिंग फिलॉसफी होनी चाहिए, हमारा यह कल्चर होना चाहिए जो डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में शामिल हर डिसीजन, हर डिजाइन और हर प्रोसेस और हर इंडिविजुअल तक अपना इन्फ्लुएंस रखे। हमारा पूरा डिफेंस इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत हो सकता है जब हम क्वालिटी बेंचमार्क्स को गंभीरता से लेंगे। मुझे देखकर भी खुशी होती है कि आप लोगों ने क्वालिटी के महत्व को पहचाना है, समझा है, और जिस डेडिकेशन के साथ और जिस विचार के साथ आप क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट पर ध्यान दे रहे हैं, वह निश्चित रूप से आने वाले समय में भारत के डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एक नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगा, ऐसा मेरा पक्का विश्वास है। साथियों, वैसे तो आप सभी क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट की दिशा में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन जाते जाते मैं अपनी तरफ से कुछ सुझाव भी आप लोगों को देना चाहूंगा। आप सब तो जानते ही हैं, आज के जमाने में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी की भूमिका कितनी बढ़ गई है, कितनी महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। इसलिए आपको इस बात पर भी ध्यान देना होगा कि रियल टाइम क्वालिटी मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हम किस तरह से आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स और मशीन लर्निंग जैसे टूल्स का प्रयोग कर सकते हैं। साथ ही साथ इवॉल्विंग ग्लोबल टेक्नोलॉजीज के साथ अलाइन करते हुए हमें अपने जो स्टैंडर्ड्स और टेस्टिंग प्रोटोकॉल्स को भी अपडेट करते रहना होगा। हमें टाइम बाउंड क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस क्लियरेंसेस पर भी ध्यान देना होगा, ताकि किसी प्रोजेक्ट को लेकर अनवांटेड डिले देखने को न मिले। साथियों, मेरा यह भी मानना है कि हमारी क्वालिटी असेसमेंट एजेंसीज को अपनी डेफिशिएंसीज पर भी हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए और किस प्रकार इन डेफिशिएंसीज को मॉडर्नाइजेशन और टेस्टिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के डेवलपमेंट के द्वारा दूर किया जाए, उस पर भी कार्य करते रहना चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा सुझाव है। और इस प्रकार नीश टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में लगातार गैप एनालिसिस करते रहना एक आवश्यक कदम होगा। डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन और भारत सरकार आपके साथ कदम से कदम मिलाकर चलने के लिए तैयार है और हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। और सिक्योरिटी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन के रूप में भी, संजीव कुमार के रूप में भी एक डायनेमिक आपको सिक्योरिटी भी मिला है, यह भी सौभाग्य की बात है। जो क्रोधित नहीं होते बल्कि मुस्कुराते ही रहते हैं, चाहे चैलेंज कितना भी बड़ा हो। और साथियों, हम आपके फीडबैक का भी स्वागत करेंगे। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हम सब मिलकर क्वालिटी असेसमेंट और क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस के आपके प्रयासों को और गति प्रदान करेंगे। मुझे इस बात का भी पूरा विश्वास है, जब हम सब मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से भारत ग्लोबल डिफेंस मार्केट के की प्लेयर के रूप में इमर्ज होकर ही रहेगा। यही आज की हमारी कॉन्क्लेव के थीम की प्रासंगिकता है। मैं आप सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि आपने इतने रेलेवेंट टॉपिक पर इस कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन किया। इस इनिशिएटिव्स के लिए आप सभी बधाई के पात्र हैं और इस कॉन्क्लेव की सफलता के लिए मैं हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं देते हुए अपना निवेदन समाप्त करता हूं।
All right, so we just heard the Raksha Mantri putting out that all-important address where he's also lauding our armed forces for not just the precision strikes that have happened, but also for retaliating in good measure to the attempt by Pakistan late last night to attack our installations, about 15 of them. He also does say that we are willing to go to any extent to protect our sovereignty, do not test our patience, do not exploit our tolerance. So it's a clear, unequivocal message right now for Pakistan. With this, it's also time for us to quickly head into a break. On the other side, this is our non-stop rolling coverage that continues.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Pakistan attempted to escalate tensions late last night and early this morning by targeting military installations in 15 cities in Jammu and Kashmir and Punjab and in Gujarat. We've seen a response also by India, and we've targeted and neutralized Pakistani air defense radars and systems in several locations, including in Lahore. And this was an attempt by Pakistan that has been thwarted. We've seen the all-important all-party meeting concluding a little earlier, where the voice of unity has been echoed amongst politicians. We've also spoken to the YSRCP MP Subba Reddy, who's spoken to us saying that the Raksha Mantri has confirmed that 100 terrorists have been killed in the strike. NSA Ajit Doval earlier has met with the Union Home Secretary, also with the Prime Minister. The NSA has briefed the Prime Minister on the current ongoing situation. The focus is on moving people from the border villages.